1, 2, 3. אתה יכול לכבות.
עד 2, 3. להרים?
דבר.
1, 2, 3. שומעים? נפלא.
שמים פתיח, שרת המוזיקה את יכולה לעלות, ואנחנו עוברים אלייך בפריז. גם תראי את זה כנראה במצבים.
100%. לא, יש.
וכמה דברים עושים.
בוקר טוב לכולם.
Good morning to everyone. Wonderful to start the second day of the Herzliya conference with all the panels and the special sessions that were organized by the Institute for Policy and Strategy. Now, this entire conference talks about uncertainty and national resilience. We're talking about uncertainty, but we're a bit, ignoring the next generation. And in this session, we're going to do exactly that, focus on the new generation, young people, what they want, what they dream about. So let's invite all of the dear friends that will be in the panel. First of all, Knesset member David Bitan, chair of the Knesset Economic Affairs Committee from the Likud Party. You can sit wherever you want. You're the first. You can choose. Knesset member Yorai Lav-Ertzanu from Tal Cohen, student from the School of Sustainability here in Reichman. Herzliya, Toronto, Vice Chair of the Student Union in studying diplomacy and strategy here in Reichman, and all moderated by Lior Ackerman, Senior Fellow in the IPS here in Reichman as well. Thank you. Good morning to everyone, to everybody that arrived. The IPS, the Institute for Policy and Strategy, responsible for this conference, this Herzliya conference, for the first time since the beginning of this conference, and I think this is the 20th, we have a panel for the first time with full collaboration with the student union of the university. We came to this point, and this collaboration has been created and established throughout the entire year with students, with non-specialty tracks here, with the understanding that addressing the next generation of the State of Israel is a critical issue, particularly crucial for how we build our national resilience. It's one of these main issues of this conference and what we deal with in the Institute. And national resilience is comprised from unity or disunity in society and many other elements. But among other things, we thought that the way to address the next generations is that we have to collaborate and work and address them directly. Now, within this cooperation with the student union, we used a kind of questionnaire. I won't call it an actual survey, maybe a questionnaire that was handed out to all university students in a way, and that addresses questions that have to do with issues that are relevant to students. And among the top priorities, as you can see, is the price of living. That's something that we see across all surveys and questionnaires among not only here in Reichman, but everywhere across Israel. And the second is the so-called legal reform, which we won't address in this session because the conference deals with that in many ways. The third issue is the labor market in Israel and the occupational security provided to the new generation with this kind of reality, and housing is another issue. And those are the questions that were raised in the questionnaires. Now, apart from that, we've done a lot of work throughout recent months that have focused on the next generation and and you can see in the following slide the background a bit to that, because this commission, if you would call it, it's called the Next Generation Commission. It was established in 2001 by Tommy Lipid at the time, and then it was stopped in 2006. But the initial goal was to assure the way that the government of Israel makes decisions today in a way that impacts following generations in 10, 20, 30 years without harming the ability of the state to function today, but also to look to the far future in a broad range of issues and fields. So we'll talk about that. Now, the way that we'll conduct this panel is very simple. We have two very esteemed representatives for the student body, and we'll start with them, Herzliya and Tal, and they will present to us the major issues, the major challenges that concern today's generation, and they've also done their own field work among the student body, and they are bringing not only their own personal views, but rather those that represent all students here. And then we'll have a series of questions also to the Knesset members. I thank them very much, to both Knesset members that have come, Knesset member Bitan and Lav Herzliya. It's not trivial that in such busy, chaotic times you have made the time to come here and be with us. And finally, we'll open up to questions from several students that want to address the entire panel. And then we'll have a summary, and hopefully we will be able to summarize on a good note. So first of all, Tal, if you would. Hello. Well, we're basically the Z generation. 24, 25 years old. We left our parents' homes. We live, in most cases, independently. We're students for the most part. And we conduct our independent lives. We have tuition, we have rent, we have living expenses. And most of us are in reserve duty, do reserve duty. And we can see this in the last campaign here across the campus. There's so many people were called to reserve duty. We are the fourth generation that is opening up this quarter towards, the last century of Israel, because we just completed 75 years, and we are now the last quarter century to go before we complete 100 years since the establishment of Israel. And we are today's generation, remote dream in today's reality. I'm 26 years old. It's important that I have an independent life. I'm a student. I work full-time. I would like to not live with my parents. I would like to have a job that allows me to, finance my own needs and expenses in a respectable manner. And yet it's hard to live here, hard to pay the rent, hard to pay tuition, hard to deal with the rise in prices that is something that keeps going up. And it can be that we're standing here in Reichman talking, but it could be the Ben Gurion University, Haifa University, Tel Aviv University. They'll say the same thing to you. Another form of anxiety or concern, and I'm pained to say it, when I sit with my father on a Friday night dinner and he looks at me with pained eyes and he said, Herzliya, this is not the country I fought for. And I can feel his disappointment. It's a weight. It's scary how to deal with it, what's going to happen in this country in the future. It's hard to know that this is now on my generation's shoulders. We are anxious because every time we turn on the TV, we discover another problem that has arisen, and I'm going to give the credit this week to Yulia, the seal, that gave us maybe a good mood in one of the news clips, but something that you can feel every night, every time you hear about another problem that is another source of anxiety. And Tal talked about this. We're also concerned with global warming and the climate catastrophe and what will happen here in 50 years. Will we be able to even live here? And live, I mean living at 50 degrees Celsius, that's not life, particularly when electricity prices are going up, and that impacts everybody. And another form of concern is that we understand that the ball is in our court, that we bear the responsibility, not only for the entire planet. We'll, in a couple of years, have to take care of our parents as they age, and maybe, God willing, have a couple of kids of our own. And the idea of what's going to happen here in Israel and what will be the concerns of my children one day are just as worrying. Another form of anxiety, another reason that I'd like to raise, is the concern of the hatred we see in public, and we see this all the time lately. If somebody who could have been my brother, my cousin, even if he thought differently from me, that was once. Now we are the greatest enemies, and just because they don't agree with me about something. And finally, the final reason, which is just as important and maybe the most important, is our security concerns. And that's something that we have been hearing from the establishment of the State of Israel to this very day. Nuclear Iran that keeps on going, and security threats, and that's stressful as well. So when I was trying to think of what is the root of this problem, how can we move to a solution, I understood, and I'm saying this sadly with a heavy heart, that our problem is leadership. Our problem is the leadership, and we see this every day, and I asked many students, and we surveyed many students and questioned them. Sadly, we don't have leadership that we can look up to. We are students of government, Tal and I, and many people, just like us and in other tracks, would like to be in public service in the public sector, and we want to be responsible and in positions of leadership. But there's no minister, there's no prime minister from the entire political spectrum that I can look at and say, that we can look at and say, this is something I'd like to use as a model, as an example. It doesn't exist today. There are none of these people that we can look up to, right, left, it doesn't matter. And I think many students identify with this feeling. We need real leadership, not populist, not sectorial, not someone who makes promises, false promises, and breaks them, not someone interest-driven. We need a leader that looks to everybody as citizens and provides solutions for everyone equally, and nobody feels that they're above anybody else or below. We need to be heard, and we as the young generation who are going to be the leaders of this country have to learn how to do it now and look to the future and say, that is our path, that's what we're going for, that's important. Thank you, Atalia. With your permission, thank you first of all to this presentation by the two of you. And now we're moving on to the focus that has always been, and that is the focus here, the price of living. The price of living in Israel is among the highest in the world. It keeps on going up and up and up. The more we fight it, the more it goes up. And the first question, of course, I'd like to turn to the two Knesset member. First of all, if you could answer Knesset member Bitan, and you are going to talk about the fight over the price of living, and you've been very involved in that as well. And I think the student body would like to hear, and everybody would like to hear, what and how can the State of Israel address the price of living and build a real long-term plan to fight the rise in the price of living, to reduce the prices, to create plans for the next generations that will give them a better life, that will allow them to make their lives in an easier fashion. Okay. Thank you very much for that presentation. First of all, we have to understand several things. First of all, it's not only up to the government, it's also up to the public and up to the business sector. And so putting all the responsibility on the government is not what's going to save the price of living. Sadly, very much throughout the years, in the budget, every government, the previous government, this one, everybody bring reforms that are not really reformative, because they may have impact in several years, but it doesn't really impact the price of living today. So we have to why does it happen? Because it's PR and reforms that are, for example, if you recall, Kahlon did the cornflakes reform, and they promised that the prices would go down. They didn't go down. They only went up. And now I asked for the speaker in the Knesset how this reform after several years really impacted the market according to its stated objectives. Because what happens? Knesset members are replaced, governments and administrations are replaced. Nobody looks back into history. We constantly try to, like, for example, the arrangements law, there was an attempt at that, but in the bottom line, they don't really check impact at the end of the day, and it doesn't actually impact today at all. Today, the situation in Israel is that companies have lost all shame, really. You can see this in the last price hike. They don't care about, they're not taking anything into consideration. The government doesn't scare them a bit. The government is not doing the right things to stop it. I, for example, turned to the finance ministry where there was supervision of prices on milk and milk products, and I said to the ministry, if you don't stop the supervision, all the prices will go up. Even with the unsupervised, even everything that is supervised, everything will go up. All prices of dairy will go up because the government is the one that regulates this. And the moment that the government allows supervised prices to go up, companies feel that they have free rein to do whatever they want, and that's exactly what they did. We asked 100 million, that's all, in order to stop or postpone the hike for 4 months to address the problem. And we know what the problem is, by the way. And the government didn't improvement, and everything went up and up and up, and now you can't go back. The moment the prices go up, that's it. Now, the major factor in the price of agriculture, the prices that the farmer gives to the market are mix, meaning the food that animals eat, and that is 60 to 70% of the price. Meat, chicken, eggs, for example, everything, milk, everything that has livestock, it depends on what you feed the livestock. And the livestock mix is, the prices go up. And we discovered in the Knesset Committee of the Economic Affairs Committee that when they pay penalties, the farmers, they have problems in the ports because the ports can't release these on time, and that they have raised penalties, and that impacts the farmers, and that impacts the consumers. Now, in the beginning, the efficiency, the price of the food mix for animals, because of the war in Ukraine, because of the problems of transportation and supply chain disruptions, when those were settled, and then the prices went down for the farmers, but that didn't impact the market at all. And so I said to the finance ministry, you have to do something irregular. Stop with this doctrine and that doctrine, and that we are not allowed to help or subsidize, and we're not allowed to intervene, and we're not supposed to be here for the support of the industrialists or whatever. That free market, free market. We understand that, but at the moment we need solutions, was my point. So you wanted more regulation, more intervention? I'm saying, for example, for the animal, for food for the animal, that maybe needs to be supervised for a year or two. Reducing the cost for farmers will reduce the price in which farmers sell to market, and reduce the price for consumers at the end of the day. And the second point is that when the government, and by the way, I can discuss politics until, we all turn blue, but I'm not talking politics. I want to talk about specifically an issue. When the government, any government, by the way, any administration, starts saying, we are going to compensate the middle class like entitlement points, and the previous government did this, and we've continued this in the last law, but we added it to the age of 18, not just the age of 12. Well, I understand from this, there's no real fight against the price of living, because when you provide compensation, you get compensation for the price of living, but the price of living remains the same. So the compensation that was given through entitlement points are just for 2 years. It's an emergency measure, but the prices of everything in stores continues to go up. You haven't done anything by doing that. So you have to fight the root, the source, which is the price of living. Now, you can't address everything at once. You have to study it, you have to prioritize, you have to look at each industry and deal with things one by one. And I'll give you an example. The VAT on foods in the OECD is between 0 to 0.8%. We're 10%. We have an additional tax. We're a Jewish state. Almost 5% addition on every price because of kosher laws. People want to buy kosher food. Okay. And so we have elements that have to do just to us, relevant to other countries. We only have these prices in Israel. So I told the finance minister yesterday, up until now, I haven't done anything, extraordinary, because I think that Knesset members can do so, but if you don't want to address it, we will. We, after the budget, are going to propose a bill. I'm not saying that we're going to take it all the way, but maybe shake things up a bit in the finance ministry to understand that they have to address this, of reducing VAT on food goods and up to 8%, just like in the OECD. Everybody says Israel is part of the OECD, so let's be part of the OECD, and this will reduce food prices. For example, milk in the OECD, no VAT, no VAT, nothing. In Israel, we have taxes on everything. So we have to shake things up. And we also have to address the companies. The companies are doing at the moment whatever they want. And the public also has a role to play. In the United States, when you hike prices by 1 cent, people stop buying. Here in Israel, everybody buys everything. So the public also has to change its behavior, just as there was with the cottage cheese where they didn't raise the prices for many years. They didn't raise. So you can formulate a plan, and we in fact do have a plan. If you want, I'll get into it. I'll have to get back to you, of course. Okay. But it has to be combined. Knesset, government, public, and the business sector. Otherwise, it won't work. So thank you very much, and we'll go back to you, and we'll discuss that issue in a moment. And I'll address you whatever you want in more extension and apart from the food, because this generation are care about not only food but transportation and living and so forth. So Knesset Herziano, price of living and other issues, but I'm going to give you time to address all of those things. And in addition, between that and something that we discussed prior to the beginning of this session, that the thinking today of governments throughout the years and maybe the short time schedule, the time interval left in which planning is conducted, and we don't do anything long-term, we don't have strategic thinking, we're not looking many years down the line in a way that allows us to really conduct ourselves strategically.
Thank you very much for inviting me. This is a very respectable forum. I'm not a Dor Z, I'm still a generation not Z, but Y. But I certainly do share what you think, what you've been feeling at Aliyah. I am very anxious about the future of our country. When I look at the budget, which we're going to start approving this evening, I don't see even a single step almost for fighting the cost of living. I agree with your criticism, and that is crazy because the government is actually breaking the agreement between us. And Tal said, look, I've done everything. I finished high school, the good average, I went to the army, I pay taxes, I do reserve duty, I do everything that I'm asked to do. And yet, I, as a student, about to be working or working already, I cannot make ends meet. And my expectation of the government is that it will work at it. I don't want to go into politics, but this government has replaced us in office, promising to make a difference. I remember Prime Minister Netanyahu going to supermarkets, holding all kinds of products and saying, I'm going to fight this. We're looking at the budget, we're looking at the arrangement law, we're looking at this budget. It is completely irresponsible. 14 million shekels going into coalition funds. And I agree. It's fake. It's fake. 50. If you want me to talk about it, let's talk about it. I will explain the difference. First of all, it's not 53 million, but 30 million across a 5-year plan, across 5 years, not coalition funds, a professional plan put together by 21 government ministries for social development of the Arab society. It goes on and it continues. Prime Minister Netanyahu's plan, which was budgeted 15 million, and it's supposed to develop Arab society because they deserve to have classes and infrastructures and to develop and to integrate into Israeli society. 14 million shekel of coalition funds. And I agree with you. I think that VAT should drop by 2%. It costs 3 billion. So you have 6 billion more in coalition funds. But instead of lowering the cost of living, there is not a single reform in this budget, not a single step toward lowering the cost of living. The government is not working at this, and it needs to be worked at. I know we can do it because we did it. And it's very hard, but it requires hard work. You didn't do anything. Come on, let's ignore that. He didn't do anything either. The import reform led by Prime Minister Yair Lapid and Orna Barbievai, Minister of Economy, who lowered taxes. They brought Carrefour here. They opened the market. The agriculture reform. These are steps that were taken. Ministers worked at it. I feel like the government is not working at it. And I agree with your criticism, but I'm also saying 14 billion shekels in coalition funds. I'm a member of the LGBTQ community. I don't know if you know, but 285 million shekel of the coalition funds serve to set up the authority for strengthening Jewish identity. Avi Maoz's authority, the main role of which is to build a family and to make babies, to persecute the LGBTQ community, because we feel we have no place here. And instead of investing in growth engines, instead of investing, it's not just the cost of living. I am anxious, I am worried, because I see the message being conveyed by the government to the younger generation. This government is saying to the young people, for the first time, openly, don't integrate into the labor market. This is a whole generation in the ultra-Orthodox community that is going to be uneducated, and if they are doubling the amounts they're giving them, the benefits they're getting, it's going to be terrible. What are they going to give students? How much more are students getting? Nothing. A zero. Not a single penny in this budget is going to make the lives of students simpler. Why don't Tal and Natalia get 2,500 shekels once every so often and have double their budget to come and study here? And it's not just that. It's not just that the government is telling its young people don't integrate into the labor market, but it's also ensuring that they'll have no tools to do so, because once the government finances in the budget that we're going to approve tonight, once it goes and finances studies that do not have core studies, STEM studies, where young people will not learn English or math or computer studies or sciences. They have no tools to integrate into the labor market. And that's why this government is basically telling our people, the young people, Generation Y and Z, the future generations and it really is a huge, terrible embarrassment. It's a disgrace. We witness the irresponsibility of this government. They are shedding the responsibility for the future, for the younger people. And I want to talk a little bit about the climate crisis as well, because unfortunately, Israel and this government does not look at the climate crisis as the challenge it is, and it is certainly one of the greatest, if not the greatest challenge that we are facing. The arrangement law that you have brought to the table is an attack, an extreme attack on environmental protection and on the climate crisis. You have punched holes into the clean air law. You made sure that infrastructure will be built on our small strip of coast without having to go through the Environmental Protection and Coastal Committee. You have ensured that the mechanism of approving power stations, powerhouses in the midst of communities will go through without any approval, and you deny this. And I know that you don't share these views, but this is the law that is coming to the table, and as the chairman of the climate committee in the Knesset, working day and night to make sure that we keep protecting the environment, I am very worried about the direction that this government is taking when it comes to the climate crisis. And I'll say one more thing. I have stomach pains. I have stomach pains when it comes to the climate crisis. And therefore, the first meeting I held with a minister in this government was with the Minister Silman. And I said, our government had a climate law that was going to pass. And I have some criticism over it. I think it should be more ambitious, there should be more oversight. But I'm telling you, Minister Silman, please bring any other kind of climate law. We have stomach pains, but we will support it from the opposition. Both coalition and opposition. There's no coalition and opposition when it comes to the climate. We'll talk about sustainability in a moment. I just want to focus on the cost of living for now. Of course, we'll get there as I've promised. I want your comment, but let me just ask a question, and then you can, of course, answer my question and also what's been said, because this discussion is very important. I'm assuming that there are there's politics involved as well, but we should try to be practical in this discussion in terms of what this generation is worried about. But of course, one of the issues that has come up here, also when it comes to what the students have said, and it will come up later as well, and we're also seeing this in the day-to-day, is of course beyond the cost of living that is rising. Also, employment security that's come up in terms of working for the government, but also employment in general in the younger generation. Does the market allow for such security? Does it allow in terms of wages, in terms of conditions, in terms of the ability to also study, not just work, and also in terms of workplaces? Are there enough workplaces? Are there enough jobs available? That's an issue that has come up as very concerning. And the matter of housing in Israel, which of course makes it difficult for everyone, but certainly makes it difficult for the younger generation that is looking around and asking themselves, how will we ever get there? So in an overall sort of outlook, let's talk about that as well. Okay, first of all, I was also a member of Knesset, in the previous government. So perhaps I was not in the Knesset and I didn't see your laws or anything you've done, because you didn't do anything. But the bottom line is, and I don't want now to disagree with you or to argue with you, but there is hardly any unemployment in Israel. There is work. There's plenty of work. The question is what kind of work and how much you make working at it. So it's true, students in Israel are struggling. My daughters too were students until recently, and I was also a student. Of course, it was the 1980s back then, but still, it's not easy to be a student in Israel, and it's true because you start your life, and in every other country in the world, students struggle at first, but then when they study and when they sophisticate themselves and they get a good job, they improve their position. It's part of what happens around the world, not just in Israel. So to expect us to solve all the students' problems immediately as soon as they start studying, that's impossible. I don't think it's anything you can expect of us to do as a ruling government, as a ruling party, or any government, to solve all the problems at once. Okay, but shouldn't there be a long-term plan that perhaps will not all be implemented in your term in office? Well, I understood that all she's saying is that right now students are struggling to make ends meet, not about what we're promising in the future, because that already depends on them, how they integrate into the labor market and what kind of jobs will be available to them and what the development is. In Israel, lots of students do go to high-tech, they make good money there, they earn well there. I don't think that's the problem. The problem is, today, so let's start by saying that unlike what everyone has said, I think that the government is investing in higher education. It's investing in many funds and a lot of money into the students. And I'll give you an example. It doesn't invest in colleges, but it does invest in universities in terms of tuition fees. 12,000 shekels, that's the tuition fee, and the college is 33,000. My daughters went to colleges, they didn't go to universities. So helping students, it's available, this kind of help. We're not going to confront one another on how much the government is investing in each student coming to study in a university more than a college. But there is an investment. The question is, what can you do along the way? There used to be a lot of fellowships and a lot of scholarships in the past, and now there aren't very many of them. It's kind of been taken out. And when I was a student, almost all of my tuition fee was covered by scholarships, and then I didn't have to, I had to work, but only when I was not studying, only when there were breaks during the academic year. Now you can't do that, and also the cost of living has gone up. We rarely went out but you go out every day almost, and there are all kinds of situations where you can't always just tell the government it's their responsibility. So who is supposed to take care of these things on the state level? I don't think we can open up all the problems of every single person on an individual level. In terms of the students themselves, of course we can't solve all of their problems. We have to invest, and they have to invest, and I think they should also get a grant of some sort, just like the yeshiva students get. There's no argument. Who says it's not going to happen? We gave soldiers added bonuses in terms of their ability to go to university after their military service. That's also huge budgets. But I'm telling you that a budget is we have to have a budget, but it's not the only thing. You can still make changes in the budget after it's been approved. And perhaps we also need to look into grants for students, and we can fight this together. But to come and say and come and demand that everything will happen at the same time, that's impossible. There are priorities, you know. And in terms of the unique funds, what's a unique fund? What's an earmarked fund? A unique fund means that it's not part of the basis of the budget. If a budget was approved by the government and was put before the Knesset, every addition to it is a unique fund. So if the Knesset or government has decided to add a budget or to make a change in it, and for all sorts of reasons, it is considered a unique fund. That's why the funds to Ra'am were also unique funds. Some of them were base budget funds, but most of them were unique funds. And therefore, the word unique funds in parentheses, in quotation marks, sounds bad, but by the way, we didn't cheat anyone. In the elections, even before the elections, we said that we were going to make the ultra-Orthodox education on par, on the same level as the regular education. People went to vote when this was on the table. We didn't say come after the elections and suddenly do something we didn't say we were going to do. Should it have been conditioned by STEM studies, maybe, so that there will be a better future for these people in the state? Well, there are ultra-Orthodox who integrate into the labor market, and I'll give you another example. It's a personal thing. My assistant, I have an assistant. He's ultra-Orthodox, and he didn't study STEM studies, and he knows computers more than I do. He knows math better than I do. He works. He has no problem. So it's also a matter of a personal thing. It's not just because he didn't study STEM at school or in secondary school or in elementary school. It doesn't mean that you're not going to be part of the labor market. So it's not as if you're going to say everyone's going to be this way or everyone's going to be another way. It's a matter of individual personality. And now the trend should be to have the ultra-Orthodox integrate to the labor market, because that's going to add to our, increase our productivity, and that is something that is of national interest. And the ultra-Orthodox understand that too. They also want to do that. They also want their standard of living to be higher. There's absolutely no argument when it comes to that. And what do you think? You think that if they now study in yeshiva, they will not integrate in the labor market? Ultimately, of course they will, because there's no other choice. These days, you cannot make do with 2,000 or 3,000 shekel you get as a benefit. It's not something that you can do. You can't live this way. And they also have an interest, and their leaders too. They're members of Knesset, and this entire system where they say that because they want everyone to remain poor so that they'll keep voting for them, that is just nonsense. Obviously, it's not true, because everyone wants to get better in life, to progress in life, and the whole world is progressing, because that's the global trend, not just here in Israel. Now, I'll give you an example. If it could just be, please be brief. No problem. Let's pass the microphone on. In this budget, of course, there will be a lot of claims or a lot of objections. Everyone wants money, everyone wants budgets, everyone wants all sorts of things, but every organization wants it for themselves. At the end of the day, a budget is a priority. It's a set of priorities, and that's what they decided, but we can always change. And I want to remind you that in the Finance Committee, all kinds of budget changes are constantly coming up by the billions. You know it. When people decide to do something, you can change as long as there is income, and there'll only be income if there'll be growth. So why am I so in favor of the reform? Why did I tell them to stop? Because obviously that will harm the economic aspect, especially the high-tech industry, which provides 38% of Israel's income. If this industry will be harmed, we will not be able to help students. We will not be able to help the ultra-Orthodox. We will not be able to help anyone, because the income will go down, growth will go down, income will go down. And therefore, we need to take into account. You feel like they're listening to you? Yes, the Prime Minister stopped it. You think he stopped it for no reason, the reform? Because he realized, he saw the implications, the economic, state, political, security, social implications, and that's why he suspended this reform. I don't know where it's going right now. I think it's not going to progress to where they wanted it to be. And we have to realize where we're living and what the reality is. And when you find out that there could be an economic sort of impact, negative impact, if we can, and maybe in a year's time, if the high-tech industry will be harmed, we won't be here. We won't be able to talk about anything because they form 38% of the income. That's why we have to take care of this, and we need to do this together. And you too need to understand. You have fallen in love. You're enamored with the protest because you want to topple the government. But if at the end of the day you want to reach a compromise, you have to fight for this compromise, and it's up to all of you. Not just up to me or the Likud. It's also up to you, the opposition. Thank you very much, MK Bitan. I just want to say something very briefly. First of all, I want us to focus once again on this generation because I think that we've kind of we've digressed from it. But also the previous generation, our parents, when they studied, and perhaps even before then, 2 generations beforehand, it wasn't even something that everyone did. It wasn't obvious that people went to study. It was always expensive, and it'll be expensive for students in the future, and that's not the point. The point is, let's look at this very high-quality generation, and let's leave them here, because people who go to high-tech, and I have friends who go to high-tech, more humane in my way I take sustainability in government, but I have friends who are in the intelligence, in the IDF, and they went to high-tech, and you know what? It's not that obvious that they will stay here in Israel. You have to remember these things. I'm saying that very, it's very sad. But those who go to high-tech have great opportunities out there. They can earn a lot. So let's make sure they stay here. It's our interest, I think. If we're here in the future, we want these good, successful people, strong people, good people, smart people to stay here. Let's give them a good salary. Let's leave them here. Let's build future plans. That's what I meant. Thank you very much. Talia, do you want to add something? Natalia? MK Herzano, we're not wrapping up yet, but do you want to say anything in terms of the cost of living and the students? David, I find it difficult to have a dialogue with you because I feel a dissonance. I agree with your criticism, and I wish your line were the one leading the government, but it isn't. Because you're saying, okay, it's no problem to bring grants to students just like the yeshiva students are getting, but show me the section in the budget that says so, that says both will get the same. And they're saying it's no problem to do lots of things. And that should be done, but I would recommend, David, I'm sorry, I cannot interpret David because he's not speaking into a microphone. You're saying it should be done as if you're not part of the coalition, as if you're not part of the government, the ruling party. What do you mean it should happen? So do it. When I look at the current budget, and by the way, you're right. You're right. This defines this list of priorities. And when I look at the national set of priorities, we're not there. The general population is not there. You see sectors. I look at this budget, I look at this document. The Minister of Finance has drafted a budget that is only for his sectors. The ultra-Orthodox are in there, the religious Zionists are there, or the religious Zionist party is in there. Where's the periphery? Where's the geographic and social periphery? Where are the students? Where are the growth engines? What you keep saying, the message being conveyed, and I'm telling you really from the bottom of my heart, and because I really am anxious about the future of this country, because I feel that this government is actually tearing 2 documents. One, the agreement, the contract it has with us, and the Declaration of Independence. It tears into pieces the character of Israel as a Jewish democratic country. And you're saying that yourself. This government coup is a problem with is detrimental to the high-tech. I'm just saying it's causing risk, not but it's detrimental. Well, David, this budget, what it creates for the younger generation is telling some of the younger people, most of whom are sitting in this circle, you will serve, you will pay, you will do your duties, and at the same time, other people, other young that learning science, what are you going to do? What? I'm asking you, honestly. I don't want to open this up to discussion, but I just want to say one more thing. That's exactly the PR. What do you mean, where are they all? The budget is divided into all the sectors. Education has gone up to over 80 million shekel. Schools are there. Municipalities get money. You're talking about the later, more recent changes that are in the form of unique funds. But the budget itself is distributed to the entire state, all the citizens as always. It's not as if everything has now been stopped. MK Herzliya and MK Bitan, you will get more time to speak. As if we're not giving it to anyone. You will get a chance to speak. You will get a chance to speak. Let me just please allow, because this panel, MK Bitan, it's just not true. Why is it not true? With your permission, please. Just 1 minute, you will get the opportunity to speak. Just wait 1 minute. We have a schedule to adhere to. You will have time, we will wrap up, of course, you will both have time to speak. Yitzhak, you wanted to raise a question. Please ask it now. Here's something better. I was asked to give you this. Now speak to that. Like this? Wow. Yes, it's a high-tech. Thank you. First of all, hi everyone. My name is Yitzhak Rodaj. I'm a law and government student, originally from Rishon LeZion. I thought for a long time how to ask this question, and I'm going to ask MK Bitan this question. Can you hear me? Is this better? The question is, and I want to go down into more practical terms, how and what should we do in terms of the set of priorities and the state budget, especially when it comes to the changes both for the sectorial distribution of funds, and how can we prioritize support for the younger generation, the students who form the future of this country. I know it was said here, but I wanted to go down to practical terms. That's my question. I'll tell you the truth. I don't have an answer for you, honestly. The younger generation, the students, certainly, first of all, they do get a response, they do get budgets within the state budget. Just as I've said, it's not as if we're only talking about the money now. It's only the 2,000 shekel going to the yeshiva students, so now nobody else is getting anything. The budget revolves around the 500 billion shekel, and all the sectors get, including students, including universities, including everyone. So you can't now ignore it and come talk about the 3-4 million shekel. That's the unique addition. And I said, and I'm not just saying that, in order to publicly make this, put an end to it, I think the students should also get 2,000 shekel. Just like they should get. If the yeshiva students are getting, so the regular students should get as well. But it doesn't mean that this budget can't be changed. The budgets get changed in the Knesset regularly by government resolutions, and it's possible. Now, we need to help the students in general to find work, to get scholarships. Right now, there are barely any scholarships. The government should allocate funds to scholarships. Scholarships usually help students who do not have the means, themselves or their parents. So we can put together a plan that helps. And by the way, they've already started. I think they started with 80%. We completed it 100%, helping soldiers who complete their service and want to study. So we give them 100% of their tuition fees out of the money that they deserve, that they get. So we help, and we should help more, without a doubt. Now there's a program that helps students. It still hasn't been finalized, and that is riding for free transportation in public transportation. Rav Michaeli started, but she didn't do enough, so we're improving it. In the state budget, there already are 360 million shekel allocated to this, and we need to add another 360 million, which will allow all women from the age of 62 and all men from the age of 67 to ride on the public transportation for free, and the same for students. And the periphery, doesn't matter if you're young or a student or old, 50%. And until the age of 26, also 50%. So all the students will be in, even though some students also go at the age of 40 or 60 to university, but the younger ones, yes, they're all in. So there are plans in place that will help the students, and it's never enough. It's never going to be enough. Everyone thinks that they deserve more, that they should get more because they have a problem right this minute. But the government has to look at the entire full picture, and we need to do things this way. But we can't solve all the students' problems at the same time. Thank you very much, MK Bitan. I want to say a few words, and then we will hear concluding remarks from both of you. In the recent months, and I said that in my opening remarks, but it's important to say because it's one of the things that is really the most important in my opinion. We did some work here at the IPS, and I want to give you this work. An in-depth analysis of the Future Generation Commission. It's an institute that was set up by MK Tommy Lapid at the time in 2001 and closed down in 2010, unfortunately, by MK Yariv Levin. The Next Generation Commission is an institution that many Western countries have, and the aim of it is to ensure that all the decision-making processes in the government take into account the needs of the future generations, whether it's climate or environmental protection or sustainability or transportation infrastructure, cost of living, development, employment, everything. This institution does not exist at present in Israel, and our analysis deeply analyzes this, and I would like you to take this document. This could be something that can maybe be promoted for the future generations. Take this issue and understand that in order for the government in the long term to have this promoted, we need to re-establish this position, this institution, this commission for the future generations that forces the government ministries to think strategically many years ahead and to make decisions now that take into account the future generations, because you represent the younger generation still, but most of us, our children are already at the age of these students here, and it is very important that we make sure that the future generations that come after us will be able to live here. So this is the matter of the Future Generation Commission. This is a document, an analysis that is on the IPS website. You can download it, you can read it, of course, and of course it will be given to anyone who asks for it. So if there are no other comments, let us please wrap up. MK Herzano, please give your concluding remarks, and then MK Bitan. First of all, I would like to thank you for raising this commission. I signed a bill for re-establishing this commission as a council. I hope this is it. This is very important to ensure the rights of those who are not here yet, and so thank you for talking about that. And also I want to give one piece of data. I don't know if you know it, David. After the current budget, the investment in a student in private SHAS education system is 4,000 shekels more than it was. And in Yadut Torah, it will be 2,000 shekels more, all in comparison to the regular student. And this is a complete change of paradigm, and you are incentivizing the younger generation, the children, the current generation, not to study, not to gain the tools that will enable them to integrate into the labor market. And I once again want to ask, if they will not be able to integrate into the labor market, who will pay for them? Who will provide for them? And aside from the social disaster that this means, the government is now stealing from the younger generation. The government is stealing from the younger generation the tools that will enable it to then pursue their dreams, to be who they want to be in life. And I think that there is nothing worse that a country or government can do to its citizens. And I once again want to say I will fight this budget and I will fight this government's policy, because I believe that you are not doing your job properly. Your job is to make sure that this generation will continue to ensure that Israel will be a startup nation, will continue to aspire, to strive for innovation, to strengthen students rather than weaken them. You need to strengthen them, so let's make sure we do that. Thank you very much. MK Bitan, very briefly. I understand the criticism, that's what you do when you're in the opposition. But I want to emphasize one thing. We have come to what we have come although the ultra-Orthodox over the last 20 years have not studied STEM studies. And I want you to understand, it doesn't mean that the country will get to this bleak prophecy that you keep talking about in the opposition. I want to say that our chances of improving the situation of everyone in all sectors is by growth. We don't want to raise taxes. We want to create and generate growth. We want to generate income that comes from growth. And to do that, we need to help those sectors that we still have not given them everything that they deserve. And therefore, it is important for us not to harm growth in Israel, just as we have done in the last 10 years. And that's why I said that high-tech, because of its impact, now it is really at the forefront of Israel. Because of its impact on Israel's income and on growth in Israel, we cannot create a reality where it is harmed. And that is why it is our job to make sure that won't happen. Thank you very much. The message is clear. Thank you very much, MK Herzano. Thank you very much, MK Bitan, Atalia, and Tal. And thank you very much to the Student Association who have collaborated with us. Our time is up. Thank you all very much.
Thanks you to this very interesting panel. I don't know how many answers we came up with, but issues were raised. And now we'd like to move on to our next subject. As you know, we live here in Israel. Wait just a moment. We'll say goodbye to the Knesset members, Bitan and Lahav Irtzano. Thank you very much for arriving. Thank you. Okay. Now, the issue that we are concerned about in our day-to-day here in Israel is a constant theme. We're moving on to the next topic. Thank you to Tal and Natalia as well, who are panelists. Now to a question that has constantly been an issue of concern here in Israel, the relations of Jews and Arabs. We're going to have a long, complicated panel, so I'm delighted to invite Yinon Saf. I think you are, we'll sit here. Dr. Michael Milstein. Dr. Michael Milstein, senior fellow, head of the Arab Studies track in the IPC.
Assalamu alaikum. יושב פה? איפה אני?
עובד?
עובד. אני עכשיו מחובר, שומעים אותי? עוד מעט.
נראה לי ש...
איפה אני...
טוב, בוקר טוב לכולם.
Good morning to everyone. The issue we're going to discuss this morning is, in my opinions, one of the issue that unjustifiably doesn't get enough interest and attention in Israeli discourse. And of course, we're talking about Jewish-Arab relations, citizens of Israel. And we oftentimes just kind of resolve it by, oh, there's not much to be done, and statements of that nature, or it'll be okay one day. And I think the last 2 years have taught us to a great degree that nothing is going to be okay. And we are currently marking 2 years for Guardian of the Walls, a campaign that was kind of a preliminary sign for Jews and Arabs alike, that the basic formula that was quite superficial in general, that was established in the Declaration of the State of Israel, that was supposed to establish relations between Jews and Arabs that are citizens of Israel, is not enough. You need something that's broader, more detailed, and in conversations that I have among Jews and Arabs, where many people talk about this volcano that erupted 2 years ago, but there's no guarantee that it won't erupt again and even worse. So in order to delve into all of these very concerning issues, we're going to do something that's a bit multidimensional in the next hour. We're going to begin the panel with presentations of a survey led by Ari Kordetsky, head of the Jewish-Arab cooperation in Konrad Adenauer Stiftung in Israel, one of our partners here. Then we're going to have a real debate into the issue of the one that I raised with Knesset member Mansour Abbas, Rabbi Shai Piron, at the moment Pnima movement. And we have with me Eman Safadi, my co-moderator, and we will conduct the debate together. But before all of this, I'd like to invite Dr. Beatrice Gorovanci, Director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation here in Israel, to make opening remarks, if you would.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable MK Mansour Abbas, Honorable Rabbi Shai Piron, former Minister of Education, and I can see also the Honorable Member of the German Parliament, Roderich Kiesewetter, here in the audience. A very warm welcome to all of you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning. On behalf of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this very, very special panel here at the Herzliya conference. We are honored and proud as the Konrad Adenauer Foundation that we are participating in this special panel and also in this conference. And my thanks go to Major General Amos Gilad for inviting us to join hands here in this conference and in this panel. The Konrad Adenauer Foundation has been present in Israel for the past 40 years, and we are a German political foundation with the vision to promote international dialogue. And in this respect, we do partner with the Reichmann University for more than a decade with several institutes. Today, we are very happy that we are hosting this panel discussion, which is a very special one because of the relevance of the topic, the relations between Jews and Arabs in Israel and the relations between the state of Israel and the Arab citizens. The IPS, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and the Konrad Adenauer program of Arab-Jewish cooperation at the Moshe Dayan Center at Tel Aviv University, led by Dr. Ari Kordetsky, whom I also warmly welcome, who is a partner of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation for the past 20 years. We are hosting this panel, and the aim is that we join forces to present to you the current status of the trends as well as the political and social conceptions among the Arab populations in Israel these days. Today's presentation of the poll and the following discussion will focus on the complexities and all the challenges in this sometimes fragile relations between Jews and Arab in Israel, but in this very gentle texture of the Israeli society, there's also a great potential and a variety hidden, which is so essential for a democracy. And we at the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, we are very happy and privileged to present this platform to you for such an important discussion. And we are extremely happy to do this in the year 2023 because it marks also the 75th anniversary of the foundation of the State of Israel. I do not want to elaborate any further because our experts are in a much better position to do so. So I hand over to our dear moderators, Ms. Iman Safadi and Dr. Michael Melstein, and I thank you very much for the great cooperation. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Dr. Arik Rudnitsky, and I am head of the program for Jewish-Arab cooperation in the Moshe Dayan Center in Tel Aviv University. I was told that I should stand up so that everybody can see me. Even you probably would be seeing me very well if I sat down, but I was asked to stand. Now, with your permission, I'd like to show you the findings of the survey that we conducted in Arab society in Israel. And if we could just put up the presentation. Okay. Now, it's a poll that addresses I will address three key issues from the issues discussed in the poll. First of all, a couple of facts. This is a survey, a representative survey, large scale, of Arab society in Israel. 4.4% bias error was calculated for, and information was gathered also through the last conflict that was also in the last 10 days. Things happen all the time. And the first thing that we asked respondents is what is your position in regards to a popular protest that is now been occurring for several months against the Israeli reform of government proposal. And we can see that most Arabs generally support and justify a common man protest, an underground protest. In fact, in large numbers, very large numbers, they support the protest. However, when you ask them, is this protest relevant to the Arabs among Israel, here we see differing views. About almost half think that it does concern the Arab public. More than half, 59%, think it does not, and others are left without any stance. But we do see that the vast majority, almost 60% of Arabs in Israel, believe that Arabs should take an active part or a more active part in the protest. Now, the interesting thing in this regard is that when we sort of delve into the core issues of the protest, in recent months, we've been hearing, for example, that this protest should talk also about maybe establishing for the first time a constitution in the State of Israel with the principles and values instated in the Declaration of Independence. And here the Arab position is quite clear. We can see that the vast majority of the Arab public think that the values in the Declaration of Independence cannot be the agreed-on principles for an Israeli constitution. Meaning, in other words, dear friends, this social contract upon which this country was established in 1948, this social contract is not acceptable to the majority of Arab citizens here. So here we can see the differing opinions between the mainstream of the Arab street to the mainstream of the Jewish street, the common man view. The second issue that I'd like to discuss is a very important issue, and that's the personal sense of security and safety of the Arab citizenry. And here, as of this morning, we are counting 81 people killed, men and women among the Arab sector killed this year. And we're not even in the middle of 2023. We already have a number of murdered victims, like at the peak of the COVID period, which was very, very bad. At the moment, at the pace that we're going to break a record of victims of homicide among the Arab sector. And we asked people in Arab society, to what degree do you believe that you personally, do you feel that your safety, not collectively everybody around you, but you, your family, those closest to you, are secure? And we over 60%, 61.7%, they say to a great extent that their sense of security has been harmed. Now, this data very much speaks for itself. And however, we see that 53% of Arab citizens believe that at the end of the day there will be a solution for this issue. Only 11% are convinced that there will not be a solution. So we ask them, okay, who can resolve this issue? And the answers here, I have to say, are fascinating. Not only because of what we see in the findings themselves, but because of an interesting fact that I'll address in a moment. But if we analyze the answers, we see that 40% of the Arab citizens believe that the responsibility, or the people that can resolve the violence, is the government, the police, or the government and the police together. On the other hand, 30% of Arab respondents reported that the factors that can resolve the violence are the traditional leadership of Arab society, the heads of families and local leaders. But the most interesting fact that you see here, the most interesting finding, is that 10% of respondents say that the responsibility are parents and Arab society, and that possibility was never even presented to the respondents. Meaning, in Arab society, there is an increasing awareness and a greater desire to take on this problem of violence and take it on themselves. And if somebody else is not going to take care of the Arab citizens, they decided to do so themselves, and that will reduce it. There are also those that are convinced that there is no solution. Now, we asked another thing that has to do with personal safety and security, because we note, remarking almost 2 years since the violence that occurred in May 2021. And we asked respondents, how concerned are they that events like this will reoccur? 84%, an enormous majority, meaning, and 50% of those are absolutely concerned, or to a great degree concerned, that these events will reoccur. If we add this to the concrete fear of violence in Arab society, and then we add the external fear, the violence from an external source, we can see how dire the problem is, that Arab citizenry, generally speaking, the majority, do not feel safe. But not to depress you too much, I'd like to show you a couple of optimistic findings, and it's the last issue that I will present. And that has to do with the political participation and alliance. We have Knesset member Mansour Abbas here with us, by the way. And we asked Arab respondents that are they interested that an Arab party will be part of the coalition. Now, let's say something. This finding that we show you now between supporters and opposers, between those who are fully supportive and those who are fully opposing, these numbers come up again and again at almost every political election, because there is a vast majority, a solid majority, that support an Arab partnership in the coalition, an Arab party partnership. And now we know that we have a fully right-wing party at the government at the moment. So this is not an issue that is even a possibility at the moment, and yet you cannot ignore the overwhelming support among respondents for the idea. But what's new here? And because we asked people, and this is an innovation, was the experience with Ram, was it generally positive? And these are our findings. Half of the Arab respondents say that it was generally a positive experience. Mansour, you're smiling? Wait for the punchline. Maybe you'll even like it more. Because the interesting thing in this finding is that we asked this question, do you know when we asked? A moment before the elections. A coalition of the government of change was still in effect. Dr. Mansour was part of the coalition at the time. And then in November, a moment before the elections, everything was, the tables were turned. 85% said that it was a good experience, this partnership, and the others thought that it was a very bad experience. So it's not only that this indicates a statistically significant change, and by the way, it's exactly the same poll in the methodology of the poll, data collection. This is a statistically significant change, but also a change that could indicate a positive attitude towards a possible partnership of an Arab political party after with the coalition. I'm not saying that the Arab citizens address the Ram experience within the government as like the golden age of the Arab parties. No, but I would say that these findings show that the fruits of change are something that is evident even a few months after the experience ended. And it could be that among the Arab public, they understand that the next Arab-Jewish partnership is just a matter of time. Thank you very much for your attention. I will conclude here. Thank you very much, Arik. Thank you very much, Arik. That was really fascinating, fantastic. And now I have the honor to invite Knesset member Mansour Abbas and Rabbi Shai Piron, our next speakers. It's not right or left for you, Mansour, right? You could.
Inshallah.
Okay, I'm going to begin with the penultimate point, the optimistic point. It was the final note in his amazing presentation, but let's get to the pessimistic point first, and this was something that Arik talked about. It's 2 years since the Guardian of the Walls campaign, and I see that this is the greatest friction that happened between Jews and Arabs since the establishment of the state, even more than October 2000, because this was citizens fighting citizens, not only citizens against armed forces. Now, 2 years later, with a load of emotions and what Arik described as raging violence in the Arab public, and now a current government that, Mansour, I think we can say that its conversation, its dialogue with the Arab public is certainly not productive. So the idea of future violence, is it a realistic? Should we prepare? What scenarios should we be imagining? Hello to everybody. I agree that the events in May 2021, are certainly momentous events. I mean, there have been protests and frictions and problems with police and so forth, but that was an event. That civilians fighting civilians is a completely different level. And obviously it also signifies the weakening or maybe the decline of rule of law and the belief, the faith that both sides have in the rule of law and in government. So they don't leave any room for the authorities and law enforcement to act. So there's no doubt that those events were a sign of the chasm that we touched on in our relations as Jews and Arabs. But even after those events, 2-3 weeks following those events, to establish a government of change here in Israel that included also, for the first time, an Arab party. And this also impacted the Jewish political system that brought Meretz and also brought Yamina to all sit together around the same table, which means the situation is dynamic, it's fluid, changes can occur, big changes can occur in a very short timeline. They can be negative, but they can also be positive. So here, the issue, the importance is not only on public opinion, but also on leadership, on government. Do you look at polls and calculate what's going to be to my best benefit? Do I play versus public opinion and let that be what dictates my actions? Or do you take responsibility and make real leadership decisions to lead your public or all publics here in Israel in another direction? And that's really the big difference between these two approaches. Of course, now was I laughing earlier? Because I never looked at the numbers, meaning the numbers that had to do with the support to entering the coalition. Yeah, I never even thought about public opinion. And even other polls and other data. When we decided even to establish our party, Ram, with a social agenda of partnership, we said to everybody, regardless of whatever polls say, and the Arab public was never surprised after decisions that were made after elections. And we also didn't negate the possibility of sitting with a right-wing government. And yet the government voted for Ram the first time, and the second time increased the power of Ram, and it became the biggest political party among the Arab public. So it gave us more support. So yes, it's important to look at the numbers, but if you really want to lead a true process of change, a vision of hope, then, okay, numbers are fine and trends are fine, but what you have to lead to those trends that you want to lead to. You can impact public opinion with the principles and values that you hold dear. And I think everybody has to do what they believe in, and certainly if they believe in real values. Okay, Dr. Mansour will talk about in a moment of the Arab public under this particular government administration, how difficult it is. So let's move to you, Rabbi Piron, on the complex issue of Jewish-Arab relations here in Israel. Well, obviously my view is a bit complex, because I think in order to address issues we have to fully let us go of the right wing, left wing, the political narrative, and look for a moment from a bird's eye view. I think Mansour, my dear friend, is hiding something, in the sense that he's saying a civil view, but he's also not talking about the religious viewpoint. Now, I'm not hiding because he's doing something bad. I'm joking. I'm saying he's talking about this civil side of things, but there is another aspect, of course, and we look at things from a different perspective. I think the state of Israel is terrible and criminal in the way it addresses the Arab public, because they only address them on a civilian level and not on a narrational level. You cannot compensate for the desires and views of people with a number of police officers or a couple more buildings. Not that it's not important, not that these things are unimportant, that civil matters must be addressed, of course. But until we see, maybe this sounds like a crazy dream, but until we see a goal for the state of Israel to help Arab society to develop identity, to help Arab society sense a real association and identification here, then it won't happen. If you think that police officers and building permits, you can use that to take over a theology or a worldview, doesn't understand people. And I think that all of the strategy of the State of Israel, we have to increase Arab history studies in Israel. We also have to include Jewish history, by the way, classes. We have to include more religion classes. We have to include the ability to read literature and poetry and not be afraid from every verse in a poem and turn it into something like the entire country will be destroyed because in a school in Israel they studied this author or that author, and this will, I don't know, burn down the entire country to the ground. I think that we don't address our Arab citizens as natives. Now, in order to, if we want to create a real partnership, you have to create a partnership with somebody who has a stance. If you're talking to people who are rootless, who are ignorant and violent, and that's how you address them, you'll have no one to talk to. So maybe it sounds insane that the rabbi says this, but I believe that the moment there is ideological Arab development here, you can get to a much better grade of peace. Here I would bring a question to you both. For Rai Shai Piron.
You have a vision. We know your work politically. We're all aware of it. You have made great steps. You have created change in Arab society and a new image, a new identity for the Israeli Arab, which I find a welcome change. But with all due respect, we are in a very harsh reality. Rabbi Shai Piron, do you believe Dr. Mansour Abbas? Let me answer in two parts. The Israeli society that I meet in various places thinks that Mansour Abbas is a politician, and we usually don't believe politicians. But since I treat Mansour Abbas, I always say that Mansour Abbas is Rabbi Menachem Fruman of the Arab society. It's a religious person with a completely different outlook on things. If you want to talk about disciplines, there are enough Arabs who are Beit Shammai, but you can also have one who's from Beit Hillel, and there's more than one, just to be sure of that. And therefore, not only do I believe him, but I am moved by him. Not only do I believe him, I have been waiting for him for many years. But to come and say that because I believe Mansour Abbas, and this is the complex statement, means that I believe to all of his members of party, well, that's a different issue. Because if you were to ask me about Mansour Abbas individually, as a person, on a personal level, I would be more than happy. I think that Mansour Abbas could be a minister of religion, and then the budget will be more equal. And if he'll be the minister of health as a doctor, it doesn't matter. I believe Mansour Abbas. I think that what Mansour Abbas said when it came to the state of Israel, the state of the Jewish people, we won't be here, and his address, his speech will still be learned after we're no longer here, because that's the change made in Israel. This man made history. And the truth is, compared to what he did, we're very small people. But it doesn't mean that I believe all the people in his party. It doesn't mean that I turn a blind eye to other people in his party. It doesn't mean that he still has a lot of work to do for many years in depth in his society. It doesn't mean that I believe the fact that his friends, when they vote with the government, they do it for various reasons. But I want to say one more thing. I'm well acquainted with some of the religious senior leadership of the Islamic movement, and I believe them. Not the northern faction. I'm talking about the Shura Council. Some of whom I know personally. I'll give you an example. I have to give it now. I'll give you an example that combines everything. It combines the story of identity and also the story of belief. You know, Mansour, I wish that you will be a member of Knesset for many years, but you know the one thing that you're left for life with is former. So when I was the former Minister of Education, they would copy in matriculation exams. In Arab society, people would copy from one another. They would steal the exams. Everybody was talking about it. Brinks would be sent with the exams. Security people, and they still didn't manage to stop them. The thieves were more sophisticated than all the guards in the world. And then they came to me as the minister, and I said, what am I going to do about it? And apropos what I said about identity, I decided that instead of sending brinks and security guards, I would talk to Abdel Hakim Samara, the Qadi, and ask him to issue a religious verdict saying that you can't copy in exams. For a period of time, but a long period of time. So I went to the Qadi Samara, who is a religious leader of caliber, a very significant person, a very important person. And the Qadi Samara gave me an amazing answer. He said, I'm willing to sign such a fatwa, but I also want the chief rabbi to sign something similar for Jews. I won't agree that it'll only be for Arabs. So I went to the Rabbi Bakshi Doron, who was the chief rabbi at the time, and he said, I'm willing to sign, but I would also want David Grossman. It's such an Israeli story. David Grossman is an Israeli author who's very secular. So this is a story about culture, about identity, about how we can solve things not with force. And then for about 2.5 years, no one copied from anyone. There were no copying, none of the exams were stolen. So that's the kind of conversation that I think that we should be having. And I'm sorry to disappoint you. You came here for us to fight probably and argue. No, I'm happy to have a peaceful dialogue. Both of you, Dr. Mansour Abbas, I want to give you a question, a strategic question I want to pose for you. How do you see and how do you advise the state to do in a strategic perspective in order to rehabilitate relations between Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs in order to reach containment and dialogue and peace between the two parts of society? Allow me to thank my friend and brother Rabbi Shai Piron. If there is a single person, he is a person who I wish would go back to politics. Don't wish. It's not going to happen. It'll happen. It'll happen. We certainly need good quality people, value-based, brave people. In Arabic, you say they speak dugri, they speak to the point in politics, because there's a crisis. And if you were to maybe look into the level of belief and trust the public has, members of Knesset or politicians would get the lowest scores in all the different groups. And perhaps the answer lies here. There are steps that can build trust, that can create change gradually, incrementally, but some steps bring us from A to B, from one situation to another. What we did last year is a game-changing step to form a coalition that is diverse. And again, I want to emphasize, it's not just a matter of Jewish versus Arab. Also within the different parties, the Jewish Zionist parties, etc. And then the citizens look at this coalition and they see a reflection of themselves. They see someone representing them in the government, taking care of them, that there is a prime minister that every Sunday also talks about issues to do with Arab society. It has an impact, a dramatic impact on the relationship, on public trust in state institutions. Did you check it? Did you look into it? I can't tell you that I gave up polls and surveys. This is not what I do. Not in polls and surveys. Just 1 minute. Did I feel in the public that they feel differently and see things differently? Certainly. And what needs to be done is twofold. First of all, something general that we've done, partnership that is citizen-based, value-based. And Rabbi Shai Piron completed what I said when he talked about the narrative and the essence and the values, etc. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, ultimately, we need to take care and address the specific issues of the citizens themselves. It won't help if we continue and just give them hope. Okay, hope is very important for all of us. But at the end of the day, they need to see there is a plan that addresses crime and violence. Note that in 2022, it was the first year where the curve of crime and violence in Arab society began to go down, to decline. And we finished the year with 15% less murders, and more than that, in other parameters, a greater difference. And since the new government has entered office, there has been a huge increase. 81. Another person was murdered today. 81 murdered versus 27 last year during the same period of time. Now, the increase is not only in Arab society, 65% increase also in Jewish society, according to the last report of the Research Center of the Knesset, which means that the public's attitude, whether Arabs or Jews, to the state, to one another, is also a result of governance, which is non-existent or at least is not happening properly. The services provided by the government, the solutions provided by the government to Arab society's acute issues. You know, there are issues where I've always said that at least it doesn't matter what the purpose is, what you decide, but decide. Some things are stuck and have been stuck for years. The problem with the unrecognized communities in the Negev. Decide what you want to do. What do you want? Do you want to recognize 5 communities, 10 communities? If you don't want to recognize any community, but just leaving 100,000 people with no solution yesterday. Again, I'm giving examples from the day-to-day, what people worry about. Yesterday I sat with the committee of En Hud. En Hud is near Ein Hod, in the Israeli town. The government decided to recognize this community in the 1990s, but until now, they have not been recognized. They have 300 families there, and they're waiting. They're waiting for the arrangement with the Israel administration, land administration, and so on. And it's been 30 years since the decision was made. So the system is not working at a pace that really serves the public. And so we talked about the mixed cities. In the last government, we made 3 decisions about public safety in cities, about education and welfare. We could have continued. And once Minister Amichai Shikli entered office, he was not defined as the Minister of Arab Affairs, but he was working on it, and we said, do it. And the Arab society in mixed cities has been neglected by the government for years. The municipalities have neglected them, and not only that, the Arab leadership itself has neglected them, even though there were several MKs from Haifa, from Acre, from Jaffa. What have they done for the Arab society? Even in the previous plan, 922, they did not cooperate with it until Ram came and said, Arab society is a sector. The Jewish sector should be getting in the plan this much. And they did. The Arab society in mixed cities also have a part in the plan. 33 Arab cities that are in the, let's say, Jewish or mixed councils would not have gotten from the budget of Arab society anything. And who didn't agree to bring them into the resolution? The heads of the Arab municipalities. Yes. So who is responsible? The responsibility is incurred by all. I don't want to blame the government for everything. The government is responsible because that's the way countries work. All the countries are responsible for everything that happens within their boundaries. But to come and say, let's continue with this line, this is one of the greatest disagreements I have with the Arab leadership and the other Arab parties. What do you mean? That we're not responsible for what happens on the streets of Arab society, the violence and the failure, and therefore everyone has to shoulder this responsibility. Everyone has a role to play. And therefore, Ram says, I want to be part of the solution, but we can't be part of the solution when we're contending with a budget. Why am I here? Because the chances of impacting the budget from the opposition is 0. I have no chance of impacting the budget. Last year, I had an opportunity to promote resolutions and decisions and so on. So if you're not a partner in the decision-making process, in the policy-making, in promoting plans and programs that express the needs of the public, you cannot address the real issues that are of concern for all of us in this context of Israeli, Jewish, and Arab relations. Thank you, Dr. Mansour Abbas. I would like to ask Rabbi Shai Piron the same question. Perhaps you have the solution in this matter. Perhaps you can come with an approach just as you have solved the matter of the matriculation exams for a while. How would you address this matter? Well, I would like to begin not only with the state, not from the state, but from the Arab leadership, and then to move on to the government. But first I want to say something about what Mansour has said and represented in this conference. You know, when we take polls and surveys, we ask the ultra-Orthodox society how many of them are willing to learn STEM studies, and we get outcomes of something like 17 to 20%. When we ask them how many of them want to learn math and English, we get 80, 90%. And I want to say that if we will go to Arab society, if we don't ask them, do you accept the Declaration of Independence, but rather if we show them the values within the Declaration of Independence, I think that the results will be completely different. And I was in Lod, in the community center there, where an Arab lady was the one who was managing it. She's since passed away, unfortunately. And she teaches there the main points of the Declaration of Independence. And when she read it, she said, why didn't you show this to us before? You're so stupid. Why did you only say Declaration of Independence? Now that I've read it, now for the first time, what it means, what's inside of it, wow, let's strike a deal. So first of all, ignorance, and I'm starting from that, ignorance. If you're now talking to me with all sorts of slogans, Zionism, the State of Israel, Declaration of Independence, it's like talking to the ultra-Orthodox about STEM, IDF. It's not going to work. The first solution is the need to translate, to adapt things, to adjust them to the time and place. Second thing is the Arab leadership's job is to expose their people to this, not to use the Declaration of Independence as something that is threatening. Second thing is that I think that, if I may, that the Arab society is not doing enough to contend with violence. I think that if the religious leadership were to say that a criminal family cannot enter the mosque, for instance, if they would uproot them, if any violent behavior would be uprooted and would be condemned, and in some cases, and this is something I've known for many years, and I don't know what's happening now, but I consider that even when the police force can't really, exactly finish this case, they know in the village who's to blame. And if I were the Minister of Internal Security, I'm not sure that, I live in Oranit, so the next town over is Kfar Qasim. I go there because it's close, and it's the only place where I'm respected properly every time I go. They call me Al-Wazir, they give me a cup of coffee, much nicer than going to a mall in Tel Aviv. And if I had now had to take all their weapons from Kfar Qasim, I wouldn't be able to do it, because going into these small, tiny streets, if I were to have a pursuit to go chase a criminal, of course something would happen. And then Ahmed Tibi would say he was shot because he is Arab. The distance between, let's say, governance and negligence is one bullet hitting the wrong person in an attempt to take away people's weapons will just give us October 2000 times 10. So if the Arab leadership won't say we are going to religiously, socially outcast those who behave this way, and I know that we'll have a price to pay. But what do I expect Arab society? I want the leadership to conduct themselves and to be more strict toward those criminal families, those organized crime, say no one marry them, no one let them into the mosque. And I have a feeling that often the Arab leadership, not Mansour, because I follow what they're saying, I'm using this, they kind of give us the tough job, the hard job that they don't want to do. And I think that in this regard, it's not that the police force shouldn't use force and shouldn't be brave, but if the Arab leadership won't be brave enough, it's not going to work. And the last thing I want to say is I think the difference between Western culture and Eastern culture, and I don't mean East, I mean is how you win. One approach says with force, and the other approach says softly, tenderly. That's the best force. If the Israeli society will show force, force will be answered by force. And by the way, I'm saying that when the government talks about force, there's more violence, and not because of governance, because that's the atmosphere, that's the language being spoken. That's the narrative of the street, and it's happening in Jewish society too, not only in Arab society. The entire environment, the entire setting is contaminated. And therefore, I think when I was the Minister of Education, I was being criticized. That's why I was I lost so much weight, because they only publicized half of the sentence. I said that the Arabs should be taught about the Nakba, and everyone was enraged. And I said, and the Jews should learn about the Arabs should learn about the Nakba, but the Jews need to learn about 67 and the settlements. So there's another half to that sentence that nobody talked about. Everyone needs to learn everybody's stories. And the third thing is to know, to get to know, to meet, to talk. I cancelled the mandatory Arabic studies. And you know why I did that? Because it was only in 15% of the schools. So mandatory was only 15%, and I thought that was lying. Why 15%? Because we didn't have enough teachers. But I did say that I want there to be 500 Arabic teachers. Arab teachers, not for Arabic, but in Jewish schools. And I thought that if an Arab history teacher or Arab literature teacher or Arab math teacher or Arab biology teacher would come and teach a Ramat HaSharon school or an Ofakim school, so the people in Ofakim won't think that Arabs only steal cars. If their math teacher for 5 units would be from Rahat and would be an Arab, something good would happen. So that Arabs wouldn't just be plumbers or criminals, it would be their physics teacher. That would make a difference. Doing things tenderly, softly, doing things together in collaboration. I think that's the strategy. Thank you very much. Dr. Mansour, aside from responding to this very interesting point that Rabbi Piron raised in terms of the roots of the violence in Arab society, there's another question that many people in Israeli society raise, and that is, where are the Arabs? You described, and rightly so, a sense of great distress, a sense of cascade of expectations versus last year, and also a sense that we are not part of the decision-making process. We're even also being discriminated against. And now there's such protest in Israeli society, which also touches upon Arab society. Where is it? Where are the Arabs? Where have they gone? Okay, you don't find Arab society in the protests on the streets, but do you find Arab society in the protests in Nazareth, in Sakhnin, in Rahat against crime and violence? No, they're not there either. Arab society in this respect is very restrained, even though there are all sorts of outbursts like May 2021 and October 2000. Over the years, you see that Arab society behaves in a very restrained way. It has many explanations, and you can analyze it in depth. But the position shown by Arik in the survey is very clear. Most of the Arab public, of course, objects to the reform, to the changes in the governing system and method. Of course, these are changes to the governing method, and that's one position. Now let's talk a little bit about politics. It is important for me that this remarkable protest succeed. And I think that presence, and I called upon Arab citizens to take part in these protests because they are citizens. The protests agenda should focus on democracy, the independence of the legal system, the justice system. Of course, we have criticism over the Supreme Court and the judiciary, but without a doubt, it also protects and it also dictates certain values that the laws in Israel did not reflect, such as the principle of equality. No law defines the value of equality, but the Supreme Court came and said the value of equality is embedded within human dignity, and that's very important. The basic law, human dignity. So it's important for Arab society to make sure it is independent and to make sure that the justice system is independent and stable, and also as a minority, but also in general. It's important because we care about what happens throughout Israel, and that also will have implications on us ultimately. At present, we go to the president's residence, we try to contribute, we try to help reach some sort of a compromise and an agreement. We hope it'll succeed. But if not, I think that this process should be stopped altogether. And then the elections come, and then each party will have its own agenda, and we'll meet again after the elections about the changes that every party wishes to make to the justice system. Are you optimistic, by the way, about the outline that is emerging? It's not easy to reach an agreement. It's not easy, because here you're talking about the rules of the game and also about what Shai said about the Declaration of Independence. I'm not sure that the same people that convened in 1948 to sign the declaration would have been able to form such a declaration, because every period has its own problems. Mansour, I just want to suggest another narrative. Why the Arab society doesn't come to the protests. I want to suggest another narrative, because it's very similar to why the periphery in some places don't come to protests either. And I would suggest that everyone think about what I'm going to say next. A person sitting in Yerucham, in southern Israel, in the periphery, asks themselves, why will this equality never reach me? Where do I encounter it when I was dismissed from work, when my factory was closed down, when this and that happened to me? That person sees things through their own prism. And when you think about protest, you talk about LGBTQ and women's rights, and they don't see it as part of their lives. And the Arab citizen says, you've been in government for many years, those who are protesting. When you talked about equality, were you thinking about me? When you talked about equality, did you think about my public too? So I think, and I've had the opportunity to speak to some people who are saying these slogans are great, but never have I felt that this equality is really directed at me with the same intensity. This equality always kind of stops at a sort of geographic boundary of a certain area of Israel where they really talked about equality with great intensity. And I think that if we really want to talk about equality, part of talking about equality is also to repent. To ask ourselves whether in the last 75 years that Israel has been in existence, have we really directed this matter of equality to all sectors? Have certain people, when they hear equality, do they say, oh yeah, we've heard about you already? I think this has to do with this as well. For instance, on Sunday, there was a parade of cars going up to Jerusalem. You think this was a good step, Dr. Mansour? Well, it represents the failure of Arab leadership. Let's amuse ourselves. That day I wasn't there as part of this line of cars, and I left Kfar Mra, which is where I live, to Oranim, and I got stuck there for a whole hour in traffic. I continued from Oranim here to Reichman. I had to give a lecture, and I was 15 minutes or 20 minutes late to get here. I went back toward Haifa, same thing, a 45-minute delay. So what impact? I mean, let's take Route 6 and block it for 10 minutes. Those who opened the road was not the police. It was the car drivers, the Arab truck drivers who were yelling. That's what I experienced. So when you want to embrace a certain form of protest, which is completely irrelevant, because we are all stuck in traffic for hours every day. We waste 2 hours a day in traffic. I personally waste at least 2 hours of every day in traffic. So let's think about something else. Ra'am gave an alternative, a civil partnership that can promote providing solutions for Arab society. And I agree with Shai in this context that not only Arab society, certain sectors, whole sectors in Israeli society at large do not feel part of this protest because they also have their own problems and nobody identifies with them. Okay, we have to wrap up. But still, I think that it is best for the protest to succeed than for it to fail with a lot of Arab presence in it. I think it's best. I hope that we will go back to this dialogue. Rabbi Shai Piron, one final optimistic sentence. Didn't I say other optimistic things? I'll just say one thing. You asked me at the beginning whether I believe Mansour. Well, I want to say that considering the fact that between 78 and 80% of Israeli citizens are not Arab, and considering the fact that I have a strong army and a strong police force, if I believe him, what will I stand to lose? What would happen if there'll be more faith and more trust? What could possibly happen? And that's why I think that the question of trust and understanding that we're not two enemies trying to reach a peace agreement, Let's go back to the story of living as neighbors. I believe Mansour to begin with, but not believing is not a work plan, it's a destruction plan. That's why I'm all in favor of trust. Thank you both very much. Thank you, Ayman. Thank you, Beatrice and Arik. I certainly hope that we have just begun the dialogue and trust. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Iman Safdie, Dr. Michael Milstein, and of course, these two inspiring individuals, MK Mansour Abbas and Rabbi Shai Piron. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we talked about internal domestic affairs. We're now going to move on, and we have a very tight schedule. We're moving straight on to the next issue. Thank you very much to Knesset member Mansour Abbas. Thank you all the participants. Dear friends, okay, we've dealt with We're moving on to macro issues. We're at the precipice of a fascinating age and changes in international relations. And so this session will deal with global architecture and the shifts in global architecture. I'm delighted to invite Professor Boaz Ganor, founder and executive director for the International Institute of Counterterrorism and also chair for counterterrorism here in Reichman. And happy to invite Ambassador Bilhari Kosikan, Dr. Kenneth Weinstein,
Distinguished Fellow, Hudson Institute, Washington, D.C., Founder, Chair, CEO, Indo-Pacific Forum. Welcome. No, here, my mistake, here. No, sorry, here. Right here.
And who can be the moderator for this kind of panel? Well, the best and the brightest, Oren Nahari, journalist and foreign news commentator, a non-fiction writer, and generally master of all.
Good morning and welcome. And I first want to say that I was awarded only 35 minutes to this discussion, but since Professor Ganor is the incoming president, we'll delve into it later. Anyhow, the headline of this discussion ahead is Shifts in Global Architecture. And I must say that I love this mild understatement. There are some assumptions here. First of all, there is, or was, a global architecture, and it is in the process of shifting and not, let's say, totally crashing down on us. So in the next 35 minutes, we will delve, or at least try to outline, what is happening, try to challenge some conventional wisdom, and perhaps agree that, yes, conventional wisdom is right about certain things. And we should always remember, in this discussion and in everything, that the best eyesight is not 20/20, but hindsight. Obvious example. A couple of years ago, a man sits in his office in the Kremlin and decides to invade Ukraine. He doesn't call it invasion, of course, but after consulting two people, Yekaterina the Great and Ivan the Terrible, and he has four presumptions. And he says that first of all, the Ukrainians, at least those who are from Russian origin or speak Russians, will embrace their brothers lovingly. Second, that the Ukrainian army will put at maximum token resistance. That the Russian army is the successor of the formidable Red Army, and the West, hedonistic, divided, dependent on Russian energy, will do nothing, perhaps some UN resolution, and back to business as usual. And of course, all these four assumptions appeared very, very solid, and all of them came crashing down. Putin can still win. to be sure, not the victory that he envisioned, not the victory that he wanted, but we'll discuss it and many topics in the next 35 minutes. So first of all, I'd like a headline from each one of you. What do you think is the greatest threat to global architecture, to global order at the moment? Dr. Weinstein, start with you.
Great, wonderful. Delighted to be here. Wonderful to be back at Herzliya. Mazel tov on your appointment and on the 20th conference. Remember being here for the first, and this place has grown immensely. I'll be conventional and say the potential of a conflict over the Taiwan Straits.
Okay. Ambassador Kausikan.
I think the greatest threat is not changing rapidly enough or in a correct way to changes in the global architecture. And that in turn usually arises from dysfunctionalities in political processes, whether they are democratic processes or authoritarian processes.
When you say not changing, who doesn't change enough?
All of us.
All the actors.
We have to adapt to changes in the strategic environment, but we must first of all interpret those changes correctly, and we usually don't, to my mind.
Thank you. Professor Gadon?
You know, Oren, being an Israeli, everybody would expect that I would say that the biggest challenge and the biggest threat in the global arena today is Iran. And it's probably so. But I think that the real big problem, and even bigger than Iran, is United States. And actually, I'm referring to the fact that United States traditionally is isolationist. And it's a bipartisan. It's not Republicans and Democrats. And I'm not criticizing the Americans for that, but still, I would argue that American isolationism is changing the global architecture, and we practically are shifting in a transition time from a unipolar system into a multipolar system, and that's the biggest threat to the global arena.
Thank you. And now I want to delve into the subjects. First of all, I'd like to start with you, Dr. Weinstein. In your country, the topic of world architecture is very possible that in a year and a half, somebody will win the presidential election, meaning Donald Trump, whose words are an anathema to him, and he wants to return to isolationism, and he and some of his supporters want to destroy this global architecture that benefited the United States so much. How big a threat is that?
Well, I think there's certainly a chance Donald Trump could be elected president. I wouldn't bet on it. I think we're still early in the primary process. There'll be a lot of money spent, a lot of candidates out there criticizing him. Republicans still remember the numerous 3 electoral defeats so far under him in a row, so I wouldn't bet all that heavily. I think the greater challenge is the dynamic that Professor Ganor pointed to, which is American isolationism, but also the opposite, which is a tendency that you need to rally the American public against this isolationist tendency that causes an even stronger counter-reaction. And so you've got both things going on in our country right now.
You could argue that, as Professor Ganor said, and as you agree, that Uncle Sam doesn't want to be the world policeman anymore. But there's no vacuum. If Uncle Sam will not be the policeman of the world, Uncle Vladimir will be, or more probably, Uncle Xi will be. The Americans don't understand it?
No, they do. And I think if you look particularly at the Republican leadership and the people chosen to head the various committees in the House and the Senate, particularly in the House side, which really matters since they have the majority, these are internationalists. These are people who are trusted by our allies, who have been believe in international order, have spoken up openly. This year, Mitch McConnell went to Munich to make the case that it's been Republicans who actually pushed President Biden to arm the Ukrainians when President Biden didn't want to. So the question is, there's isolationism on both the left wing of the Democratic Party, but there's a bigger isolationist wing on the right wing of the Republican Party, and both need to be kept in check.
Oh, and you said we can interrupt, right? You want it as a discussion.
At least the president
And
can.
I'm an Israeli, you know, so
yeah.
I'm interrupting. I would like actually to follow up these words and your question about the fact that there is no vacuum. And I want to go back to my special expertise, which is counterterrorism. And I refer to the war against Daesh in Syria. Now, in 2014, President Obama declared no less than a war on ISIS. I'm using his words. We are at war with ISIS. But it came with this American concept, which, by the way, I agree with them, no boots on the ground. So it's a war, but no boots on the ground. So I was walking in the Pentagon corridors, and I tried to persuade some of my friends there, if not boots on the ground, at least sandals on the ground or something on the ground, because without that, you have no way to win a war against what we call a hybrid terrorist organization, a terrorist organization which controlled territory and population and embedded within the civilian society. Since without boots on the ground and with a very extreme limitation to the American air bombing because of liberal democratic values, proportionality, and so on and so forth, a vacuum was created. And the vacuum didn't stay there because the axis of evil got into this vacuum, which is Iran, Russia, Syria, and Hezbollah. And they won the war, not United States.
Yeah.
They were the one who won the war against ISIS.
And you could argue, of course, that ISIS began when George Bush invaded Iraq, but that's a different matter. Ambassador Kausikan, I want to talk to you, I want to ask you about China. Every day we read about the inevitable rise of China, the inevitable ascendance, 21st century will be the Chinese century, etc., etc. I want to ask you, perhaps China is not as strong as we see it, because there are demographic tendency, because there is the dictatorship of Xi Jinping, because the economy got problems, because China is dependent upon chips that she needs to import from other country. Perhaps it's not as strong, and the West is not as weak as we sometimes are led to believe.
Well, I'll answer that, but let me say, preface that with something.
Yes.
All I've heard so far, both from my colleagues and from you, is an example of what I meant by not adapting to change or misinterpreting the nature of change. Right? There's a certain nostalgia there for a world that is no longer existent. Right? The world has changed. Deal with it. There's no point being nostalgic about something that no longer exists. The US is still very dominant in many areas and will continue to be dominant, but not as dominant as before. It's also a mistake to think that a global architecture must be a unitary architecture. Mm-hmm. For most of the 20th century, the second half, for almost 50 years, the global architecture was defined by competition between the Soviet Union and the United States. Two systems, anyway. And it was a pretty stable architecture in the sense that it was competitive, often dangerous, but it lasted almost 50 years. And there was no major war between the two principles. Many proxy wars, and we are coming back, and we are being nostalgic for a very short period of, I don't know, maybe 20 years after the Berlin Wall came down, right? Where the unchallenged dominance of American power made it seem that there was only one architecture. Now, that architecture was good. The
Fukuyama period.
No, that Fukuyama is an idiot now. I mean, but it was,
of course.
End of history. Anybody thinks that history ends as an idiot, right? But that's another matter. Look, we are now returning to a more historically normal period where the global architecture will be one of competition between China and the United States. It's important to understand
but
competition.
It never happened in history before. It's a totally new phenomenon.
Who says it never happened in history before?
Between the United States and China?
No, it happened before in history many times, countless times, between two major powers.
Of course.
But now this is the new phenomenon. You are right, China does not have supernatural powers, and we are beginning to realize that rather belatedly. It has many problems, you have mentioned that. But that's not the really unique characteristic of this era. The unique characteristic of this era is that I know of no country, not the closest ally of the United States, nor the most dependent country on China, that isn't without concerns about some aspect or another of both American and Chinese behavior. Mm-hmm. Simultaneously, I know of no, I think all of us are beginning to realize, some more quickly than others, that we have to deal with both the US and China simultaneously in order to deal with either effectively. Put these two things together, what do you mean? What do you see? You see an order of greater fluidity as countries seek more strategic, I don't like the word autonomy, flexibility, strategic flexibility within the constraints of their own circumstances. And in order to deal with this situation, this more fluid, dynamic situation, we cannot be nostalgic, we cannot look backwards, we cannot hope for something that no longer exists, and only existed for a very short historical period, maybe 20 years at the most.
So, Professor Ganor, I want to continue some of the thread of the ambassador. We have become accustomed in thinking wrongly in terms of West versus East, you know, the Cold War, etc., etc. And since Kipling and even before that, perhaps now one of the phenomena that we see is North versus South up to a point. We see more regional powers identified with the global South, even though many of them are north of the equator. We see India, we see Brazil, we see African countries, not to mention Turkey and Iran, and we see that significant part of them are not interested in this major competition, are not interested in Ukraine, are not interested in what we used to call global values, as long as it doesn't interfere with them, or only in the parts that affect them, let's say the global food crisis.
Listening to my colleague, the ambassador, I find myself agreeing with you that we cannot afford being nostalgic. And we are living in a very dangerous time of transition, and we should acknowledge that, and we should adapt to that. But I'm afraid that your observation is also leaning on the nostalgic approach, because you are saying that we are shifting practically from a unipolar global system into, again, a bipolar system, but it's not a USSR versus...
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we're going into a much more fluid system, which is got many characteristics of multipolarity, but it's not quite.
That I would definitely agree, because the difference between a bipolar system is what I see, and that's coming back to your question, that we are shifting into a multipolar system, and this is much more dangerous.
Perhaps I'd say not multipolar. I think more in terms of my personal observation, multi-layered. There'll be the global powers, there'll be the regional powers, and there'll be the others.
Yes, but I would still insist on a multipolar system, because I think that we cannot even afford to shift the axis from left to right, from say east to west, into north and south, because it's still too orderly and playing to our convenience. Practically, I see at least three polarities right now, which are building up. United States still being one polar. The other one is China, no doubt about that. The third one is Russia. One would say, wait a minute, Russia used to be USSR, now it's not really a superpower in with the might that they used to have in the past. First of all, we should not forget that this is really a nuclear superpower. And also, I would add to that the strategic connection that starts to be built between Iran, which soon, if nobody will interrupt it, would become nuclear as well, and Russia. So at least this alliance between Russia and Iran should be regarded as a third polar within the multipolar system altogether.
I'd like to ask you, Dr. Weinstein, okay, so we've come to Russia after a long tour. I could argue that superpowers in decline are much more dangerous than superpowers on the rise, not to mention superpowers that are, you know, at ease with their position in the world. And no matter what will happen with Ukraine, Russia will get out of the war weaker than it entered. What are the dangers? What can Russia do? Will it continue to Moldova? Will there be a threat, you know, to NATO even in World War III, as some of the pundits in the studios are saying day in and day out? Where do you see Russia is heading?
First, let me turn back to what Professor Ganor said. I see a tripolar world developing. I agree with you on the first two poles, the U.S., China. The third pole I see developing is India. That India recognizes, well, first, it's going to be the largest country population-wise. We're seeing shift of manufacturing now to India out of China as people start to do their China plus one strategies. We're also now
None of you mentioned the European Union. That's interesting.
Yeah, then we're also seeing the immense pull that India has to the global south. And and that this pull, I think, is something that poses, I think, more of a challenge to China than to the United States in a tripolar system. But I think it's something we need to pay attention to. On Russia, actually, Yes, there is absolute danger that Russia will try to lash out if it is humiliated. Loss of face is something that dictators do not take well. I find it hard to believe, given the current state of the Russian military, that Russia will have the ability to do much aside from this potential threat which is serious, of a tactical nuclear attack, which apparently is now allegedly off the table after some very blunt words from the United States. So I am actually less worried about Russia. Russia certainly needs to lick its wounds. Russia will be developing this strategic partnership with Iran, but I think it's going to have a very hard time getting the kind of forces it needs to go into Moldova, even to move things more tightly with Belarus. I think it's going to be a real challenge. Putin's humiliated on the world stage.
Ambassador Kausikan, perhaps one of the problems with our, hindsight 2020 vision, we, all four of us here, and perhaps many other people in the world too, are too rational, too committed to our Western way of looking at the world, because as Dr. Weinstein said, that it's not the rational thing to do for Russia, but let's go back to Sarajevo 1914, and people and countries do not do the rational thing, do not do what is expected of them. They go into war because of national pride, because of loss of face, because of other things, and this might be one of the global dangers today.
Well, it can be, but there's not only one sort of rationality. There are many rationalities. There's not only one sort of logic, there are many logics, right? And something that may be illogical to us is because we don't share the first premise. For example, it's not a bipolar world. I think we all agree on that. Is it a tripolar world? We can argue about which is the third pole, right? But I think it's something more subtle is developing and something more complex. It is a world of fluid multipolarity. What do I mean by that? I mean different coalitions of countries, big, small, medium-sized, forming and reforming around different issues. Some may include the US but not China. Some may include China but not the US. Some may include both. Some may exclude both. And I think you will see the beginnings of this already in a very initial kind of way. But I think the direction is clear. And it stems from...
I want to stop you for a minute. When you talk about alliances, etc.
No, alliances. I say coalitions.
Okay, coalitions. One of the great strengths of the United States, at the moment at least, it's got many allies, some of them in NATO and the others, and China, except Russia, perhaps North Korea and others, do not have real allies. They have coalitions. But not real allies.
Look, I think the Western alliance. Mr. Putin deserves a medal. He has reinvigorated NATO and the Atlantic Alliance, just as Mr. Xi deserves a medal. He created the Quad. He created AUKUS.
Yeah.
But that's not the really important thing. If you look at least my area, right, East Asia, the Indo-Pacific, we call it, right. Japanese interests, Australian interests, South Korean interests, they align greatly with the United States. But greatly is not totally.
Of course.
There are concerns in Japan, in South Korea, in Australia about American behavior, and therefore they will seek what I call the strategic flexibility. And that creates a different kind of multipolarity. It is not a stable multipolarity. On some issues, they will align with the US. On some issues, India will join them, as in the Quad. But not on every issue. On some issues, Singapore, small as we are, will join certain coalitions with China, but not every issue. We'll join with the US. And that's what I mean. It's a much more complex thing. I understand I'm not a great fan of international relations theory, and I think you do better to study history. But I think I'm not a great fan either of simplistic historical analogies. That can be rather dangerous. And this World War I analogy is one that I'm rather sick of hearing, because the world has fundamentally changed. The military technologies have fundamentally changed. Human nature may not have changed, so mistakes can always happen, but it will be different kinds of mistakes.
Of course. Professor Ganor, I'd like to ask you, the ambassador mentioned that, he's coming from Singapore, a small country between powers, so of course it is one of the positions of Israel. How much are we take us to what you see about the Middle East, especially concerning the regional powers of Turkey and Iran. In Turkey, where in all probability, President Erdogan will be re-elected in several days. And Iran, where are they heading? What should Israel do in this shifting the sand under our feet?
Looking from an Israeli perspective on this global change that we are discussing here, I see 4 trends that raise our concern. The first one, we've talked about that. That's the American change of power within the global system. You were talking about powers that decline. It's not just Russia. In a way, I think it's a zero-sum game. So United States is also losing power, and China is gaining more power. Maybe India is one of the examples. That, of course, has an immediate impact on the allies of United States. And you were talking about what's going on with the allies. I see in the recent few years a huge disappointment from American allies, not necessarily from Israel. I'm talking about mainly Arab allies. And I do believe that
Saudi Arabia,
I mean, after Aramco, Saudi Arabia understood or believed that there is no big brother to protect them. And that's, in one way, I think, brought up or pushed forward the Abraham Accords. Mm-hmm. I think that they were looking for, if not a huge brother in United States, maybe a small brother nearer to them. They are becoming disappointment from the Israeli behavior as well, and that's why they are starting a kind of a romance with Iran. So that's
with Chinese bringing them together,
of course. So that's the first concern. The second concern is Iran per se. At least from an Israeli point of view, we have a growing power. I don't want to say superpower. They're not superpower, but they are definitely regional power, growing one, which is going to become nuclear sooner than later and have a huge impact. But this local power are officially stating that they have a practical goal or an ultimate goal to exterminate Israel. I mean, there is no precedent in history when one state, acknowledged state, declare that they have a goal to exterminate another state. And once they would have this capability, we should take them seriously. That's the second concern that we should take under consideration. The third one has to do with the regional, immediate, or say, borders of Israel, which has very strong ties to the strategic threat of Iran. And I refer to Hezbollah. We heard yesterday the chief of the military intelligence stating that Hezbollah is probably planning something that might deteriorate into a war in the region. Now, a war in the region, you know, the Israelis are seeing in themselves another operation in Gaza. This is a different ballgame. The next war, which will be a multi-border war, it would be unprecedented to anything Israel knew before, and it would be unprecedented to any of what our enemies knew before. So, and we should take this under consideration. That's the third concern. Just to mention that Hezbollah has today 150,000 rockets aimed towards Israel, and didn't say anything about Syria and Gaza and so on and so forth. The fourth concern has to do with the Palestinians. This is also a transition time. We don't know when the time of Abu Mazen will end, but it's quite clear that it's not going to be too long, and nothing good expects after the death of Abu Mazen. It will definitely change. If you would like, you can add a fifth one, and this is the transformation in Israel itself, of course, with the regime revolution that we see.
Dr. Weinstein, I'd like to go to another area altogether. We talked about politics and the geostrategy, etc. What about some of the changes that are happening, the processes that affect geostrategy? I mean, shortage of food because of Ukrainian war, etc. I mean about the global climate change, again, affecting food, affecting, I'm talking about immigration, again, affected by, and about the global economic crisis. From 2008, we are talking about the subprime, and then the Arab Spring and its implications, and then Brexit, and then Corona, and then Ukraine, all of them in 15 years, affecting everything from inflation to standard of living all around the world. How all these will come together, because obviously nothing good will come from them.
No, we're living obviously in a deeply interconnected world in which Russia goes into Ukraine, price of natural gas spikes, Europeans need to find new places for natural gas, food crises looming against a bigger backdrop of climate change and population shifts and the like. The deeper issue to me, beyond all of these things, is the lack of trust in the establishment in so many countries, which we see it here in Israel, we see it certainly in the United States. You've certainly seen it in Europe with both in Brexit and also in some of the more right-wing parties doing well in the European Parliament. Populist parties getting a majority of the vote in France now in the National Assembly. So we're at a really strange moment in which the kind of expertise and the kind of technocratic expertise that was supposed to lead us to solve the crises really found itself facing a massive challenge with COVID, finds itself finding a massive challenge with climate change, is unable to convince, to get the kind of democratic, the kind of democratic support that it needs to in order to deal with the kinds of crises that are oftentimes at heart are scientific, technical ones that the population can't understand. And so there's a crisis of consent that affects all of us as well. So it's a much deeper crisis, and one that given the multifold nature of these crises, I think we're going to be bouncing from crisis to crisis for some time.
And not only that, we see the polarizing of politics all around the world, meaning that the wise old man who used to be to do the both sides of the aisle for the greater good of the country, etc., it's no longer there. If you vote for the other party to what you perceive as the best of the country, you're a traitor to your party, to your people, to the people who sent you, and it will not be done. And it's, again, affecting U.S. politics, Israeli politics, and other politics as well.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing it in a big way in the United States. We've learned that the gray-haired man, and being one of them, doesn't necessarily have all the wisdom. And we've seen, even in the United States in the last few weeks, the Durham report on the FBI's investigation of Russiagate exposed just what a conspiracy it was to start this investigation. And it has a real impact on debates in our country where people no longer trust the institutions they should trust.
Ambassador, you said before, and rightly so, that there are many points of view to the world, and the West got used to it, that the Western point of view is the only legitimate one. Of course, it dictated it to the rest of the world. And I want to talk about democracy. I mean, for many, many years, all of us learned that democracy is the best, is the only one who can bring you prosperity and freedom, etc., etc., etc. We see today crisis of democracy all around the world, and people turning to places like your country to see, look, here is an authoritarian regime that works, that benefits the people, and where do we go from here?
Are we an authoritarian regime? I didn't notice.
Well,
look, democracy, authoritarianism, these are protean terms. There are many types of democracy, there are many types of authoritarianism.
Of course.
Not everybody looks at every aspect of every variant of Western democracy with great admiration. Mm-hmm. Not everybody looks at every aspect of every variant of authoritarianism with great abhorrence. Mm-hmm. These are two simplistic frameworks to analyze the world.
And of course, it's a continuity.
When you say democracy is in crisis, what you really mean is some Western liberal democracies have become much more dysfunctional than absolutely necessary. Mm-hmm. All democracies of every variant are to some degree dysfunctional by design, because power is distrusted, it has to be distributed. But some variants have become far more dysfunctional than absolutely necessary. Doesn't mean democracy, which is a big word, so big that it's practically meaningless unless you define it in more specific categories, mm-hmm. Is alive and well. Every country, even North Korea, defines itself as some variant of democracy. It's only a handful of countries, mainly in the Middle East, one in my own region, Brunei, that are still monarchies, absolute monarchies. So when you say democracy, when people tell me democracy is in crisis, I tend to yawn a bit and, and think about something else.
So when we say the democracy in crisis, what do you see that the world is going to be in the next 20 years? Because let's go back to history, places that you love, and after World War II, everybody thought that dictatorship is the future. 1924, Brave New World, these were the books, and the thought was that democracy will be in decline. It gained its peak at something like 2000, and from then again, more people are living under dictatorships or semi-dictatorships or authoritarian or populist regimes. Do we see again a clash of ideologies there?
Clash of ideologies never went away. It's just the different ideologies that were clashing change over time. I think it's wrong to look at history or international relations as having any particular direction. Mm-hmm. It's not a theological process that, up and on to some end. Democracy has many disadvantages, so has authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is better placed to set and pursue goals over the long term, but that's only an advantage if the goal you set is the correct one in the first place. Mm-hmm. And as we have seen, Putin's Russia, actually Xi Jinping's China, many of the goals set are not particularly good. So I don't really look at the world in the terms that you have sketched out. Okay. I see a world that is messy. It's always been messy. It's got a bit more messy here, perhaps because we are in a transition from one thing. But perhaps we are always going to be a state of transition. It's not wrong to think that you're going to transit to another stable state. It can be always a state of dislocated equilibrium, if you like put it that way.
And to your area of expertise, Professor Ganor, we see less, of course, because it's happening elsewhere. It's happening in Asia, in Africa, the terror attacks of Al-Qaeda, ISIS, etc., etc. So we pay less attention. But where do you see global jihadistic terrorism going in the next few years?
With your permission, Owen, I would like to refer to the previous question, and then I will answer that. I fully agree that there are many variants of democracies all over, but it reminds me of a discussion that I had more than 10 years ago with Condoleezza Rice. I spent my sabbatical year at Stanford. She just stepped out of her position as the Secretary of State, and she gave a lecture at Stanford referring to what happened a few years before, and this is the election that Hamas won within the Palestinian Authority. And she finished her discussion on that, and she said, you know what, I'm not that concerned from the fact that Hamas won the election, because democracy is stronger than Hamas. And I said to myself, what are you talking about? Democracy? Do you see any other precedent in which Islamist fundamentalists winning election and then being voted out? In a discussion that I held with her afterwards, I said, what if in one day, Islamist jihadist movement is winning an election, and the first thing they do, democratic election, first thing they do, they change the constitution into a Sharia law-governed constitution. Is this progressing democracy or going back? The answer was very interesting. After thinking, she said, I'm not sure there is a contradiction between a Sharia law-governed state and a democracy. Okay. Now, this is food for thought for the Israelis here about what is happening as we speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this very interesting
discussion. Very American way of looking at things.
Thank you, Dr. Weinstein. Thank you, Ambassador Kausikan. Thank you, Professor Ganor. Thank you all for listening. Have a great day.
Thank you very much to our distinguished panel, to Dr. Weinstein, Ambassador. So thank you very much to Professor Ganor. Thank you, Ori Nahari.
Thank you very much, dear friends. Thank you, Dr. Weinstein. Thank you, Ambassador Kausikan. Thank you.
Okay, after we faced global issues and we had a very profound conversation about that, we move on to the place where the last conversation ended, in fact. The last conversation ended with the question of democracy and where are we in the midst of this change of democratic forces. So that is what we will discuss right now. There's always kind of a bit of a stir between panels. So I'd like to now to invite Professor Asaf Mogadam, Dean of the Lauder School of Government, Diplomacy and Strategy here in Reichman. I'd like to invite Antonio Dimo.
For Security and Defense Analysis Greece. Hello, thank you for coming. You're welcome.
I'd like to invite Jonathan Servio, Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia.
Eric Lin, former Senior Advisor to U.S. Security of Defense. Hello, very welcome. Please sit here. ודוקטור דנה וולף, ראשת חטיבת...
Dr. Dana Wolf, Head of Law and Security Program in Lauder School of Government, Diplomacy and Strategy here in Reichman University, if you would.
Good afternoon, dear panelists, and thank you for being here with us at the Herzliya conference for this important discussion. We have a great challenge to cover a broad and critical topic in a very short time, so let's try and meet our goal. I will ask you first, Eric. It is argued that the main reasons for the crisis in global democratic order is geopolitical competition, and more specifically, the Russian war in Ukraine and the US-China rivalry. What do you think about this argument?
Thank you, Donna. I want to start by thanking you and my good friend Amos Gilad for inviting me to speak here today at this conference, and it's an honor to speak with my distinguished colleagues on the panel. So the question we're talking about today is the New World Order, and I think it takes us back to thinking about what the world order was like. We all remember the end of the Cold War and post-Soviet world where the United States was the superpower militarily, economically, and in perception. I want to make sure that I state here today as the American on the panel that, well, there are changes and that there are other poles to look at. You mentioned, obviously, China, and we'll discuss Russia as well. But I'm not sure that much has changed in the high level that we discussed about that same era. The United States still maintains the strongest and most effective military in the world. The United States economy is still the strongest in the world. And while there are challenges and competition between us and China, and while clearly we've seen what's taken place with the Russian military and the inexplainable decisions made by Vladimir Putin, I don't think that the world order has changed as much as those that perceive or like to write about it. I'll give you just a couple examples. First, the question that goes around this entire conference and any conference that I go to around the world. What will happen in the Russia-Ukraine war? I heard Amos Gilad give an excellent brief earlier where he believes that the fight will continue on and it's going to get bloodier. Sadly, I agree with that assessment. I also think that there is a key in 2024, in the next 18 months, as to how the Russia-Ukraine war will continue. And well, I don't want to be too accused of being America-centric. The elections in the United States in 2024 will, in my opinion, decide the ultimate outcome and end and conclusion of the war in Russia and Ukraine. We have heard, in my opinion, unfortunately, the two leading potential Republican candidates for president in the United States, former President Donald Trump and the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, both go on record saying that they would end the support of the United States to the people of Ukraine, to the military of Ukraine, and to the war effort of President Zelensky in Ukraine. And I want to say that if that should happen, then unfortunately we would see the ultimate demise of Ukraine and President Zelensky, and I believe that would be a big problem. I don't want to take too much time of my colleagues, but let me just make one more point about China. So many have looked at what China is trying to do in Africa and in the Middle East. Perhaps you'll ask a question about this, but let me just give one brief point. I've been asked 30-plus times about the agreement just being here a day and a half between the Iranians and the Saudis. Brokered, at least allegedly brokered, by the Chinese. What does that mean for U.S. leadership in the United States' role in the Middle East? And here's what I will tell you. The United States remains the only guarantor of peace agreements here in the Middle East and around the world. And I pose this simple question to you. I believe it was driven by Saudi desire to end the attacks of the Houthis that are supported by Iran. I also believe that should there be one violation of the agreement between the Saudis and the Iranians, it doesn't matter which country goes to China first to ask for enforcement of that agreement, it will be met with deaf ears. After the United States work on the U.S.-Egypt deal in Camp David, there were many details that the United States came to work with the Israelis and the Egyptians on. Should the Saudis come to the Chinese and say, look what the Iranians are doing, I need you to help fix this, the Chinese will not do so. Should the Iranians come to the Chinese and say, this is what the Saudis are doing, I need you to fix this, the Chinese will not do so. I give you that as an example for the world order as it is today. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll pick it up after we'll finish our rounds. And I just wanted to ask you, Professor Moghadam, do you, Asaf, I promised you to. Do you agree with the perception that we are facing the end of post-Cold War global order as we know it, which kept us, historically in a peaceful, orderly situation?
So I definitely think that the liberal democratic order is struggling. I think that it might be down, but it's not out. I definitely think that there are a number of indications why we are witnessing serious challenges to the liberal democratic order. I think, of course, one indication, I think maybe the most obvious indication is democratic backsliding, which we've been seeing, especially democratic backsliding, I think, is the first important indication, which, of course, we've seen in the last decade plus in a variety of countries and increasingly also in the heart of Europe. We've seen this in the United States. And I think that we've seen some unsettling signs also in Israel. Some could argue that the government might be using a very similar playbook than countries like Hungary and Poland. I think another indication that we're facing a challenge to the liberal democratic order is the growing great power competition. And I think the reason why this matters is because the United States is, historically like a beacon of democracy and a guarantor of the liberal democratic order. And so the rise of China and the rise of and Russia, the challenge posed by Russia, it's not just, I think, they're not just challenging the United States in terms of pure power politics, but they're also ideological challengers. And so I think that is an important issue. I think just one example, or one recent example that it gives us another indication of the challenge to the international order is if we look at the reaction by Western states to the Russia-Ukraine crisis. I think initially there was a lot of kind of lip service, siding with the West in condemning Russia. But if we look now, and I think the Economist Intelligence Unit has done a study, they found that just over 50 countries are siding with the West, 12 countries are openly supporting Russia, but about 120 or so cannot really be placed clearly in one side or the other. And so I think that is an indication. I think thinking about the reasons, so I think the reasons for why we're seeing these challenges to the liberal democratic order, I think there are obviously many reasons, but maybe four that I would point out. The first is, I think, really the weakening of the United States, and I absolutely agree that the United States remains, and hopefully it will remain for a long time, a dominant military and economic power, but still we've seen growing challenges, and I think we're certainly seeing the end of the unipolar moment of the 1990s. And I think the reasons for the decline of the United States can be found also in a variety of events, 9/11, the post-9/11 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the financial crisis of 2008, and so forth. So weakening of the United States, I think, is the first factor that has contributed to the decline of the liberal democratic order. A second one, I think, is the growing importance of the global South, which I think is not necessarily bad news. I think the South has accumulated in recent years, the global South, what we used to maybe call before the non-aligned movement, or way back, the third world. But the global South, I think, is definitely increasing its stature in the world. It has important raw materials like copper and lithium, which are very important for the technology. It has a lot of political power, and it has a lot of infrastructure needs. So I think that the rise of the South is another important. The rise of China, I think, is a third main cause for the weakening of the liberal international order. And I think China is important because in some ways it serves as a model of sorts to non-democratic countries of how a country can very quickly, literally maybe within a generation, become a leading economic power. And so it doesn't have to go through the democracy, through the democratic path, right? And so I think that can serve as a model to some other countries. And also I think China is important because it just offers another option to the global South in terms of building up their infrastructure. They don't have to go through Europe anymore. They can do it through China. And then finally, I would say that I think there's been a failure. Not a failure, but a backlash to globalization, right? Globalization, I think, was mainly an economic issue. But I think that, again, a variety of events have contributed to the backlash on globalization, the financial crisis of 2008, which weakened the deregulated capital markets. And then I think the COVID pandemic, and also I think the Russia-Ukraine crisis, have kind of sent a signal that the global interconnectedness is really problematic, right? Because a problem that affects one country will immediately affect other countries as well. So just as a final point, I think that if we look at the kind of narratives right now, I think free trade. I think we've also seen a weakening, for example, of the IMF and the World Bank. And I think that we're going back almost to protectionism and strengthening nation states, and so that is another important issue.
Okay, so thank you. It takes me to the question to you, Jonathan. So the mantra of the Western discourse on international politics was a liberal and rule-based world order, grounded in market economics and democracy and multilateral diplomacy. Do you think faith in this vision is just diminished based on what Asaf just said?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and I will address the question, but I'll say a few things before coming to the question. Now, had you invited me 2 years ago to this panel, I would have talked about the liberal world order, democracy itself, being challenged by geopolitical trends, but also internal developments. The way we work is changing, the way we get our information as individuals is changing. This is undermining every institution in our societies that matter, the free press, religion, leading obviously to major challenges, not only for the international system, but also for democracy itself. You didn't invite me 2 years ago. You invited me now.
That's too bad.
And the situation has gotten worse. I'm not going to talk about challenges. I'm not going to talk about crisis. We are, ladies and gentlemen, under attack. And the attack is not virtual, it's not intellectual. There's a war in Europe, the magnitude of which our continent has not seen since 1945. But more important than the magnitude of the military operation is that our neighbor, a major global nuclear power, a United Nations Security Council permanent member, is not just attacking one of its neighbors. It's attacking every core principle upon which we've built international order, every core principle of international relations, every core principle of European security. So whether we want it or not, and by the way, they do it without shame, without hiding the fact. The masks fell. There was war in Ukraine before February 24th of last year. It was a low-level, simmering conflict, unless you were the one that was getting killed at the moment, in which case it was a pretty big deal. But the masks were still on. You could still pretend at events like this, or on TV, in governments, that this is a regional matter, maybe even a local matter. Maybe it's an isolated problem. Well, then the masks fell. The Russians have made it perfectly clear that what they want is all of Ukraine. What they want is a fundamental altering of European security architecture. And they've unleashed a conflict with a magnitude that we have not seen since 1945. So whether we want it or not, at the end of this, the way this war ends, and all wars end, this too shall end, the way this war will end will establish new de facto norms of international behavior. It will either become the norm that aggression as a tool of statecraft, again, is usable, it pays off, or not. It will either become the norm that a larger state can, under certain circumstances, change its smaller neighbors' core foreign and security policy choices with the use of weapons, or not. It will either become the norm that a larger state can change its smaller neighbors' borders with force, or not. I can continue with this list. I printed out a few weeks ago, again, the Helsinki Final Act of 1975, the most basic of documents that governed European security, signed by the Soviets. The Russians are in violation of not some but all of the commitments made, and not in peripheral ways, but in the very basic core ways. So this war will change everything, making the outcome for us existential. We cannot allow it to become the norm that a larger nation can do what Russia is doing right now. We can't allow it to become the norm. As Estonia, as a small state that lives on the periphery of Europe, or as an international community. If we lose this notion that we are united by a certain set of principles and ideas, we as the international community, as those that uphold the rules-based international community, if we allow it to be proven that these words under certain circumstances are hollow, then we will lose the only thing that unites us. We're defined on the international stage to a certain extent by the things that we say, but more so by the things that we do. But even more so by the results that we manage to get. The results matter. Doesn't matter how well we behave right now, how much we provide the Ukrainians with military assistance, how well we've maintained Western unity, how good our statements are, the sanctions are pretty tough. None of this will matter. The only thing that matters is the outcome. The outcome. And now, finally, on a more positive note, to answer your question, and picking up from what Asaf said, we're democracies. The unipolar moment is over. There's many of us. So it's obviously messy and chaotic the way we come to a consensus, domestically, but also internationally. We come across as confused and confusing. We are confusing. But time and again, we've proven that you can push us only so far. So ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you, we are neither down and certainly not out. You think the sanctions are bad? You think our military support for Ukraine is significant? You haven't seen anything yet. You haven't seen anything yet. We're pushing back, and we shall prevail.
Thank you. We'll pick it up. Antonia, just connecting to everything that has been said so far, the geopolitical increasing competition actually open like a maneuvering space for, as you just said, the global south actors, for stronger states to be involved in the game, as Turkey and Iran and Pakistan and Saudi Arabia and maybe Egypt. How did that influence the crisis of the democratic world order?
Well, first, I would like to thank you for coordinating this panel and for Amos Gilad for inviting me in this very interesting conference. I haven't been here since the pandemic, so it's my third time I'm participating, and I'm so honored and thankful. Well, what I would like to say before answering to the core part of your question is that democracy is an evolutionary process. So democracy is not in crisis in terms of democratic principles. For example, the rule of law, freedom of election or being elected, freedom of religion, and other human rights. What is in crisis, and I come to that part of your question, is the democratic institutions and the leadership teams in certain countries that are supposed to express these democratic principles. Well, according to Freedom House, democracy has been under attack, has faced its most serious crisis for decades, back in 2017, when these democratic principles have been under attack by certain leaders throughout the world. And I would say that a renewed attack on democracy has been fueled by the pandemic since 2020, because autocracies responded to the pandemic in ways that served their narrow political interests, by silencing critics at the expense of the protection of public health and fundamental freedoms. And this practice has led to a diminish of the freedom of expression, which is a major pillar of accountability for the protection of fundamental freedoms and, of course, public health. Well, I tend to agree with whatever has been mentioned by my co-panelists. I agree with the four reasons that led to a setback in democracy, as Professor Asaf mentioned, but I'll add two extra reasons that I do believe they led to a setback in democracy, and that is the rise of populists and the malign influence of autocracies. So we have seen that populists primarily appeal to the anti-immigrant sentiment and pay little, if no attention, to civilian and political liberties. And of course, the authoritarian rules grip on political power at the expense of competence has shown the limits of the autocratic authoritarian models. So democracies should unite forces, as has been mentioned previously, in order to counter the diminish of the undermining of democratic institutions. So since the pandemic, we've seen that autocracies, they have paid attention not only to suppressing their publics internally, for example, by politicizing courts, state control over social media, zero tolerance on dissent, but they have also upgraded, uplifted their malign influence on other countries to undermine democratic institutions. For example, Russian malign influence and election interference in the United States of America has prompted the Department of Treasury to impose a number of sanctions on entities and individuals that have employed this kind of practice. And last but not least, what I would say is that undemocratic rule, as expressed by certain authoritarian countries that you mentioned in your statement, they can endanger economy, the economic stability and development, and political sustainability. As more countries become undemocratic, treaties crumble, and entire populations become turbulent. Therefore, I would reiterate that democracies should unite forces and demonstrate solidarity and vigor.
Thank you. So it leads me to my next question to you, Jonathan. about the statement that was passed in the parliament, the Estonian parliament, a few days ago, supporting the joining of Ukraine to NATO. How would that affect global world, democratic world order?
Well, first, it's important to give you a little bit of context. Ukraine needs our help. They're fighting a war for survival that eventually will determine what kind of a Ukraine we'll have, what kind of a Europe we will have, what kind of basic norms and principles we will have. And when people discuss the help that Ukraine needs, they often focus on the material aspects. And that's obvious that Ukraine requires military assistance, which Estonia is providing, and a number of other countries are providing. Ukraine requires financial assistance, humanitarian assistance, you can go down the list. But there's another resource that people, for who knows what reason, oftentimes leave out, that is as important in politics and international politics, is a part of politics, and that's hope. Hope. What the Russian armed forces are attempting to do in Ukraine today is not necessarily linked to key terrain, or control over key terrain that the Twitter experts are often focusing on. They're attempting to destroy hope that a better future is possible. A European, a Euro-Atlantic, a democratic future that the Ukrainian people chose. That is why they are keeping a meat grinder going on, conducting a war of attrition, but that's why they are also destroying Ukrainian civilian infrastructure far from the front lines. Hope is a resource in politics and in international politics. We are, as the European Union, as NATO, we are a strategic player. We want to be a strategic player. So in that strategic game, we need to focus on providing hope. No one is naive. Nobody believes that Ukraine is able to join the European Union and NATO tomorrow or by next week. We get it. We've also articulated clearly, both as NATO and as the European Union, that we see Ukraine's future, for as long as Ukraine so desires, and the Ukrainians do desire, we see Ukraine's future in those institutions. Okay, that's been established. The door is open, is what we've been telling the world for decades now. Good. What we need to demonstrate is that the pathway through the doorway is realistically attainable. That they're not sitting in the same place but making progress. Everybody understands it's difficult. We understand how difficult it is. We had to join these institutions. We weren't part of the founding members because we had visitors for 50 years, as you know. It's not easy. It doesn't have to be easy, but you have to believe that it's doable. So we're working hard as Estonia within those institutions to help Ukraine progress on that road. And we believe that the NATO Vilnius summit that is coming up in early July is going to be crucially important. EU decisions made during 2023 on whether we are able to open accession negotiations are incredibly important because, again, nobody is naive. Nobody only listens to the speeches that we make. They look at the decisions that we're able to make. And everybody also understands that there are 31 allies in NATO, 27 member states in the European Union. We need a consensus. It's not an easy process. The other thing the Parliament did, or the Parliament's statement, Estonian Parliament statement, demonstrates that I think is very important for people to realize, oftentimes overlooked, is that it's not just the big allies that have domestic politics. You know, we oftentimes discuss American domestic politics for good reason, and big allies' domestic politics. We have domestic politics as well. There are 101 members in our parliament. 95 of them proposed a draft statement, on a very strongly worded draft statement on why we think that Ukraine's future is in NATO and why we need to make those decisions. It was unanimously adopted. Now, Estonian politics, you're not experts on Estonian politics. I do not blame you for that. But I can assure you, it is as heated and emotional and competitive as American politics or Israeli politics. There's almost nothing else that our parliament can agree on unanimously. They agreed on this. So when our prime minister goes to international meetings, it is important for people to understand that she has a domestic audience as well. And so do the Ukrainians, and so do the Latvians and the Poles and the Germans. We all have domestic audiences. So when it comes to the unipolar moment being over and us needing to manage and unite as democracies, we need to recognize the challenge of this. It's going to be, it's hard work. It's it's a mandatory. We have to do it because it's no longer dominated by one big guy and then others following. We need to figure out the consensus line. It's difficult. But I think we as the European Union, with now 10 rounds of sanctions adopted and 11th soon to be adopted, we've proven that it can be done. It can be done because at the end of the day, there are more things that unite us than things that separate us. So eventually it's a matter of smart diplomacy that needs to bring us together.
Thank you. So it leads me to the next question and connects to your opening remarks. How would you relate to the argument that the US appetite for global leadership waned partly because of domestic politics? I mean, there is such an argument. And based on your comment, about the next administration and the war.
No, it's a good question, and obviously it's one that's being asked, and it's why I opened my remarks the way that I did, because while it's worthwhile to have a question, and while it's important to discuss it academically, and I think we can acknowledge that at least on the economic front, that there are some levels of degradation of the ultimate dominance and unipolar, where there is nobody else to go to. But I want to reiterate my point. The U.S. economy still is the strongest in the world. Obviously, domestic politics are affecting it right now. I do believe there'll be a compromise reached between the President and the Speaker of the House to avoid the catastrophic failure on the debt ceiling. But the economic desires to be supported by the rest of the world still remain, and people still come to Washington. The IMF is still based in Washington. The World Bank is still based in the United States. So I want to just make sure that the people listening today, whether here presently or online, understand that, well, there may be some level of degradation. It is minor, and the leadership of the United States is still there. Now, to your question, people ask often here in the Middle East, every time I come to Israel or Amman or other parts of the Middle East, why does the United States continue to talk about a pivot to Asia? The answer is precisely because of the conversation that we're having here today. Because the economy of China is growing. And while I personally feel that their steps towards military increase and military dominance, if we want to keep using that word, is much slower than anyone in China would want and that others perceive around the world. But economically, the Chinese continue to advance. We acknowledge that, and that is why we will continue, as the United States of America, to push our strength economically, as well as helping our friends and allies and working together with our friends and allies around the world. I just want to address, if I may, for a moment, a phrase that Asaf used earlier. He mentioned the non-aligned nations. And of course, those of us that are students of history, everyone here in the room remembers the non-aligned nations during the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union-supported nations and those that wanted to stay in the middle. And respectfully, I would say that as we look at the history, the leaders today that want to remain non-aligned don't have either the domestic political support nor the charisma of a Nehru, of a Tito, or of a Gamal Abdel Nasser. And so what we see now are people trying to play a game where they, one week, go speak with President Xi, and the next week they want to speak with President Biden. But if we're going to talk here in Israel, we'll use your phrase, if we're going to talk tachlis, at the end of the day, those countries want to be aligned with the United States. They want to receive the economic support from the United States. And it's only, in my personal opinion, not that of the United States government, in some ways an attempt to create jealousy or a way that they will pull the United States back in to support them by going to speak with the Chinese, not because their ultimate goal is to align themselves fully with the Chinese.
Thank you. We have short time left, and I want to make sure that we cover most of my questions. So it's not a secret, Tachles, that Israel is going through a major constitutional crisis, and I want to ask you, Asaf, how important it is for Israel to remain democracy for the stability of the Middle East as part of democratic world order.
So let me maybe start by just giving a shout out to Israeli democracy, because we've been here 75 years, very strong and vibrant democracy without any really major hiccups. I think that a lot of democracies that we do know have had at some point in their lifetimes some breakdowns, but here we've had 75 years of continuous democracy. While being in a pretty challenging neighborhood, and that I think is great. And I think that everybody who's been watching, the last few months has been very encouraged by we've had 20 weeks of protests, with massive numbers of people in the street, and so that I think is something that is very important. Now, I think that. There are some, even here in Israel, who might see some kind of a dichotomy that between democracy and security. And I think we've all have heard the argument that too much democracy might harm security. I really don't subscribe to this. I think that I think that there's been a lot also of academic research and policy research that has shown evidence to the contrary, that actually democracies make countries safer, stronger, and more secure. And on the other hand, autocracies, they are more engaged in conflicts, both external conflict, internal conflict. They have greater they have crime rates, violence against women, and so forth. So I think that I see democracies absolutely as strengthening security, and we should all strive towards strengthening democracies for that reason, among others. With regard to Israel specifically and its role in the Middle East, I think that democracy is extremely important in securing Israel, also vis-a-vis other countries in the Middle East, most of whom, of course, happen not to be democratic. One is, I think that Israel is of course, a very, very heterogeneous society, right? We have secular Jews, we have Arabs, we have Orthodox, we have religious Zionists, and I think that democracy, I think that the only way in which this, community, this very diverse community here in Israel can work is really under liberal and democratic values, and people can actually respect each other. So I think that it strengthens national cohesion, and I think that the stronger a national cohesion is, the stronger a country is also towards the external its external relations. Secondly, I think, and I think that I won't even try to say it better than Amos Gilad said it in his opening speech, but I think the most important alliance that Israel has, the most important element of its security is its alliance with the United States, and this alliance, as Amos Gilad has said, is based not only on shared interests, but more importantly, I think, even on shared values. And it is a code word. I think shared values is a code word for democracy, and so I think that by any kind of weakening of Israeli democracies will undermine also the U.S.-Israel alliance, and so that is an important enough reason to strive towards democracy. And third, also I think, and this was I think also mentioned by Amos Gilad, is that we see already some of the effects. The so-called judicial reforms, even just the discussion of the judicial reforms has already led to a lot of brain drain and exit financial movement out of the country, and so this is of course something that will also harm Israel's security in the long term.
Thank you. Last question, unfortunately, because I have many left. Only last one. What can be done to keep the democratic world order, to ensure it, based on your successful country as Greece, that is ranking very high in Freedom House index, as I just saw?
Yes, that's true. Greece ranks very high in the democracy index. In fact, under the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the current prime minister, where there's been a landslide victory in the general elections on Sunday that were carried out on Sunday, Well, Greece ranked 25th out of 167 countries, climbing 9 places in the democracy index of the Economist Intelligence Unit. Well, Greece has some very solid foundations, especially when it comes to parliamentary and other democratic institutions. Well, it supports civil liberties and, of course, a system of check and balances, I would say, along with the separation of powers, uphold democracy, tenacity and dignity and the rule of law. And it is in this context that Greek parliamentarians back in February and April of this year, they banned, these parliamentarians, they voted a legislation that banned a neo-Nazi political party and its leader, who has been convicted on criminal charges, and he's imprisoned from running in the May national general elections. On a separate, however, I would say, independent process, the Greek Supreme Court as well banned that same political party from the May elections in line with the spirit of the Greek Constitution. What does the Greek Constitution says? It says that any member of political party or political parties are banned from competing when they have criminal charges. It is, in fact, the first time that a political party has been banned since 1974, when democracy was restored in Greece, showing in practice the Greek judiciary's and the parliament's drive to protect democracy in the birthplace of democracy. And a final note on where do we head, and especially in the region and Israel that was mentioned by Professor Asaf previously. Well, Israel is a multi-party democracy that upholds political rights and civil liberties. I mean, protests were mentioned before, and this is a very important and very healthy, discourse in a genuine democracy. So I have to say that Israel also ranks in the democracy index in position 29th, above Poland and Hungary. And a strong and democratic Israel has been the hallmark of its relations with regional countries, with European countries, and the United States of America. Therefore, I would say that a strong Israel can serve as an example for other countries to emulate, and it will definitely lead to its uplifting at the regional and international levels.
Thank you very much.
Could I add one point?
Sure.
I just wanted to add that when you compare democracies, obviously compliments to Greece on their recent election. The state of Israel knows this from demonstrations and the population speaking. But removing democratic institutions and the backslide of democracy in Israel will certainly degrade that shared values that we have from the United States, between the United States and Israel. And I think that it's been made quite clear by President Biden and the current administration that his entire raison d'etre in his first election, defeating President Trump, was to bring democracy strength to the United States because of some internal issues that we're having with our own democracy. And there is no way for him to have that as his primary goal and still support allies that are degrading their own democracy. And I think that we're seeing that play out. Now, the relationship between the United States and Israel will always be strong, but it's also going to be based on the foundation of democracy and shared values.
Thank you very much for this comment, and thank you very much, participants, for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now break for lunch until 1:30, which means at 1:25, let's reconvene here to go on the next session. Thank you, and bon appetit.
שלום, שלום, בואו נראה.
Hello, let's see how I can get through. Hi, good afternoon. I hope you've eaten. I hope it was good. We'll continue the Herzliya conference. And the IPS has really organized something wonderful. And if you remember, right before the break, we talked about changes in the world and where democracy is in this. Now let's focus on Europe. So we talked about world architecture, we talked about our very adjacent neighborhood, and a lot is happening on this continent. Now we have a unique session with amazing guests, so we're going to invite the first two. It's going to be in two halves. The first two is going to be Carl Bildt, former Prime Minister of Sweden. Honorable Carl Bildt, please take your seat.
You should find your way, as I did somewhere. Not here, you can be here, here. Please, here you go. Dr. Tobias Linde, Minister of State at the Federal Foreign Office, Germany. Hello. Ambassador Mr. Kai Sauer, Under Secretary of State for Foreign and Security Policy Ministry. Here.
Okay.
Yes, here? No? Here. Here you go. And Mr. David Horowitz, ינחה פה את כל הפאנל.
Mr. David Horowitz is going to be our moderator from the Times of Israel.
And thank you for joining us on this panel. We'll talk a little bit about the war in Ukraine. We'll talk a little bit about the impact that this has had in Europe, and maybe a little bit about Europe and Israel at the end. Again, thank you for joining me on this panel. I'm a journalist. I have limited expertise on Ukraine, although I have a claim to fame, which is I interviewed Zelensky in Kiev in his presidential offices in January 2020. And before we get on to the meat, and I'm going to try not to speak too much and let our panelists speak, I just find it astonishing. I don't know if there's a precedent in history for the Zelensky story, that here's a guy who was a stand-up comedian, very smart, played in Israel, by the way, did comedy in Israel, wrote a TV series kind of gently mocking Ukrainian democracy, in the way of TV series is in this fictional saga. He becomes the president of Ukraine after he is heard criticizing Ukrainian democracy, and finds himself in real life, a very short time afterwards, the president of Ukraine in a country that discovers that it really, never mind its democracy being under attack, its very existence is under attack. It's just the most astonishing saga. I don't know how it's going to play out, and maybe that's what we should start by asking you. How do you think, I'll start with you, Prime Minister, how do you believe that the Ukraine war is going to play out? It's been going for 15 months now. There doesn't seem to be any kind of an agreement in the offing. What are your thoughts?
Well, the easy answer to that particular question is I don't know. But before elaborating on I don't know, let's go back to Zelensky. I agree with you. I met him for the first time in the before the first phase of the presidential election campaign X numbers of years ago. And he was a man very much searching for what he wanted to do. I remember we had a luncheon and discussed different issues. And his notion of war and peace, he thought peace was imminent with Russia. He did not want to talk about things like NATO. That wasn't on his radar screen. So he had a completely different agenda. Then I met him a couple of times when he was president before the war. To be quite honest, I wasn't overly impressed at that time. I think he had difficulties grasping some of the key issues of economic reforms and others. But then he transformed himself by sort of that particular phrase on the morning of the 24th of February, when the Americans got in touch with him and based on, in that particular case, faulty intelligence, said, do you want to ride out of Kiev? And he said, I don't want a ride, I want ammunition. And that particular phrase transformed the entire situation. And he turned into something very different from what, including himself, had seen himself as prior to that. And Now he does have transport around, but he still wants ammunition. So in that sense, the same thing. How will it be played out? It will be played out in two ways. First, obviously, what happens in the battlefield. This is a major war. I think some don't appreciate how big this war is. I mean, the front line is 1,300 kilometers as a long front line. We have a couple of 100,000 soldiers on each side, a couple of 100,000 soldiers on each side. How many tens of thousands of deaths we have on both sides, we don't know, but they're different figures. But they are very high. We have 5 million refugees, which is the highest numbers of refugees any conflict anywhere in the world at the moment. And that is, of course, impacting upon the European economy. We have an enormous expenditure of ammunition and arms. I mean, I don't know, I've lost count, but I think we are in the order of 1,200 and 1,300 missiles that the Russians, cruise missiles, advanced ones, and ballistic missiles, that the Russians have tried to sort of take out the infrastructure of Ukraine with since primarily September of last year. We haven't seen anything like, and then we have also, should be added, the declared aim of Mr. Putin is to get rid of Ukraine. I mean, he's explicit on that. And we haven't seen in Europe anything of that sort since 1939, when Hitler considered Poland to be something that we could be without, and launched that particular war. We haven't seen anything of the global scale since Saddam Hussein said Kuwait hadn't the right to exist. So it's a very major war, both in terms of resources, death, casualties, and impacts. How will it end? I said, one on the battlefield, the other in Moscow. At the end of the day, it's what happens in Moscow that decides how long can Putin carry on getting Russia around a war that even only semi-informed Russians must understand by now they can't win. They can't win. The only question remaining is when and how will they lose? Okay. And what will be the consequence of that? And that we don't know, but that will happen.
All right, but that's, that is an answer of sorts in terms of ultimately it is up to Putin to acknowledge that it can't be won.
Or the Russian leadership, whatever that is.
Or whoever
if there is such a thing. Yeah.
Okay. Tobias, let me come on to you. From a European, but also from a German perspective, at the very beginning of what you said there, and we were all conscious of this, on that Friday, that first Friday, apparently it was over. I mean, Russia was about to enter Kiev, and this was not going to last for any time at all. Ukraine was not going to survive. Well, it has. It was pulled together. It proved to be cohesive and unified, and it gradually, because of that first conversation that you spoke about, the world decided, oh, actually, we can't allow this country to be overrun. But is it sustainable? Will Europe stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes for Russia to maybe reach the conclusion that Carl thinks they will have to reach?
Yeah, for sure, it's an estimation, or it's part of the strategy of Mr. Putin that he expects some fatigue in the international community and the coalition supporting Ukraine. But I think Putin makes one big miscalculation. We are supporting Ukraine for sure for reasons of solidarity and for sure to defend the international rules-based order. The miscalculation of Mr. Putin is we are doing this also because of, and also as a European, I now say, of a German national security interest. If an alternation of borders by force in the 21st century somewhere on this planet becomes successful, it might give a bad example to others to repeat it. So it's in our own interest that Putin loses and Ukraine wins this war, because I'm totally convinced if Putin goes off the battlefield being incentivized, he might try the same again. Somewhere else in a few years, we shouldn't forget that this war started in 2014 and maybe it slowed down, it was never totally calm. But we shouldn't forget that. And so I think the miscalculation of Putin is that we are all only doing this for reasons of solidarity. And that's not true. And that's also the reason why also my chancellor says we will support Ukraine as long as it is necessary. And I'm speaking here as a representative of a country who does not have F-16. So there's no question about if Germany would deliver F-16 since we don't have one. But as Chancellor Scholz also said at the G7 summit, it's a signal to Mr. Putin that we are really honest in that sentence, as long as it is necessary. And if Putin tries to play on time, if Putin tries to put more and more and more badly trained soldiers into that war, we will sustain and we will continue. I'm totally with Karl, who said Russia cannot win this war. The question is, how will they lose it and when will they lose it?
Kai, can I ask you to weigh in on that, but also give us a little sense from the perspective of your country? Was Putin's capacity for aggression underestimated? I think, again, what we said at the very beginning there, the assumption was, do you want to ride to safety? Why didn't Europe see this coming? Why was Europe not better placed? Could it have been better placed to deter Putin? And what are the consequences of that shock now?
Yeah, in Finland we identify quite a bit with Ukraine. President Zelensky, he was visiting Helsinki a few weeks ago to meet with our president and the four prime ministers of the Nordic countries, and he himself paid respect to Finland defending itself in the war 1939-40, in the so-called Winter War against the invasion of the Soviet Union. The difference with our war then and Ukraine war today is that we received very little help from outside. We were largely standing alone. We had some help from Sweden and others, but not to the extent as Ukraine today. So that is the difference. But there's a commonality, and the commonality between these two wars, separated by 75 years, is that there's a clear aggressor, which is Russia, and a clear victim, which is Ukraine in this case. And I would second Tobias Lindner here that our motivation is to defend certain international principles like the territorial integrity and sovereignty of a sovereign state against aggression like this. When it comes to the decision-making for a future peace, I would point to the differences in the systems. We have Ukraine, which is a democracy with the prime minister, president, parliament, vivid civil society, and free media. So it takes a process to arrive eventually at some sort of a decision concerning when it's time to make peace. Whereas in Russia, you don't have these characteristics of a democratic society, and where the decision is made by one man or a small circle. So I think there's a big difference, and the responsibility for making the steps is with the aggressor.
Do you think the conflict, I'll ask you, but any of you can weigh in, has it brought Europe closer together? Has it given Europe a greater sense of cohesion and, by the way, of responsibility and a sense of stakes? I mean, a country was about to be wiped out.
Well, I mean, the answer is a distinct yes in all of these issues. I was foreign minister for a long time in different ministries. I've probably been through 100 meetings of the Council of Ministers of the European Union. And one of the most difficult issues we always had was Russia policy. Because there were fairly profound divisions on Russia in the European Union. Some were more sort of more aware of what might happen, and some others say not going to happen, and you are in the past, and whatever. That disappeared on February the 24th. And there has been an amazing, even to me, surprising, amazing unity demonstrated by the European Union. And the transformation that we've seen in different countries. Germany is often highlighted, but I mean, you can go to you look at public opinion polls in a country like Portugal, which is not a neighbor of Russia or Ukraine. It's about as far as you can get from that particular place, still within Europe. And opinion poll support for Ukraine and for what the EU is doing is on Swedish or Finnish levels. So it's been an amazing demonstration. And then things have happened that I considered unthinkable. I remember long discussions on setting up something called the European Peace Facility. That was highly controversial because it meant that EU was doing things that we were supposed to finance African Union peacekeeping operations in Somalia and those sorts of things. That was very controversial. I'm quite certain, I don't know about the Green Party in Germany, if you were, but I can see, I knew parties in Sweden were against. Now that particular facility, that particular fund, is used to buy ammunition for the Ukrainian army. Billions for buying ammunition for the Ukrainian army. I mean, unthinkable things have happened. And add to that, of course, we've had a significant strengthening of the transatlantic bond, which is important in itself.
Tobias, obviously this is speculative, but maybe you can shed some light. Do you see things getting worse before they get better? You know, we heard about the danger of some kind of tactical nuclear weapons used by Putin. Is that unthinkable now? Is the supply of F-16s going to be a game changer in Ukraine's favor if we get to that stage? You know, how vast conflict, vast use of weaponry, in millions of people made refugees. Have we seen the worst of it?
So let me start by adding one more thing to Carl, and it's not about the Green Party and our behavior to the European Peace Facility. It's about the European Union. You know, the usual discussion, I think, Carl, you agree when speaking about the European Union in terms of security policy is, yes, we have to get more efficient, we can support NATO and fulfilling capability. That's normal and partly annoying discussion because it's the usual narrative. But what we have witnessed on February 24th is that the European Union is also a security actor because it's the only body in Europe that is able to enforce sanctions, and sanctions are a part of our deterrence and defense. So not only for that reason, but for that reason in special, it's the European Union who is also necessary in terms of defending and deterring Russia. With respect to things getting worse, you know, it's not my job about describing horror scenarios. Nothing is impossible. It's not impossible that aliens appear here on the stage and take us as hostages, so it's not impossible that Putin one day has the idea to use tactical nuclear weapons. I cannot tell you that the probability is at zero, but I'm totally aware that the Russian military is very skeptical, is very careful in that regard. That's my first point. My second point is Putin. He's an intelligence guy. He tries to destabilize, to test our societies, especially the German society. You know, we just phased out of nuclear energy. Is very sensitive to all nuclear issues, be it tactical nuclear missiles, but also be it the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia, where you can see attacks. So I take this, or refugees, other things. I take that as part of Putin's game, trying to destabilize, to make European societies nervous. But in the end, you know, he tried it a few months ago and he didn't succeed. So my guess is he will not succeed in the future.
Do you have a read, Kai, on what is going on in Moscow with Putin, specifically with people around Putin? Is he in any way, is he weakening? Is he perceived as growing weaker within Russia?
Well, first, let me say that the Russian aggression has been a kind of a great uniter, and it has probably had the completely adverse kind of effect from what Putin originally aimed at. It has united the US Congress, it has united Europe, it has united the transatlantic relationship, it has pushed Finland and Sweden to NATO. So a long list of events which is weakening the Russian global and regional position. You mentioned the nuclear arms and their usage of tactical nuclear weapons. And I think you need to be very careful with that, also from the Russian perspective, because even threatening with nuclear arms has kind of a rejection, a consequence internationally, globally. You have a reaction from countries which are closer to Russia, India and China, warning against using the weapons. The Russian brand would severely suffer after using nuclear weapons. And I think it also would mean admitting a defeat in terms of conventional warfare, which is something I don't think Russia would really like. When it comes to the situation in Moscow, of course we don't have an insight into a very protective environment. We have still our embassy in place, which has a certain communication with the Russian authorities and with the Russian society, and I think what we observe is not very positive.
All of you, Europe is not about to try and impose terms, correct? I get that from the thrust of what you were saying. You've all said here, right, it's basically for Putin or those who control Russia to belatedly reach the conclusion that this was a disaster and unacceptable and they have to stop. Zelensky is not in any mood to compromise, that's correct? And you don't see any, is there a mediation role? How does this, again, I come back to that first question. It doesn't play out until Putin stops?
That's roughly it. Ukrainian society is very determined. I don't think we have detected a single voice in the Ukrainian debate and in public discourse saying anything else than they want that territory under control. Are there people who are ready to stand up and say we can't do it, we have to have a compromise? We haven't heard anyone saying that, as a matter of fact. It's amazing. And they are also determined that they will win, realistically or not, but they are determined on that. So that's, and our position is, of course, then sort of not only the European Union, G7, and what is that you can't, aggression is not to be allowed. That's a fundamental principle of the international order. You can't acquire territory, dismember states. You can't abandon states by aggression. I mean, these are fundamental principles of international order.
Can I interrupt you and be a little impertinent in a polite way? It only didn't work because this guy emerged and his nation wouldn't allow it to happen. Europe was not riding to his rescue that weekend. Once they had gathered themselves sufficiently to show that they were going to put up a fight, then these wonderful principles came into force, but only because Ukraine had that initial will and strength. Is that not the case?
Yes, you can say that, but it happened very fast. I mean, the decisions on sanctions came very, very fast. I think faster than any of the three of us would have anticipated, as a matter of fact, because that had been coordinated to a certain extent across the Atlantic prior to that, not knowing that it was certain that it was going to be used. And my own country, to take it, Sweden, I mean, there was sort of a hesitancy for a week or a couple of weeks, but then I was abroad at the time, but how surprised I was when I heard that the Swedish government had decided to deliver 15,000 anti-tank weapons. I didn't know that we had 15,000, I have to confess, and by the way, we don't have that any longer. Which was an amazing turnaround by the Swedish government that in the first days say, can't be done. And the same thing happened everywhere. So I think we accelerated faster than anyone had thought was possible due to a very strong reaction of public opinion in our countries. I mean, they saw war coming back to Europe, and it wasn't the sort of, I spent a lot of time with the Balkan Wars, but those were fairly small scale by comparison. This was big.
And so manifestly, I mean, obscene, right? It was not, it was hard to find a plausible justification, right?
This was outright aggression. This was September 1939 again.
And it pushed two of your countries to move to NATO in a way that you hadn't before. In retrospect, should Sweden and Finland have been on the road to NATO long before? Did you underestimate the potential threat of Russia?
Well, yes and no. I mean, history didn't start on the 24th of February 2022, We had Crimea in 2014, we had Georgia 2008, and in the early 90s, Russia created a number of frozen conflicts around its borders. If you look at Russia, it's a country with 14 neighbors. It has a border with 14 other countries. And if you make the calculation, 2 out of those 14 or can be considered friendly to Russia. It's a country with 11 time zones, a tremendous landmass. So their claim that NATO is, or the neighbors, Ukraine is a threat, a military threat to them, I don't think it's credible. Now, when it comes to our NATO process, we have been partners with NATO since 1994, intensified, enhanced opportunities partners since 2014. So we were only a step away from NATO until the circumstances changing created by Russia made us to choose or take the final step and plug in with NATO, formally. And of course, our membership is a positive step, but I like the slogan very much. It is not complete without the Swedish membership. Then we have all the five Nordic members or Nordic countries as NATO members, which is a tremendous addition also to NATO's capabilities.
Can I ask you, Tobias, from a German perspective, tell us, I think everyone here would be interested, given Germany's particular history, how has this brazen aggression impacted German public opinion? What has the German public wanted its government to do? How have you reconciled desire to have Germany not constitute any kind of potential aggressive military force with the need to help defend a country in Europe and so on? All of that would be interesting for us.
Okay, how long do we have time? But let me make a few aspects, and maybe I'm a little bit simplifying the things. Germany, after its history, for good reasons, I consider our society being a pacifist society, being always reluctant in the use of military power when it comes to deployments within the United Nations, as well as on the issue of defense. I was defense policy spokesperson of my party in the parliament when we had been in opposition, and I can tell you, you cannot win any electoral campaign debating about security or defense policy. People asking you, why are you spending 2%? Why are you not spending it for kindergartens or for schools? And that has changed, and also many Germans had, I would say, a naive imagination of Russia. They have spoken of a certain special relationship or something. My party was always skeptical. We were always opposed to Nord Stream 2. So that was not such a big move for my own party. But right now, I think there are 3 lessons learned out of the Russian war of aggression. First of all, we need to support Ukraine for our own purpose to be, as I said at the beginning. Second, we have a certain obligation to the security of our European neighbors, especially for our Eastern European neighbors. That's the reason why we are increasing our investment into the armed forces, why really defense at the core is back. We are investing, for instance, in ammunition. We are setting up a ready brigade for the defense of Lithuania. We have the largest army on the ground in Europe, so we have some obligation, some responsibility for security. And the last lesson is we need to have a broader scope what security means. So it means for sure defense at the core, but it also means cybersecurity. It means the resilience of our societies against fake narratives. It also means a good energy policy. I'm a politician of the Green Party, and for too long people said, oh, protecting the climate, doing renewables, that's some nice stuff for the easy days when you don't have bigger problems. And for too long we have been too dependent from Russian gas. So investing into a sustainable and independent energy infrastructure is also part of our defense and our resilience.
Can I ask you, with your many years of experience, to some extent, this war, I wouldn't say it came out of nowhere, but it shocked Europe. Are there other concerns that you have about potential aggression elsewhere on the continent? Are there concerns that you have about democracy eroding in Europe? Where are the other flashpoints that worry you at the moment?
Well, I think this one is going to worry us for quite some time, because even if, say, that Mr. Putin was going to fall under a bus tomorrow or later today, I think that what remains of Russian leadership would be interested in getting out of this war rather fast, but that's not going to be that easy, because then we have all of the questions of recovery and responsibility and all of those things. I think we're going to spend at least, even under that assumption, we're going to spend 10 years or something like that, trying to get some sort of something that could probably be called peace in the east of Europe. So this is going to be a long-term issue. And add to that, of course, that we have now opened the door very clearly for Ukraine to become a member of the European Union. That's not going to happen next week, but it's going to happen over the next 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years or something of that order. And that will also cause transformations of the European Union itself in different respects. So even if the war starts tomorrow, the aftershocks of this particular war is going to dominate us for the next decade or something like that. Are there other concerns? Yes, there are. We still have not brought sort of complete stability to the Balkans after the wars there. The enlargement process isn't completed. There's been a couple of hiccups. There still are, by the way. But that needs to be completed as well. Then we live in a world which is Africa. Look at the demographic expansion of Africa and the effects that you see that in the refugees that are coming, or people moving anyhow, whatever you call them, across the Mediterranean. In the Sahel, things are going extremely badly on every possible indicators. The Middle East is our immediate neighborhood. We are, in contrast to Americans and others, what happens here impacts directly upon our societies. So we live in a fairly volatile environment, to put it in those terms.
I just want to highlight one thing you said there early in that answer. So this is really one man's war, as far as you can tell. He falls under a bus. They will want. That's what would.
I mean, one of the most interesting things that you can watch is which they televised, or at least partly, is the meeting of the Russian National Security Council on the Monday, whatever it was, about the 20th or something like that of February, when he sort of called in the National Security Council, and that's the only people he meets. He never meets the government. Doesn't happen. And by the way, he has not met in person the National Security Council since that meeting. Every other meeting since then had been video. But he called them in and questioned them individually if they supported his policies. And most of them, at the end of these, they said, well, perhaps, but they all tried to wriggle out of it. There wasn't, with one exception perhaps, anyone who showed anything, even remotely looking like enthusiasm for where they were heading. There was one person who was very close to him who explicitly said, this is wrong, there's going to be catastrophe. He was cut out and hasn't been heard of since. So it was him himself who launched this particular war, because he's been obsessed with the vision of restoring old Russia. And he's obsessed with that he thinks he has the historical task of conquering everything that Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great and Catherine II had, and he can't contemplate a Russia that is smaller than that. But he's fairly alone in that. Otherwise, I mean, even Swedes can have nostalgic visions of what we did in the past, but we don't intend to conquer anyone.
Please, Tobias.
I don't have a real disagreement to Carl, so I totally agree that Putin is a lonely man. He's caring about his role and Russia's role in history, while at the same time, you shouldn't be naive. The Russia after Putin most likely will not be better, most likely will not be easier. So the epochal shift, we call Zeitenwende in Germany, so the epochal shift in our security policy that will sustain, it needs to sustain, because we cannot expect Russia to become a peaceful and responsible player on the international sphere. Russia has chosen sides with China, and I say this here in Israel, also with respect to Iran. They are giving something to Iran in regard to the delivery of drones, and this is something we all need to take care about, also for the time after the war.
You want to add something? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, maybe a word on China, since we haven't breached that subject yet in this context. I think China has an interesting role to play here. China is a rising power, but in order to sustain and build up this power, I think you need to earn a trust with the international community and with your so-called partners and clients. And how do you earn that trust is by respecting certain common rules and institutions. And if you listen to Chinese statements, they have a reference to two principles, and those principles are territorial integrity and national sovereignty. So if China wants to earn the trust of the international community, they should also apply these principles in the context of Ukraine if they want to become a credible mediator. I think that's a precondition for that. And what is interesting as well, I mean, you saw last week during the G7 summit, there was another summit, a summit on Central Asia, where China had convened the leaders of countries which are bordering Russia or very close to Russia, but not Russia. So I think the traditional sphere of influence of Russia, the Ruski Mir, it is under pressure to transform.
We've got very little time, but we can't not talk about Israel a little bit. So any of you who want to weigh in, because how this conflict, how this war, has it impacted Europe's attitude to Israel in any way? Has it made Europe more conscious? Well, actually, little countries can get roughed up terribly by aggressive neighbors. Has it promoted sympathy for Israel the other way round? Or just irrelevant to the discourse?
I don't think it's had any sort of major impact. I mean, that there was, of course, an element of Israeli wavering, because
a need to mitigate security concerns across the northern border and so on. Sure.
Whatever. But an element of wavering, which led to question marks in Europe in the beginning. No question about that. And I think there's been an attempt by Israeli side to be move somewhat on that particular issue. And there was, of course, an Israeli attempt to do some mediating in the beginning that fell rather flat, rather fast, because there was no interest in that from the Russian side. But otherwise, I don't think there has been any impact that I'm aware of.
I would almost share this assessment, but
is that a diplomatic way of saying I completely disagree? I just want to understand.
I don't have any fundamental disagreement, but
Tobias is in office. Yeah. I'm not.
No, I think every one of us has been several times to Kiev, and usually politicians are not used or not very often go into a shelter when there's air alerts. So maybe if just one aspect, it gave you a little bit of understanding. It's always comfortable in Europe. You're sitting in a nice chair in the evening, watching the TV news, and you see rockets being fired on Israel. And to understand what it means to shelter and to put your trust into the Iron Dome, into the air defense, maybe it gives you a personal feeling what that means, and it makes you a little bit humble in terms of giving advice from the sideline.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Kai.
No, not much to add. Former Prime Minister, politician in office. I'm a diplomat. I'm a civil servant, so I'm even more muted on a certain subject than my fellow speakers. But I think there's a lot you can do even without compromising your own vital interests. And you can send messages, you can do strategic communication, and I think this rhetoric coming from Russia about denazifying Ukraine is definitely something you can counter with your own messaging.
So I'm a journalist and I have no obligations to anybody, which is wonderful. I would just say, and hey, I get the last word because we're out of time. In terms of Israeli public opinion, I don't think any wavering. I think a great sense of identification, not only because Zelensky happens to be Jewish, but because of what I said, a little country and the people next door, barreling in. I think I know where the Israeli public stands. We're out of time. I thought this was fascinating. Thank you to our three panelists. And see you again, I hope. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay. We're going to move right on to the next session in just a second. So thank you to, whoops, that's very loud. Thank you to our super panelists. And I'm going to invite the next group of panelists to join me, what do we call this, on the stage? Mr. Oleksiy Arestovich, former advisor to the office of the President of Ukraine, who I hope is here. Good. Pleasure to meet you. Wherever you like, I think. The Honorary Roderick Kiesewetter, member of the German Parliament. Dr. Benedetta Berti, Head of Policy Planning in the Office of the Secretary General, NATO. The Honorary Ivan Lewis, former UK Shadow Secretary of State, the Labour Party, CEO of the Focus Foundation, CEO of IL Associates UK. And Dr. Emmanuel Navon, CEO of the European Leadership Network, ELNET. Okay, so we're going to move on. I want to kind of start with you. We talked a little bit in the last panel about President Zelensky, the leadership role, the personality, but you presumably have lots of inside wisdom on this extraordinary individual who, I don't know, is it an exaggeration to say, who kind of galvanized and held the country together? You worked with him very closely until just a few months ago, right?
Yes, and what is the question?
Tell us about how he operates, what the strains upon him, how he's managing.
He dramatically changed from the previous wartime for this time. He changed just for the 1 month of the Kiev was surrounded by Russians and the war was starting. And I never seen the person who changed so dramatically for this short of time. One exception, it was the Chancellor Scholz, which came to the Bucha, and he entered Bucha one person, and after 3 hours he came out completely another person. And after that, we see the German policy dramatically changed for Ukrainian side and anti-Mr. Putin side. But President moved from the step to step, and first my thinking when I see him just in the morning of the 24th, it was just how he can manage with all of this weight of the war. And he managed completely incredible. He collect all symbolic capital from Ukrainians on himself. He doing like a head of the commanders. And he get and be a person who could make very offensive decision. not defensive decision, not thinking about how we can avoid some problems or something like this, just offensive decision. He completely changed the manner of decision making. And now he managed Ukraine, all armed forces, our diplomacy, our country, like a very strong and strictly leader.
And is certain that Ukraine will prevail, that Russia will be forced back completely, that the world, I mean, he's been disappointed with some of the support he's had internationally, but broadly speaking, he feels support is growing, that things are moving in Ukraine's favor?
Last polls in Ukraine shows us that 87% of Ukrainians thinking about pulling Russia out just for the last soldier. And it's, I don't remember in the democracy of history of democracy country, so United Nations and government. It's all Ukrainians thinking about one thing, to pull out Russia again, because every time, every minute where Russians stand on our territory, it's a new butchers. We found in Kherson the prison for the torture the children, which is eldest was 14 and previous was 11. They tortured our children, and that's 11 prison in Kherson. We found in Izum 2 more big graves of our victims, and the first grave, it was, I could be mistaken, but it's about more than 400 victims. Only 8 of them was adult men. It was children, adults, and women. And we found right now 2 more, but it's mined from Russians, and we can't start to grow out, the grade out. It's a terrible thing. Where is the Russians stay? If we fight with the European countries, sorry, it's for the European rules, it could be negotiations. Now we're thinking no negotiations with Russia because they use our people, they collect our people, they conscript our people and use it against us. And from Donetsk and Lugansk region, it's about more than 60,000 killing people. It's our Ukrainian citizens. The Russians use it against us. Right. They torture our people. They take our goods and our things, and it's completely like the Mongols in 13th century. You know, it's absolutely the same way. We can't leave any one soldier on our territory because it means they will kill and torture our people. That's why this is a problem.
Thank you. Can I ask you, Roderick, about you had a mention there about a radical shift in German attitudes. Maybe tell us about the evolution of German thinking on this war and Germany's response to it.
First of all, thank you for the invitation to Elnet and to Amos Gilad. I'm really delighted and grateful for the question. Why? In our caucus, CDU-CSU, in 2014 and 15, we had a dissent amongst the security politicians and those who are addicted to economy. And at that time, the German answer to the Russian aggression against Ukraine and the occupation of Crimea was Nord Stream 2. And I was an opposite of that. But it wasn't the majority. So the changing shifted also due to some members of parliament and in the German political environment who constantly mentioned this mistake and the increasing dependency from Germany of Russian gas, oil, and coal. So this changed only in the beginning of the war, when the Chancellor spoke his famous speech regarding the shift of time there. And I believe the German public was much more progressive than the majority in the parliament. And then, after the speech, also in the parliament, things moved. And in the end of April, we had a vast majority, nearly 600 out of 720 members of parliament, voted for a very clear support, not only in the civilian and psychological medical area, but also for heavy weapons for Ukraine. But the government did not exploit it. So we were witnesses of nearly 6 to 7 months of a kind of break inside the German domestic policy, whereas the opposition and the Greens, opposition CDU and the Greens, supported more effort. The Chancellery made a kind of breaking, or kind of using brakes, better to say, regarding the planning, industrial planning for the preparation of the armament support and production, and the planning of the delivery of heavy weapons. So this changed then in January tremendously, and now we are really one of those supporters who are not only speaking, who are also delivering. And I believe this needs a change in the mindset, but also it was a result not only of domestic pressure, but also by neighbor countries who were very convincing to support a stronger German endeavor in this issue.
Thank you. Benedetta, I want to come to you. We talked in the last panel, we had representatives from 2 countries, one of which has just joined NATO, one of which is about to join NATO. NATO, I mean, Ukraine is not a NATO member. The alliance did not apply. Nonetheless, you know, give us a sense of whether NATO feels that it failed to deter Putin, or is that an unrealistic question? Is he deterred from further expansionist ambition? Is NATO actually strengthened and given greater purpose by the war in Ukraine?
Okay, easy question. Let me try to make a few points, starting with your latter question, which is what is NATO thinking? And I would say that from a NATO perspective, the real wake-up call for the alliance came in 2014 with the illegal annexation of Crimea. Meaning that from our military planning perspective, that's when the penny dropped, that some of the post-Cold War assumptions about security, defense, the notion that the Euro-Atlantic area was essentially an area of stability, peace, one where you didn't have to invest as much in the territorial defense of allies, those assumptions were invalidated in 2014. And that's why I joined NATO working for the Secretary General in 2017. And what I found was an alliance in the midst of the deepest military adaptation since the end of the Cold War, exactly to rebuild our ability to do deterrence and defense, to rebuild our ability to do territorial defense of Europe. So a series of decisions that were instrumental, I think, over the last year were actually taken after 2014. The decision to increase defense spending, which remains essential. You cannot deter and defend convincingly if you do not have the means, if you do not have the capabilities. So the commitment to spend 2% in defense was actually a direct result of Russia's aggression against Ukraine in 2014. The rebuilding of our forward presence, which led after Russia's new culmination of this war in February 2022 to go from 4 battle groups on our eastern flank to 8, and to really thicken our eastern flank with air defenses, pre-positioned equipment, more troops stationed to send a clear signal of deterrence and defense. So there's much I could say, but the bottom line is the beginning of the military transformation that is being so essential, and it's really, I think, an historical shift, not just for NATO as an alliance, but for the transatlantic community, and even more for Europe. Again, this shift of mindset, security is not assured, peace is not assured, you have to invest in defense. All of that started in 2014. So in that sense, I do think there was a lot in place. And had those decisions not been taken and the military adaptation not had started, there is no way that after February 2022, NATO could have activated its defense plans within hours, or deployed 30,000 troops within days. All of this was work that had been done before. That said, I think there's no question that for the broader public, the February 2022 was when the penny finally dropped. The post-Cold War era peace dividend is over for us, and we really need to step up to the plate. Your question about is this a failure of deterrence? I think we can all have different answers. My personal 2 cents is that there's a lot that we need to reflect upon. First of all, in terms of taking potential authoritarian competitors seriously when they tell us what they plan to do. President Putin had not been shy about his designs. You could go back to his 2007 speech at the Munich Security Conference and read it word for word. He told us, I do not believe in the post-Cold War security arrangement. It doesn't work for me. I want my sphere of influence back. He told us what he was going to do. Could we have taken that more seriously as a transatlantic community, as international community? I think so. It's a lesson, hopefully it's a lessons learned. So take authoritarian competitors more seriously. Do not try to appease those who understand strength and force, but try to be resolute. And I think another lesson that we're learning is do not create one-sided strategic dependencies on those actors. And we're learning that when it comes to our one-sided dependency on Russian oil and gas, which we are bringing a fast halt to, but maybe projecting into the future, let's think about one-sided dependencies on the PRC, for example, so that we don't sleepwalk from one dependency to another. So there's a lot that we can learn, not as NATO exclusively, but as the transatlantic community, or as, dare I say, as the political West.
Okay, thank you. Ivan, I want to come to you and just ask you, first of all, I guess from a British perspective, Britain post-Brexit, Europe grappling with a war, how has Britain's exit from the EU affected its capacity to be at the heart of what's playing out here? Is there something particular and British about the response to the invasion?
I'm not sure. I ought to say, I think, before, to clarify in terms of what Carl said, I have no connection with Ivan the Terrible, by the way, before we go any further. I think the serious answer is that Britain was pretty first to show its support for Ukraine. Boris Johnson, for all his critics, was absolutely clear from the beginning. People can be cynical about the domestic challenges he had at the time, but Britain was exceptionally clear about where it stood from the beginning. I think, to be fair, the EU was too. I think the debate in Britain that's quite complex is how do you disentangle the cost of living crisis, the inflation, the economic challenges that we face? How do we disentangle the effect of the pandemic at Ukraine from leaving the European Union? It's quite a difficult debate to be had. So I think that that's the impact in terms of the UK. In terms of some of the other comments that have been made, I think it's really important to try and analyse how we got here, which is what you were saying earlier. I mean, it seems to me that when the West is weak, it sends a signal to rogue leaders that there is an opportunity to take advantage. I don't think it's that complicated. We had, starting with President Obama, a retreat from the world. That continued under Trump. We then saw Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, not the fact that America withdrew, but the way that America withdrew. That sent messages time and time again of weakness. And it seems to me if Putin is looking rationally and objectively at the likely reaction from the West, he's got a reaction he never expected, if you look at that empirical evidence. So I think that that in itself is a very, very important lesson. I think that if you look at moral clarity, rules-based world order, often that hasn't been applied to a superpower because we've been scared of the consequences. So we said, here's all the rules, here's all the moral norms that we believe are appropriate in terms of aggression, in terms of human rights, but there's going to be exemptions with countries that, frankly, are too powerful. So we've demonstrated in this set of circumstances that that is not the case. And I think there are, major wider implications. If you look at China and Taiwan, we know the noises that China are making, but I suspect the way that the West has reacted, the way the European Union, NATO has reacted in such a unified, strong and clear way, will make the Chinese think perhaps differently than they would have thought if that hadn't have happened. Nobody's mentioned the fact that, frankly, the Biden administration was very keen to accelerate progress towards an Iran nuclear deal. The only reason that progress has halted is the alliance that Russia and Iran have formed in relation to Ukraine. And in my view, that's a really good thing, by the way. There will be different opinions in this room, but there's absolutely no doubt that there was every possibility. At the end of the day, Russia was actually being used as our main proxy, the West's main proxy, to try and get Iran to sign up to that nuclear deal, which I think some people in this room would regard as being flawed. So there are major, wider implications. And I would also say that leadership is a very important issue here, because if you look at the challenges the world faces, I would argue for generations who never went through the last World War, the challenges we face are more complex and concerning than they've been for generations. And in that space, you need great leadership, not average leadership, not bog standard leadership, but great leadership. And I think it's only fair to say, if you look objectively at the quality of leaders around the world, Zelensky really is the only leader, I certainly feel, that one can respect. We can all talk about the pros and cons of different leaders around the world, but if we're talking about truly great leadership facing up to the great contemporary challenges, I think there is only one leader. And that, by the way, should cause us a great deal of concern. It's not necessarily something that should be a source of celebration. But Zelensky has really, in that sense, shown us what leadership should be all about.
Right, thank you. I mean, some of that you were discussing with me before. I want to come on, Emmanuel, partly in the context of what Ivan said, and also a little of what Benedetta said about taking seriously powerful people who issue threats. So we haven't talked much in this session about Israel, but Israel in the context of, hey, Russia threatened, Russia acted. Iran is threatening us. Changed attitudes to Iran, a will for appeasement in parts of the international community that has likely been staved off, certainly been impacted. Give us a little of the Israeli perspective.
Well, I don't know if there's one Israeli perspective, because as we know in Israel, there's always more than one opinion, as we know.
Honestly, I had no idea.
I had no idea about it, right? But I think that from Israel's perspective, what happened in Europe and what was described as by Chancellor Scholz as a Zeitenwende, a historical change, a new era, is something that definitely has impacted on Israel's relation with Europe, because it's a I would say it's a post-end of history Europe that totally takes into account the threat of war on its continent, the largest military conflict since the end of World War II. And now, of course, you have this military cooperation between Russia and Iran. Now, we also know that Russia is trying to undermine the US-led order that was partially implemented after World War II, could not be fully implemented because of the Cold War and the competition between the US and the Soviet Union, and of course the fact that the Security Council was neutralized by the veto powers demanded by and obtained by Stalin. And this US-led order became possible only with the end of the Cold War. But today, Russia, I mean, it's been one of the objectives of Putin since he first came to power in 1999, and it started with the war in Chechnya, was to try to rebuild the Russian Empire. He's described the collapse of the Soviet Union as, quote unquote, the biggest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. And since the United States is Israel's strongest ally, this is of concern for Israel. Despite the fact that with the end of the Cold War, and especially with the war in Syria, the civil war in Syria, Israel has been able to build a relationship with Russia by which we coordinate our moves in the airspace of Syria. But it doesn't mean that the geopolitical interests of Israel and Russia don't clash. They do. And I think it's become clearer today. So in the beginning, as you know, Israel was a bit lukewarm about taking side in the war after Russia's aggression against Ukraine because of the fear of being blocked by Russia in the Syrian airspace. But I think that as Russia, increased the level and ferocity of its war crimes in Ukraine, as it upgraded its military cooperation with Iran, I think it's a no-brainer that obviously today I think Israel also has been increasing its support, its civilian support for Ukraine. And the last point is that Israel, we mentioned before NATO, right? As you know, a couple of years ago, President Macron of France described NATO as brain dead. So in our ALNET policy conference in Paris 2 weeks ago, we had a special panel on NATO. It was called From Brain Dead to No-Brainer. Right? So Putin, of course, has recreated, I would say, NATO, and this creates also new opportunities for Israel. As there is a need for security in Europe. Israel's military and intelligence expertise is in high demand, but also in terms of energy security. The mistake that has been made, and you mentioned before, of basically answering Putin's aggression in 2014 in Crimea by building Nord Stream 2 with what is called in German the Russlandversteher, those who understand Russia. I think everybody today in Germany understands this was a mistake. And this need to diversify Europe's natural gas imports also creates new opportunities for Israel. Remind you that an agreement was signed between the European Commission and Israel nearly a year ago for Israel to supply natural gas to the European Union. So I think this really opens new opportunities for Israel.
Thank you. Let me come to you in the context of lots of things that were said. So I'd like you to give us a Ukrainian perspective on how does Ukraine feel the international community has been performing, especially the United States, I'd be interested, China, and then give us a bit about Israel. So the former Swedish Prime Minister, Carl Bildt, was sitting there in the last session. Israel was wavering. You kind of elaborated a little bit. I don't think Israel was wavering in terms of intuitive need to support, but there were certain geostrategic realities that Israel was grappling with. Anyway, I'm not trying to steer you. Tell me how it has looked from Kiev.
I can't speak for whole Kiev, but I can speak for myself, and I think the United States and collective West, probably collective West, now deciding very difficult task. It's to win Russia, Ukrainian arms, but win it this way, which is not pushed him finally under China.
To win, but not to push.
To win, but not push it finally under the China, because China and Russia, like allies, is a more and more complicated problem for the West and the whole world, because China officially proclaimed it. The strategy of West is fall and East is grow up. In 2099, it is Xi Jinping, Xi Jinping, all of them, all of China experts, spoken about this openly. About the West have to be fallen. West to have to get into the regional power, not global power, and it is I don't know what the ideological war which is proclaimed by China against collective West. It is a problem. In Russia, all of people in China say NATO and collective West proclaimed China like a main threat, but it's not. China was first, and we now see like China doing, and Russia is the main problem in United States and China tensions, and we think, and most of our shells was completely insufficient in the end of the March of previous year for the one month of the war. And first Rammstein started on the 26th of April. 3 months before July, when most of part of the Western shells came for our guns. Our soldiers sitting 15 hours per day under the Russian shells. It was like a rain of shells. And they only on the part of the front line, which is near the Bakhmut, they're using 60,000 shells per day, and all NATO produce 5 times more per year. And now the shells on the Bakhmut are probably 45,000 per day, And all our soldiers, all our people looking on this cruise missile, on this Iranian drones, on all of the ships, thinking what the West expected for. For what? What the West expected for F-16 or something like this. I'm an infantry officer. I'm a lieutenant colonel of Ukrainian army and fighting with Russia for 3 years. And now, a military person, I completely understand how much blood our infantry will spend for this counteroffensive without F-16. And main question for the West from us is where is the weapon? Because we are defend West here. If you know, if we remember, 2 or 3 months ago, Russia proclaimed they will increase the land forces for the 1.6 million personnel, and created 18 new divisions for the 2026. For what reason? And we think the main challenge for us and for you, and for Collective West, is that Mr. Putin tried to get second Russian-Ukrainian war. It's probably have to be 2026, 2029. They completely prepare, and they openly prepare, and they we have any another thinking that we have to prepare for this war. Yes.
I want to push you, and I want to be sure I understand you, because I think there's tremendous value in having you here, and you're probably, particularly astute on what is actually playing out on the ground. What you're saying, if I understand, is some kind of protracted stalemate as Russia kind of reorganizes for many years to come? Is that what you're talking about?
Of course. It was first Chechen war, second Chechen war, and now they're preparing for second Russian-Ukrainian war. It's completely understandable. Completely understandable. And we make our strategical plan to thinking about this main goal. For us, Ukraine and Collective West have to decide main task to contain Russia. Contain Russia and contain it from this day for 15 years in future. And when we're thinking on the West, and we spoke with Western authorities, Western journalists, experts, and something like this, the main reason I want to see in their eyes, do they understand that Russia preparing for second war with Ukraine? It's maybe not only with Ukraine, because Poland increased their army forces 3 times, not accidentally, yes, they completely understand what has happened. And when we spoke with the Eastern European country, with Great Britain, they completely understand us. When we spoke with the French, or when the Hungary, when the Italian, it's more difficult to understand us. Only our neighbors, which is historically knows what is Russia is, completely understand us. And we are preparing for next 10 or 15 years to contain Russia. And now we in Israel, and Arab states have to provide five conventional war against Israel before they understand Israel can't to be won by the military way, and ask how amount of the wars the Kremlin needs to understand Ukraine and West could be won by the conventional way. I don't think it will be one war. It's the main reason for us. We have two tasks, under post-war reconstruction and containing Russia for the years and years. And what we want from the West, to completely understandable, this is the main problem of the Eastern Europe and Europe policy. And but strategical frame, the highest frame, is this situation just in the view of the United States and China tensions. And if Western authorities completely understand this, it will be more and more easier to contain Russia and to contain China both.
Thank you. Let me ask you to... So, how does that sound to you? Is there an underappreciation in the West of the long-term game plan of Russia and Putin? You didn't specify it, but the implication is the West should be doing much more. Ukraine is on the front line protecting Western interests and is not being supported sufficiently. You don't appreciate that this is, protracted conflict?
Well, as soon as threat becomes permanent, salvation also grows. But for this salvation, we need a change in our mindset. So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the United Kingdom. Why? They were the catalyst of a new Europe for defense. They initiated the Tallinn Initiative together with Estonia, Poland, some Scandinavian states, which shifted, also changed the attitude in Germany. And therefore, I believe that the new Europe during this war and after the war will be more defensive, more transatlantic, more cohesive, but also more northern and more eastern. And these countries who are very strong in the support of Ukraine will not be or they will be reluctant to be guided by an axis of Paris and Berlin if they stay behind the necessary measures. So what we have to be faced with, and to be very clear and sober, Yes, there will be a long war. If the West is not able, and other countries, to support Ukraine, not as long as it takes, this is the wrong expression. They need to support Ukraine with as much as possible and legal inside the international law, and as soon as possible, and not as long as it takes. Because as long as it takes would mean a war of attrition, which our societies will not bear. They cannot withstand. We are not used to this. And therefore, I really plea for all in what is legally possible and what is economically feasible. Therefore, I see the need also to look to the timelines. One timeline is the beginning of the US elections. The second timeline is the European parliamentary elections next year on the 9th of June, 1 year ahead. And I see that populist parties would like to exploit this with an election of migration and threat, and also to find an armistice at any cost. We need to shape the time until these elections with a European Union with new perspective, to include Ukraine in due time in the European Union, to reform the European Union to be more receptible, and also to give a perspective to Ukraine to become NATO member. This would be the best security guarantee. Why so explicit? Because time is running out on us, and we need to support Ukraine more than we did in the past. So I'm very grateful that now long-range missiles and F-16 will help. But on the other side, it's not only military. We need to convince our societies. Just an example in the own house. Germany is investing more than 300 billion euros for societal cohesion. And in the same time, we spent 3 billion euros for Ukraine on military means. And by the end of this year, it will be 6 billion euros. But 50 times more we invest in our own societal cohesion. So there is a question of leadership to explain to the population, not only in Germany, also in other countries, except for Poland, United Kingdom and the Baltic states and Finland and Sweden, to explain we need to do more and we can afford to spend more to Ukraine. And because Russia wants to extend the war and they want to involve also Moldova. They want to press the Baltic states. They have the time and they say we have only the watch. So we must be much more outspoken. And also for Israel. Now Israel is shifting to CENTCOM and not to EUCOM. We should be much more open for Israel and their security concerns, and we have a little bit forgotten that the price for German unification was the readiness of our allies to defend Germany and Europe. And so our price today must be to promulgate security, also to be present in the Baltic states, to be on the side of the Americans with a fair burden sharing, to give them the opportunity to engage in the Indo-Pacific, because Russia is the tempest, but the real thunderstorm and the climate change is China. And therefore, we have to prepare ourselves to invest more in our neighborhood, together with Israel, and not to look and see how Iran might behave. This afternoon we will debate it. We need probably a preemptive strike or a preparatory strike against Iran to have more leeway. We have to work on Turkey because Turkey is exploiting the situation and destroying the cohesion between NATO and European Union. We will see this after the war and after the elections. So more investment from the European side and transatlantic endeavor, and in our populations that there will be a war of attrition if we don't invest more all in, to make it very brief.
Okay, you said an awful lot there very fast, which is a compliment. I just have to ask you one specific question. The preemptive strike on Iran, because that's kind of close to our hearts. Who's the we in your sentence? We need a preemptive strike on Iran.
We need to support... sorry.
Please.
Germany, at least. I cannot speak for my other European partner countries. But in 2011, Ehud Barak was in Germany and advertised and asked for support for a preemptive strike at that time. He asked, at least, he felt the temperature.
Backing for an Israeli preemptive strike.
He asked for backing. And there was complete denial, not only in Germany. And therefore, we have to learn, because our appeasement made Iran capable to pursue a way to become incalculable. And we cannot afford an alliance between Iran, China, and Russia with incalculable neighbors in this region. And therefore, we should gain time. And if there is no way via diplomacy to gain this time until they have the bomb, we need to shorten, we need to lengthen this by the application, surgical application of specific means. And we need to back this from Europe, because it's our security which is at stake.
Please.
Just one sentence. The weak Ukraine, it's a great temptation for Iran, for China and for Russia to get in more and more through the years, to get in more allied, to attack Israel, attack collective West, attack Ukraine. Strong Ukraine with guarantees of own security. Ukraine in NATO, Ukraine in the European Union, is the ending of any temptation of Russia, China and Iran together on any dictators, authoritarian countries. They're looking forward, they're thinking about, oh, it's the first time we was defeated, no problem, we're getting more and more, you know. All Russian history is a history on the long wheel. Okay. They spent, just a moment, they spent 300 years to get in from the right side of the Dnieper to the left side of the Dnieper, you know? And they will get in more and more efforts for winning Ukraine. After they win Ukraine, if they win Ukraine, the NATO face more and more threat than they have right now. Thank you.
Benedetta, I want to come to you in the context of, do you have a microphone? Yes. In the context of a mention of NATO going all in. I don't understand a need to maximize what is done to deter.
I didn't hear that. You would like to understand what does it mean to go all in?
I'm really interested to know what goes on within NATO. Are there member states within NATO that are pressing for NATO to be more engaged, more aggressive? Is there tension within NATO? That's what I'm asking.
Let me rephrase the question, so maybe we talk about the actual debate. Do we understand the stakes? Is there a discussion between the 31 allies within NATO about what the stakes are of the war, that is, of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine? And I would say the answer is a resounding yes. And you do see that in the transformation of assistance that has been given to Ukraine since February. Not only through NATO. NATO delivers non-lethal assistance. The lethal assistance is delivered through individual member states and for those who are members of the European Union, through the European Union. But if you look at the total amount of military, humanitarian, and financial assistance, over 150 billion in a year, these numbers speak, I think, volume with respect to the understanding of the stakes. And I mean, I don't want to repeat what has been said that, but the stakes are very clear. It's about, of course, first and foremost, it's about Ukraine and its right to exist as a sovereign, independent country. That's clear, but it's way beyond that, and we understand that. It's about the European security order. What are the rules that will govern whatever future European security order will emerge? Are we going to be able to live in an environment of stability, predictability, where we can where we don't have to spend as much and for as long on defense? Or will we be, and I think that's very much our understanding, going back to all the assumptions that have been made, we share those assumptions. If you read our new strategy that we just agreed a few months ago, this is about preparing for a war that is more volatile, where crises are permanent, where peace is not assured, where strategic competition is going to define and test us repeatedly from the kinetic to the non-kinetic. So it's preparing for this much more competitive and complex war. But a lot of how will that develop for us as Europe rests on the future of this conflict, of this war, and what happens in Ukraine. If Ukraine prevails as a sovereign, independent country, which I think is the only option, then we are witnessing a future in which we can think over time about rebuilding a European security order. Of course, the short-term task will be to ensure that Ukraine remains able to credibly deter and defend against any future threat of aggression, and that will include a discussion about security guarantees. Nobody is naive about that, we know that. But the point is, if that's not what awaits us, if Ukraine does not prevail as a sovereign, independent country, then what we're witnessing is a security architecture that is less stable, more volatile, where aggression will come again, because if aggression is rewarded, of course it will come again. Why not? And where it's not just going to be about a European security order, it's going to be about the global rules-based international order, and we know Beijing is watching. So I think to answer your question, yes, we do understand those stakes very clearly, and I think the way we are changing our strategy, the way we are rebuilding our ability to do collective defense, the amount of assistance to Ukraine, from the humanitarian to the financial to the military, and the transformation of the military assistance from what was essentially taboo in February to discussing F-16. And I hear the point from Ukraine. Should have happened sooner. I understand that. If I was sitting in that chair and in those shoes, I would say the same. But from where I sit, that is a monumental shift in attitude that we're witnessing. And I am convinced that it's not a one winter shift in attitude. I'm convinced it's permanent, because I really do think that we understand what the stakes are. But it will take some time, especially for those countries in Europe that had for essentially 40 years hit the snooze button on defense. It's not going to happen overnight.
Okay, thank you. Ivan, I want to just briefly, we've got very little time, I just want to ask you, take advantage of the fact that you're from the Labour Party, which had a leadership that was extremely hostile to Israel. I could be much nastier, but I won't. Has that changed now? Is the UK's main opposition party moving closer to its traditional, certainly more sympathetic and understanding attitude to Israel?
I and many others left the Labour Party because of that institutional anti-Semitism created by a man who said he spent his whole life fighting racism, but then turned the party of anti-racism into the party of institutionalised anti-Semitism. Has that been largely sanitised? I think Starmer's done a good job. I think certainly in terms of influence over policy, the leadership of the party, the direction of the party, I think it's fair to say that a lot of those forces have been eliminated. I think, therefore, the question is, would the Jewish community need to be frightened at the prospect of the election of a Labour government in the United Kingdom? I would say that they wouldn't need to be frightened. But the real test is this, beyond that, and it's back to some of the discussions we've been having, David, if I may, very quickly. You know, there are two elements to this question for Jews and for Israel. You were a little bit edgy when people implied that Israel wasn't quick to support Ukraine. The truth is, Israel wasn't quick to support Ukraine. And it cited its own interests as reasoning for that. Well, that's why we cited being friends with the leaders of Hungary and Brazil in recent times, because they supported Israel. So we must have, as Israel and Jews, a moral compass. And that moral compass must have certain elements to it which are non-negotiable. And I don't think we should be afraid to say that in this room. But the second element of this, are the world going to apply double standards in terms of the threat that Israel faces from Iran? Because it's been said by our friend over here, unfortunately, it is indisputable that there is action is going to have to be taken against Iran in terms of not just their nuclear capacity, what they're doing in Lebanon and Syria, and the consequences of all of that. Israel and others are going to have to act against Iran. Now, is the European Union going to apply the same principles as they belatedly applied to supporting Ukraine?
I want to stop you because I want to put your question to a man and we're going to run out of time otherwise.
When Israel is required to take, and others are required to take that action.
Okay, so give us a take on that. We're out of time. Very quickly.
On what exactly?
On whether a double standard is going to apply, whether the case of Ukraine is changing attitudes to an Israel under threat by Iran. I'd also like you to get into whether Israel moving away from democracy might alienate some of its allies, but we're on -20 already. So whatever you can say briefly.
Okay, so I think that as I said before, there's a change of attitude of Europe, generally speaking, towards Israel because of the war in Ukraine. And this brings me also to what you mentioned. There was some temptation, I think, in the past, in recent years in Israel, to get closer to leaders such as Bolsonaro in Brazil or Orban in Hungary. And I think today we realize, for example, most people realize and understand that where Orban is standing when it comes to Russia. He's the biggest troublemaker in the EU and in NATO when it comes to Russia because he still clings to Putin. Bolsonaro, thankfully, is no longer around, but his attitude internationally was not exactly, I mean, he did help Israel fight Hezbollah in Latin America, but at the end of the day, I think today in Europe, we don't need to look for those kind of partners. We have enough countries in Europe that understand our security needs and also understand what Israel can bring to Europe in terms of our technology and Israel's added value in energy security. So this makes it easier, I would say, to lower the gap between realpolitik and our values, because I think that Europe today is on board to understand Israel's security needs and understand what Israel has to bring to Europe.
Okay, I really wanted you to carry on. I wanted all of you to carry on, but there's flashing lights, and I think we have to stop. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for being here. Wonderful panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the distinguished panel members. Thank you, David. It was very, very interesting. So we have reviewed what is happening in Europe, the changes that Europe is undergoing. We also talked about the state of democracy and all the changes that are happening around the world. And that leads us to our little area of things, thanks to the right to protest. The right to protest is one of our key rights in democracy. Over the last 12 months, people are missing days of work, going on a regular basis to the protests. And therefore, in the present session, we will talk about the protest's tale. I would like to invite Moran Zer-Katzenstein, founder of Bonot Alternativa. Moran, please make your way over here. Moran has brought red back into fashion, right? We can certainly pin that on you. So anywhere except the seat, please. Brigadier General in Reserves Amir Haskel, the individuals protest, please take your seat here as well, and Eyal Naver from Brothers in Arms. And this session will be moderated by Professor Boaz Ben David. And before you start, let us watch a video. Hello, everyone. My name is Professor Boaz Ben David. I am a research psychologist from the Baruch Ivcher School of Psychology here at Reichman University. And I am delighted to have been chosen to moderate this session. We will soon go one by one and ask each of you to introduce yourselves. It will be much better than my introducing you. And let's begin with an opening question. As preparation for my meeting with you, I had a long talk with Professor Gilad Hirschberger in the Ivcher School of Psychology. He studies political psychology, and he said that wars, as well as civic society organizations, start because of rage and hope. Rage is something that makes you angry, that you want to change, and hope that this can indeed be done. And perhaps in psychology we call it self-generation, the ability to change. And if you could please introduce yourselves, and we'd like to hear from you. What is your rage and what is your hope? The reason why you are spending so much time doing what you're doing. So Moran, let's start with you. Nice to meet you. My name is Moran. I'm 40 years old. I have 3 boys. And the truth is that in the case of women's rights, it is an ongoing rage that I'm experiencing, and the hope is Botox. No, I'm kidding. The hope is that there was a sense here where we're reaching a peak, where we must go out and do something collectively. I set up Bonot Alternativa, which in Hebrew means building an alternative, 3 years ago. It was something that happened by chance. We're just regular people. I am not an activist. I have no background. I come from the business world. We're just regular women. But after the rape of the girl in Eilat, we had held protests across Israel. We're just normative women who decided that a line has been crossed. And over these last 3 years, we have conducted all sorts of activities that have to do with equality and combating violence against women. And we realized that there's a huge rock here that generates a lot of things, like all the little misjustices, all the things that we see before us is this legal revolution and reform, and this is what we decided to do. This is why we decided to convene around this. And I can say that over the last 6 months there have been very few other struggles except the battle against this government coup, because it's really taken so much out of us, but we have grown so much too. But you didn't ask about hope. I did. I'm a psychologist. No, I said that at the very beginning, so please repeat it. I said that we saw that there was a collective awakening of men and women. I would never have imagined in my short activist history that men and women will be wearing red shirts, that men and women will together, and I'm talking about dozens of thousands of people, that women's blood is something that needs to be reckoned with, and that it's something that is so obvious to me will become a consensus where we can talk about women's rights. Not too long ago, women too did not want to discuss women's rights. When women were asked to talk about it, they said about being in high tech and how they have all these roles to play. They didn't want to talk about women's rights. And now we're in a situation where men and women are putting these things on the table. It's a very big change, and it's happened over the last few months. Okay, so let's go from where hope is already here. Amir, can you keep go on from here? Hello, I'm Hamir Haskel. I'm 69 years old. I'm married. We have 4 children, 7 grandchildren. I served in the IDF for 32 years in the Air Force, and obviously I was not a social activist. I was not a politician. And in my last position as head of HR in the Air Force, I initiated, together with my counterpart, who was the chief education officer in the IDF, Elazar Stern, the organization called Individuals Protest. And as part of this journey, I decided that I wanted to learn more about the Holocaust. So I finished my position in the IDF and I began a course in Yad Vashem. And just to cut a long story short, I will tell you that since 2003 and to date, but very intensively until 2016, this is what I did. I learned, I researched, I went out 2 trips in Poland as a guide there, and over all of these years I was looking for my own personal insights from that time in humanity, in the history of humankind. And I can tell you that the most primary and or most important insight for me was people's tendency to just stand there on the sidelines, and also the risk of being a bystander. And this is one of the things that I talked about when it came to guiding in Poland. And standing there and talking about being bystanders, the first time I felt uncomfortable about what's happening in Israel was I cannot stand there on the sidelines now. And that's what is taking me out of my own comfort zone from home in October 2016 and out to the streets to protests. At the time, and by the way, this is before the whole thing began with Netanyahu's cases and lawsuits, for 2 main reasons. First of all, they are very relevant to this protest. The first reason is, that's what I understood after I heard the lecture, that Netanyahu has nothing behind the two-state vision. The idea is that Israel at some point will cease being Jewish and democratic. And the second reason was that Israeli democracy was slowly crumbling. And if you have seen the bonfires of the different tribes, this all began in 2015. And the third reason is the fact that Netanyahu, as part of his activity, is ripping Israeli society apart. These are the three reasons for which I decided to go out, even though I had no knowledge or no training in this area, and often to be there on my own in different junctions or just with another person or two. And this continued for 3 years and 8 months until I went up to Balfour, which is the Prime Minister's residence. And from the moment that the government toppled and until the elections of November 2022, 4 more months before the elections. So that's what brought me out onto the streets. And what's my hope? I will say, look, we are now talking about the government coup. So, of course, the hope is for democracy to continue thriving in Israel. And I want to say something else. Or in addition to that, look, I think that what is happening to us, what we're going through, the basis of it, is the loss of values. I can say that I personally, my greatest crisis was all of these values that I grew up on, and in light of which I educated, are all collapsing. And I said I was 69 years old, I have 4 children, 7 grandchildren, and when I wake up in the morning, I ask myself, what am I leaving behind for them? And I think this is an opportunity for us, for just a moment, to see where we are, where we stand, and to try and form a better society. Of course, one is democratic. Thank you very much. And over to you. Hi, everyone. My name is Eyal Naveh. I'm 47 years old. I have 6 children. I live in Herzliya. And I also work. I have 2 jobs, my family and my work. And my journey began 5 months ago in reserve duty. I'm a reservist in Sayeret Matkal, an elite IDF unit. And we're all reading the newspaper, all the reservists, after Levin's speech, and we realized that we're headed for a dictatorship. And so we all began this journey. We're not activists in our lives. We just decided to get organized and to start this naive journey from Latrun to the court to protect the legal system. Now, 5 months later, this is a journey that's been throughout the Israeli society. It is a journey that has now got 300 people on board, all working in their regular jobs, but also volunteering, leaving no stone unturned to change Israeli society, to try and get to unity, to try and find the common denominator, the common ground. We go to the IDF bases. We talk to the ultra-Orthodox who try to get exemptions from IDF service. And we are on this journey where I discovered an abyss that I did not know about. We pay taxes, we raise children, and we have reached an abyss. We are in this divided society with such hatred, with such polarities. I can tell you stories, as you well know. Now, we were in Kohelet. We discovered Kohelet, which has been working here under the radar for 11 years and trying to build a messianic state here. There's no other way to say it. It's not Jewish or democratic. It's just Jewish, and there's no equality between men and women, and there's no equality between Jews and other nations, because we are the chosen nation, and we do prayers, and we do all sorts of different things, and we are in this great distress, this fear, where there's such a crisis. And my hope is the number of people who are getting on board this effort, who understand And I hope that in the next hour we will make you anxious enough to understand too that if you don't all wake up and start really doing something, not just coming to Kaplan or the protest under your house, we're going to lose this country. It's not our country anymore. It has no right to exist economically or from a security perspective. Hatred here is unbelievable. There are huge groups that are being raised on hatred. And last week when we were in the IDF bases, the ultra-Orthodox said for the first time, why should I go to the IDF? They kept saying in the past that they were studying Torah, that was their way of protecting the nation, but now what they're saying is, why should we protect you? You're not even Jews. And that's what I'm so scared about. The liberal public is now waking up because it's not just a matter of yes Bibi or no Bibi. It is looking at terrorists. It is looking at people who want a messianic state. So that's what we're up against. Okay, thank you all three of you. I don't know if you've noticed, but all three of you, when you talked about hope, you didn't talk about what's going to happen in 5 years' time or like Alt Neuland, something utopian. It sounds from what you're saying that the hope is those hundreds of thousands who get up in the morning and going out week after week, and we're now going into the 20th week, and this is, we all hope, and it's interesting. But you talked about the ultra-Orthodox, and I have pre-knowledge about what you're doing in this area, so I want to ask you a question that I am deliberating about. I will be very open and honest with you. When they talked about the protest in Bnei Brak, it's usually obvious when there's a protest, we know who's going to go to the protest and who's going to stay with the kids, but in Bnei Brak, we didn't know what to do. And I talked to many friends of mine, and I want you to tell me a little bit about it. You were with Yael Shevach recently in Chavat Gilad. You just came back from there. I just had a meeting with Adina Bar Shalom, and you also had one with Yael Shevach. So I see these two different approaches. Of course, the main goal of both of you share the same goal, but I think you two have different approaches, so let's hear about them. Well, I know Eyal, and I think that actually we are similar. I don't come from a confrontational, oppositional approach. In Bonot Alternativa, I think that we also approach liberal women, but they can be secular liberal, but also religious liberal. Religious women, right-wing women can also be liberal. It doesn't matter. And one of the things that we can talk about is very basic, fundamental values. I have never met a religious or ultra-Orthodox woman who says, I don't agree with you about that. We talk about discrimination, we talk about representation, and ultra-Orthodox women whose rabbi tells them who to vote for still don't like it when there are no female directors generals in ministries and there are no women around the government table. And we're talking about combating violence against women, which can start from the Jewish communities in Samaria to the high-rise towers in Tel Aviv. And so when we talk about these basic fundamental values, everyone agrees with me. No one disagrees. The only gap between us is that I am not willing to take the risk that our rights will be infringed upon, and they're saying nothing's going to happen. That's the gap between us. Now, when we distill this gap between us, it's much easier, isn't it? Because what are we talking about? Timing. And then suddenly there's something to talk about. And even when I'm in Kdumim and in Chavat Gilad, as I was on Thursday, they can get angry with me that I did the whole thing with a handmaid. They can be angry with me, and they were also filled with, their minds were poisoned. But when we talk about gaps in wages, they have a problem with that too. And when we talk about the anguish of women who go to rabbinical courts and what they go through there, they also feel the same way because they share it, and we share a lot. And when they see that there's common ground between us, it is easier to bring them closer to us. So if I'm listening to your approach, you're trying to encourage dialogue by creating common ground and together lead to an understanding and to progress. I do encourage dialogue, but this dialogue has to go to a very certain direction, which is I want them to understand that we're all on the same side and that we all need to take active action in order to ensure women's rights. And one of the things I want them to understand is that whoever is currently in power is not in favor of women's rights. And that's what we need to be active about. And when the questions come from the right-wing side of the map, it resonates much more than if I were to write something. If Yael Shevach writes on Twitter something about losing the way, how politicians lose the way, Smotrich answers. And when I put together a campaign about the rabbinate and Yael resonates it's a different impact. And we need to have have more women from that side join us. Okay. We in Brothers in Arms have two divisions. One is the activity you heard about. We go to IDF bases, we go into Bnei Brak, we set up a base there, and we said we have been shouldering this burden for 75 years. Now we want you to join us. We want to sign a new agreement with you, a new contract with you, because I think that when we look at what was in the past, it shouldn't happen again. We want Israeli society to be rebuilt. That's where we're going. But we also have another group, another division. It's called Bridge Over Water, and we have dialogue with them, with rabbis, with the ultra-Orthodox. I can tell you how many times I went to contact Derry and he didn't answer me because they took the backstage. And when we look at it, when we look at the politicians, that's where we're going. We had to Goldknopf, we went to his house, and we shouted about this despicable budget. 2 weeks ago, they talked to us about a multi-front campaign and how Hezbollah is going to attack us. But now there's 80% less budget for Kiryat Shmona to defend itself. So I volunteer in organizations in ultra-Orthodox society, and that's why we work on both divisions. We'll continue with both activities. I think it is doing something. I think it is shocking, but it also makes us closer, not further away. I wanted to ask you, you going into Bnei Brak has made a lot of noise, for better or worse. And if we take the protesters' side, it's also made us sort of wonder what to do. How do you see it retrospectively? Looking back, should you keep going or should we maybe look at another direction? I think we should keep going against ultra-Orthodox politicians with full force. I really agree with what Amir is saying. There is a culture of lying. They're encouraging lies. We have to really annihilate this, destroy this. They just lie. Ben Gvir says that people were arrested in his house when we never went to his house. And all these lies that are just unbelievable. Or Channel 14, Yotam Zimri called us Nazis. I mean, these are things that we absolutely have to stop. And we should. And we're gonna. And if we get money, we're going to donate it to Holocaust survivors. And this is something that we need to go head on and go against, because we cannot encourage Channel 14 and newspapers that just spread lies. These are things that we did not agree to as a society. We are allowing a prime minister who has lawsuits pending. We're willing to do all sorts of things, but this is something that we have to stop. Look, historically, when you look back, the ultra-Orthodox were a minority. They still are, by the way, in terms of percentage, a minority in society, but they are also a minority in politics. And as such, and since a democracy, one of its responsibilities is also to address a minority, they had lots of rights. It started with 400 yeshiva students that Ben Gurion approved would continue to study in yeshiva instead of being enlisted to the IDF. It continues with the closed neighborhoods of theirs, and it goes on their education, which is independent, and so on. I think that one of the things that the protest has done is that it has awakened us. It was a wake-up call, because we kind of fell asleep. And slowly but surely our rights are being infringed upon. I'll give you an example. There's something called Hesder yeshivas. I don't know if you know, but now in Israel there are 70 such yeshivas where there are 12,000 students. Their program is a 5-year program where they study in yeshiva, out of which they serve for 1 year and 4 months, 16 months in the IDF. And I want to ask, why shouldn't my kid enjoy the same thing? Why can't my kid go to university and only serve for 16 months instead of 3 years? What I want to say is that we have now woken up, and now we want a new agreement to be signed. Okay, so I'm hearing two approaches, but I guess I'm not going to see you in the protest in Bnei Brak, am I right? Perhaps in the houses, as you said, but not outside on the street. I have a few other moves I'm planning to do, which I guess will make just as much noise. You're not going to tell us what? You're not going to tell us what they are? No. Okay, I just want to add that when we went to Bnei Brak, we came to protest not against the ultra-Orthodox, but against their leadership. I want to tell you that if they had done some sort of referendum among the ultra-Orthodox in Bnei Brak, I'm sure that quite a few of them are ashamed by what's happening right now with the budget and the money. I just want to say that I've just talked about Adina Bashalov, the daughter of Rabbi Ovadia Yosef of blessed memory. There is currently a dilemma on the ultra-Orthodox street, whether to share how they feel about the leadership with the seculars. I have heard stories that are very troubling about the leadership, and of course their information dispersion mechanisms are problematic, but I've heard things that are very frightening, and I can't repeat them, but it's their dilemma right now is whether to share this with the secular or not. But it's happening, and let's separate between what's happening in the leadership and what's happening on the street. And now, yes, I know the agenda. I know there are yeshiva students who come in the morning, put their kid in kindergarten, study for an hour, go get the kids again. I mean, not all of them study from morning to night without a break, but still, we have to help them improve their own leadership. That's the best way I could find. You said that very delicately, but we have to help them. I don't think we should corner them. We should think of a smart way to do it, because they're not happy with their own leadership either. It doesn't work that way. I think she said something about... someone from the audience said, what did you say? They're going to repeat the question. They don't have to vote for those parties. So one of the things that in the past we used to think that the politicians listen to what the rabbis say. The rabbis now cannot take control over these ultra-Orthodox politicians. It's another development that needs to be addressed. But things are happening, changes are happening. I don't know if it's at our pace. I don't know if it's something that we're happy with, because ultimately the implications of this budget is here and now. So we're all going on from here to Jerusalem. We're not going to wait. But I do think that we need to see if we're going to use a laser on it. It's going to be, it's a problem we need to deal with, but it's not the entire ultra-Orthodox sector. Let me just say something very small. On Independence Day, it was not a good action. We went into Bnei Brak and Petach Tikva in Jerusalem, and we wanted to put... We put a dilemma. We made the dilemma exercise vis-a-vis the ultra-Orthodox. We wanted to go to their leaders and put Israeli flags around their homes on Independence Day to see what happens. And it was very sad to go into Bnei Brak on Independence Day. Not a single Israeli flag was up there, and it broke my heart. You look around, and it is on the border of Ramat Gan, and you go in, and it's like a new world, a different world. No celebrations, no events, no happiness, no joy. We got caught immediately by their patrol. It's not Israel. It's a different world, and this is something we must understand. That is the huge gap between us and them, and that's what we need to bridge. I didn't mean to open this up to questions from the audience, but the audience is really bubbling, so let's let it happen. Please just speak into a microphone so that we can interpret. We'll try to hand you a microphone. I was never a party member. I never protested, but now I haven't stopped protesting, not even once. I am boiling over, and it's making me crazy, and that's what all of you must do, is two things. A nation that does not respect its elders has no right to exist. I'm saying that very clearly. The ultra-Orthodox society has a lot of organizations of compassion and charity and help, and we now have a budget where they are robbings of so much money, and they couldn't find money for 250,000 people who are living off of all sorts of benefits and have no other income. There are more than 200,000, but there are others who get more benefits, different benefits. And only less than 50,000 Holocaust survivors who are also in a similar position. So we hear about them every so often, but there's not a single penny for either of these groups in the budget. And for this, we really have to break the windows and all the doors and to riot before doing anything else. I, in this respect, am enraged. Okay, so let's open it up for just one more question, and then we'll go back to the panel members. I just want to say to you that since my research is on the elderly, you are definitely preaching to the choir. I can share with you what I think, from my perspective, research, we understand the damage brought about by these things, and it's huge damage on every level. If you look at the gap between the internal ward where the elderly are hospitalized versus the pediatric ward. But this is not what we're here for, but I completely agree with you.
Dr. Boz, you know me from my activity. We collaborated with you on the project in the nearby neighborhood with older people, 80-plus-year-old people, and your lab helped us, and this has been expanded throughout Herzliya. So we have a shared history. Now, you were talking about the elderly, so that's what I'm addressing. But if I may, we've been protesting for 3 years in Jerusalem, in Gantz's house, Bennett's house, for the government of change, the transition government, and we also protest in Amsterdam. We also live in Holland, in the Netherlands, and every week we have a week on Sundays. Every second week we have protests in Den Haag versus the Israeli embassy. And my question to you is, how do you create this relationship with the democratic world that supports what we want to do here, which is preserve democracy? How do you do it in an institutionalized way? Because the democratic world, particularly the U.S., and this is to Biden's credit, he doesn't invite the dictator over as long as the what they call the reform, meaning the dictatorship, continues. So my question again is, how do you institutionally promote us in the democratic world to function in an optimal fashion? Who imagined at the end of the day they'd talk to me among this great panel? But I want to clarify the question, if I may, or add to it. There's this word, in Hebrew it's hasbara, advocacy. How do you create this connection with the world? On the one hand, we don't want to air our dirty laundry in public. On the other hand, we want to talk to people, and I want people to send their students to study here in my university. But on the other hand, we have to also talk to the world and collaborate. How? Well, we have a group that's called the Federations, where we translate all of our materials. We talk in foreign press all the time. There was the GA conference just recently in Israel. We appeared in it in the panels, and we also made sure that we had a representative, and thankfully, and we try to convey the message that if there's a dictatorship here, anti-Semitism goes on the rise abroad. They need Israel to be a democracy, and I think they slowly understand this. And obviously, Biden, it's been 6 months now. I don't think there's ever been 6 months in which the American president is snubbing an Israeli prime minister, but it's been going on, thank God. Now we are moving on a translated movie. We are interviewing senior people in the industry, and we're translating that. We're constantly dealing with advocacy. We're learning to walk. It's a process. We're learning on the move. We were born as an organization 5 months ago. We're young. We're using, relying on the wisdom of good people, true, relying on their financial help, but also on their know-how and expertise. And we're building this network. We're working on it. And you really are, this is a great segue, because talk to me in a few days and I can give you even more news on that. First of all, let me add, I am giving you my personal opinion. I'm not the representative of all protesters. So let me say on my own behalf The connection with the Israelis abroad already began through the Balfour protests, and they continued. And the way is that we send the materials that are translated to English, and they disseminate it in various networks there. And I can say that the media, at least abroad, publishes, I think, just as much as our media does about all of the protests, images, electronic communication, written texts. There's a lot of activity. Now, it's obvious to us that one of the pressure points on what's happening here in Israel will happen abroad, will come externally. And we are doing the best we can, according to, what we can as well, versus working particularly with Israelis living abroad. And I think that there are dozens of protest sites in various Israeli embassies around the world every week. I'm sorry, I can't hear the speaker. He's without a mic. Yes, if we manage to get there after the protest on Saturday night. Two issues that are relevant. One thing that really leapt ahead in terms of our awareness and our capabilities was our exhibition, prison, that is the story of a slave, and that's really the red light to everybody. And we're now gathering materials. I mean, it's insane, the number of media items, so we have to collate. So that's our protest contribution. Second, we have the global group, and every time that you see women dressed as slaves, facing the Kohelet representative in New York or London, and we have cells, so to speak, everywhere. We send them, or they buy the slave outfits on Amazon. Those are better quality than the ones that we provide in Israel, actually. In any case, we are pushing ahead with things. Yeah. So now we're pushing ahead with things. I mean, first of all, working with the Israeli women that managed, for example, if we're going 100 and over 80 areas in Israel where women are being active, then we have one sort of group that manages 11 or 12 cities only abroad, just not even in Israel, just all sites abroad, and we're all working to coordinate and synchronize. But I can say that now we're expanding this group. I mean, up until now we've just been a bunch of Israelis, but now 2 weeks ago I was in London, and I met with the Jewish community there. They're an English-speaking community. They're not Israeli, they're Jewish, and we are enlisting them, because at the end of the day, the state of Israel as a democracy is an insurance card for every Israeli, whether they intend to come to Israel or not. It's important to everybody, that for them and us, that Israel remain a democracy. By the way, a Jewish, democracy in London. Before Prime Minister Netanyahu's visit to London, there was a great cooperation with the community there, and the welcome that Netanyahu got in London was not very welcoming. And I can see people wanting to ask questions, so I'll just have one final question for the panelists, and then we'll open up questions to the audience. We have very active participation. So let's talk about the end game. And everybody wanted me to ask this. What do you want now? What do you want? How does story end? You've brought all of the reserve duty soldiers, women. You're taking everyone to the streets to protest. There's almost no one that you haven't spoken to. We go every week to protest. What do you want? A party? Do you want us to block the Ayalon highway again, a week after a week after a week, again and again? What is the bottom line? Where are we going with this? Talking, negotiating, what? Maybe. The person asking the question is without a mic. We cannot hear him in the translation booth. I apologize. Okay, so your question was not heard. I'm going to maybe. Oh, they're giving you a mic? Yeah. Okay, then I will repeat your question. What is your, big news for the Likud party voters? Was the main question. What is the news? What news? maybe I'll try to control the situation. Let's rein it in. Let's go back to the first question. What is your end game? You talked about the establishment of a political party that will be like the Shas party for women. Maybe I'm sort of paraphrasing, but supposedly a sectoral party. Is that the end game? The Kaplan party, the protester party, maybe? Well, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I just write in the Bonot website, if Rabin was in power now, we would still have a job to do. Women's rights is not something that only has to do with this state of affairs. There were issues with women's rights before, and there will be after. But I think that there's a real awakening now, and that even after I finish this event, this, protest, and we win it, there'll still be work. And so there's no one enlightened side and one sort of dark ages side where there's not right side or wrong side. Everybody knows that women's rights is a continuous matter that needs to be addressed. But what do you mean? What do you? I'm getting to the answer. But I do think that we have to take what happened here in Israel in the last few months and translate it into influence, power. So, for example, in 6 months we have municipal elections. Two things that I'd like you to know. There are 276 municipalities in Israel. 72 of them have no women in their councils. Not a mayor, meaning in their entire council body. The second fact I'd like to tell you, that if Otzma Yehudit they're trying to take over municipalities, local government, and that's how we get to a point where Yavne, which is a completely secular city, there are events for the holidays where they separate genders of 4- and 5-year-old kids, and in Harish as well. And now that's exactly what's happening. And look at the number of cities that we're working in, and our organization is pushing ahead women candidates to, run for elections. They're managing hundreds and thousands of people now. The next step is to get a role, to get a place around the table. That's the natural extension of this protest. But you are talking about municipal elections. There is also national elections. What are we going to do now with this new legislation, with the coup? We are learning. We're becoming familiar with Likud people. There's a lot of ignorance, so we're trying to understand and sort of separate between our view of the Likud as the party of Ben Gvir, but there are also good people in the Likud. And the Likud is being dragged to the extreme right, and we have to call people home to be moderate again. We're seeing it slowly, but there are things happening. David Bitan and maybe a few people that are a few initial signs. We are talking to people on the Likud side all the time. We're trying to do that as well. We're trying to change the narrative. The narrative is not right and left. The narrative is that are we a Jewish, democratic, liberal, progressive state, or are we, a theological regime? That is where we're going. Now, even if you go home now, I mean, dictatorship is not established within a day. It's one law after another that's stated, and that's what they're doing. That's the direction, and we're trying to impede that and attack that and do that, doing it from the right, and we do it from every angle, and we're also challenging, of course, the left side of the political aisle not to, submit. We, in our group manifesto, we said that we believe in a democratic Jewish state. That's where we intend to. That means a lot of people. I don't know if it's a political party that should be established or a social organization, but we are a task force with a very clear mission for the next 20 years ahead. That's what we are planning for. I don't know if that will include becoming a political party, but will certainly help in the municipal election. We're here to stay. We didn't wake up one day to start protesting. We understood that this is a huge rift in our society, and we can't leave it as an open wound. So if I summarize, yeah, I mean, I want to clap as well after each one of these answers. But let me summarize. You both said the protests here, Saturday night, that's important. We'll continue that. But now we're looking far into the future. Women's equality will not, be finalized and resolved within the week. And as you say as well, you're talking about 20 years ahead. What about you? I want to divide it into short range and long range. In the short range, the goal is to protect and defend Israeli democracy. That's the short range goal. Now, as for the Likud, I think that the people in the Likud that are being influenced have already made a step. The recent polls, and not just one or two polls, show that there is a leak of people from the Likud, most of them to blue and white, the Kahol Lavan party. I don't think that there's very much to work on, that's left to work on there. But as for establishing our own political party, I don't think that a protester party could succeed significantly. I personally think that our election method is done for. We have to think of a new election method. But now, because now we have political parties with 4, 5 mandates, and this is just a tool for political extortionism, we have to think of a different modality. Now, beyond that, I think that we have to start thinking about new rules of the game, particularly with the Haredi population, the ultra-Orthodox. Okay, we're going to do something that we usually don't do in this conference, but they took an aging specialist, a researcher on aging. So we want to now respect the people in the room and ask about their opinions. We are right, we're talking about protest, we should hear the people's voice. So I'm going to gather a couple of questions, and maybe we can get people a mic. I wanted to ask, I volunteer here in this conference, I study in this university, and after 2 days, the key insight that I have is that the protest, as I see it, and I also participate every week in my family, the protest is the last, stopgap before we descend into mayhem and lose our democracy. And if I look on the recent events of the last few days, that from the president's house, the talks there, this protest should now not orient itself to the coalition, but to its own representatives of its own constituency, the ones that are supposed to be representing us from the opposition. Because it seems that the coalition has learned from this protest. They maybe are scared of it. The coalition understands that every little provocation that they come out with will bring a whole, slew of people coming out to the storming the streets, like with the firing of Gallant. So how do you deal with that versus the opposition? Okay, I'm going to get a couple more questions, if I may, and then we're... Yeah, don't worry, we'll get to everybody. If somebody can help out with the mic. We're going to stay here all night, don't worry. I'll give you my mic. Go ahead, go ahead. My name is Ophira Golom. I'm a lawyer. Thank you. If I may, and I may have missed something, but if I may, to give you an idea, a direction for our focus that should, and to focus our energies on Benny Gantz, that should be the one shouldering the burden in such extreme circumstances. Excuse me. We talked about people listening to each other. Please don't interrupt the lady while she's talking. We understand the circumstances that have unfolded. We know the offense that he felt from the fact that his agreement with Benjamin Netanyahu were never, of course, followed through or respected. But now we're in very extreme and dire straits. We are on a slippery slope as a country. And this will be maybe the solution that we should pursue. Okay, so this second question was exactly in the opposite direction from the first question. Good, interesting. And if I may, please ask short questions because my time is up. Okay, I see that there is a real in-depth process within Israeli society that began with the assassination of Rabin. And now we're at the penultimate hour. We can see this in the education system. They don't teach civic studies. We can see this with the Kippot Srugot, where Jerusalem Day is only now celebrated religiously. And all of this is taking us into a messianic direction. And I expect that we, the protester organizations fighting against dictatorship, see these processes and address it in a more in-depth fashion. I'm not sure how, but they must be addressed. Okay, if we can really have focused questions. Yeah, a focused question, I assure you. To the three member panelists here, and from your field experience, I am the veteran, if you would call, of the foreign ministry, and I've been dealing with countries talking about state and democracy. And the real question is, and it's a very biggest question, I believe, if we look on the macro and micro levels, and since we are talking about a democracy, the protest shouldn't be political, meaning, in other words, and that's the question, in the end game, don't you see for the establishment of an emergency government administration? Yes, a national emergency government which is based on political guidelines, because you can't reinvent the wheel. Okay, we're going back to the second speaker. Maybe two more questions if we're really quick. I'm trying to get to everybody. I had two brief questions. What do you think about drafting and demanding basic rights, human rights, equality, and so forth, everything that stems from the Declaration of Independence, and even using the Declaration of Independence as a basic law, because we have already 70% who support that? Secondly, what do you think about separation? Secession, as someone who has 40 years of experience doing what you're doing, I don't see any chance for it to succeed. Separation between the groups, segregation, you mean? Okay, and I apologize, but this is going to be the last question. I understand the situation, and the speakers will remain, I assure you. Here's the question. Okay, we're listening. Before the question, I want to thank all of the organizers. I think that this combination of all of you is amazing. I go to protests every Saturday night since they began in Habima Theater. I go to Edelstein twice a week, and my question is, why don't we go more frequently to TV appearances, to talk in front of the camera? There are people who don't even understand the seriousness of what's happening here. Let me just, for a moment, stop the questions. I wrote down the questions. Should I remind you of the questions, or do you understand? I'm not going to answer everything. I'm going to answer some. Okay. I'll begin from the end. You can't go to TV without them inviting you, and they don't invite us to appear. Right. Yes, we don't control the media. We try to use whatever tools are at hand, which is social media and so forth, but that's the best we can do. So that's in regard to media appearance. Now, as for an emergency government, and two versions of that came up. I personally am against it. Full stop. And look, I'd like to say something. I began my path in October 2016, and at some point we were in Balfour, and with the no Bibi, yes Bibi crowd division. I never had anything particular against Bibi Netanyahu. I can tell you that his first term began in 2009, and up until 2016 I didn't protest anything. But we talk about the collapse of values, that the state of Israel, a sane country, cannot allow itself that someone in the position of prime minister is a person that for years has been in court and indicted. This is the person who sends our sons and daughters in the military to war. And we can't have a man indicted for endless number of things. And apart from that, we've already been through this. This man, Netanyahu, cannot keep a single promise. He has no word of honor. And maybe we should be a bit more mean, and see things deteriorate a bit before we see things improve. That's in regards to an emergency government. Now, as for segregation or separation, whatever you called it, I think that we, and by the way, in the past, there was an attempt to write a treaty of coexistence between religious and secular, But first of all, there is a foundation for this. Nothing happened. It didn't happen. It wasn't, realized. But there is a document that from years ago. But I think that we need to start. The first thing we need to attempt to do is start talks. That the end game of that is live and let live, meaning rules of conduct, how we in this country can there be Haredis next to secular people. I think it's possible, and if not, then probably at some point we should part ways. Okay, so I'd like to ask you a specific question. There were two. One person said, let's call Benny Gantz to, sacrifice himself. And the other side said, you have to go to Lapid and tell him to be a hardliner. What do you think? I think, we began this culture of lies. We can't normalize lies anymore. We can't reach a point in which we allow something essentially wrong to be made okay. I don't want a bargaining point where he stays. I don't want a place where I then later have to look my kids in the eye and say, we just let this evil pass. No, we have one opportunity to fix things at the root. But I do want to say something in regards to one of the questions. We also have to look at the other side. There are rifts in our society, and I'm really working on this in the last 5 months. The disengagement plan was an open wound that never healed, and we never managed to heal it. We never understood it. For me, it was a chapter in history, but it hurt a lot of people. We have to understand that, and we have to listen. And also the fear of assimilation of the ultra-Orthodox Jews. That's a real fear of theirs. We have to keep that in mind as well, because at the end of the day, we have one people, one state, and our flag is one flag, and this territory is one territory, and I'm glad that it's awakening. I wouldn't even consider separation or segregation. I wouldn't even try to entertain that notion. We have to live in this one country, one people. Okay. We have 2 more minutes, and I want to maybe get a ray of sunshine of hope from you, because within our work in the psychological services that we provide for protesters, we hear a lot of people that are abused during protests. They're called Nazis. They're spat on. They're hit. What can we say to people? How do you move on another week? What's your trick for that? I can give you an example. Apropos, the Nazi slur. A week ago, one of my clips was broadcast, and they said the head of the slaves is now dealing with, municipal taxes. And every time, and I got one of the responses that I got on Instagram was a man, cursing me that I'm a Nazi and a million other curse words. And how do you feel when that happens? I'm telling you, this is the story. So I answered this guy, how are you talking like this? And the curse words are horrendous, very specific curse words. I won't repeat them. So I started a dialogue with this guy, this cursor, and I said, and I explained to him what we do and so forth, and he continues to write to me, and I said, I won't write to you unless you apologize to me because you called me a Nazi. And he said, I was angry. And I told him it would last for 7 generations, this feud. He said only 2. And then I said, some of the things you said were irrationally. And he said, it's not rational. He agreed. It's not logical that the Haredis don't do anything. It's not okay. And he said, I'm an active member of the Likud, and every Likud member will tell you this. Meaning he basically agreed with every point of mine. And at the end of the day, he said that I should establish my own political party, and he would help me if I did. Okay. okay, it ended on a good note. But at the end of the day, the point is, you can convert people. That's my point. When you give people logic and rationale, and you have to push away the violence and the left-right hatred, you can convince people. I don't agree with you that you think that you have to, go in full force and utilize and pursue every avenue for justice. I think tomorrow, and it's not saying, this is not PC, but if tomorrow Benjamin Netanyahu says, I'm gonna, let go of this, regime agenda, then we would be in a different situation entirely. And the moment that he says something along those lines, I would say, okay, let's try and work together. Yeah, yeah. And if he would like to leave, I would say, just go. Thank you. Thank you to all of our speakers. Maybe there is hope. Thank you. Boaz, that was great. The way that you moderated that was great. I have to say to everybody, as the representative of the media here, the protesters are already leaving, so the protest representatives are already leaving. But ladies and gentlemen, if we could, we're continuing to the next session. But let me tell you, for those who are interested, as representative of the media, I think that the protest gets a lot of airtime. Yes, hours upon hours. I myself broadcast the protest and relative to other things. People in Sderot don't even understand what's happening. They have no idea the axe that is going to fall on their necks. But, okay. We addressed a very big problem, a great source of uncertainty that we have here in the country, and now we're moving on to another issue that we barely touched on here in this plenary, and that is the issue of nuclear Iran. So now we have a special panel in which we have a kind of simulation. We know that Iran is millimeters away from having nuclear warheads and becoming a nuclear power. So now we're going to speak about the nuclear club and whether Iran joins it and what next. So I'm going to invite our panelists. Sima Shine, senior researcher and head of the Iran program in the INSS. Hello, Sima. Dr. Michalia Ari. Dr. Michalia Ari, expert on the Gulf states in the Open University and Ben-Gurion University.
מה העניינים? את מוזמנת לשבת פה, איפה שנוח לך.
Richard Goldberg, senior advisor at the FDD.
Thank you, White House and DC.
And finally, Roderick Kaisvetter.
You've been so good, so we asked you to come again. You're welcome. Member of the German Parliament.
And now we're going to have two moderators in the panel, so we're going to invite the Dr. Shai Hartzvil, senior fellow in the Institute for Policy and Strategy here in Reichman, and Lior Ackerman, senior fellow also in the IPS here in Reichman.
Okay, first of all, welcome everyone who's here. This simulation, which we have put together as part of the IPS in preparation for this conference, for us is a way of addressing one of the issues that perhaps projects onto Israeli society more than anything over the last few years and certainly over the last few months, the ongoing and increasing talk of Iranian nuclear as a security threat if not the major one, but definitely a main one. And it is our attempt in the simulation to build a future snapshot of how all the different factors in the Middle East, in the United States, in Europe will conduct themselves. Russia, Iran, China, vis-à-vis the developments that are happening in Iran, and also against the backdrop of the internal changes within Israel and how these play a part, and where we're headed. And we're going to try and generate several scenarios and try and get the input from the different representatives. So Shai and I, as moderators, also represent sides. I'm representing Israel and the Palestinian Authority. Shai represents Russia, China, and the rest of the world. Sima, I'm sorry, but it is your duty to be evil, to represent evil. This is what you make a living out of. You're Iran. And Michal is Saudi Arabia and the Arab world, with emphasis on those countries that are in good relations with Israel. Mr. Goldberg from the United States. And its policy with Israel and Iran, that's who you're representing, and of course Europe and its policy and its vis-à-vis Iran. And so welcome to you all. Europe is represented by Mr. Kieswetter. So I would like to ask each of you to please address this, and we're going to kind of divide this amongst us as moderators. You can see in the slides around you what I will be saying. So the first thing is, and I will now sit down, in terms of Iran, Shai. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon for our simulation. The main thing that we're going to try and do is to take one step forward. It just so happens that the Chief of General Staff was here just 2 hours ago and said that there have been big developments in Iran. So we're trying to take it one step further. Let's assume Iran has already taken some significant steps beyond the current state of affairs. The most significant one is that it's enriching uranium to more than 90%. You remember it went up to 3.7% by mistake, not by mistake, but explicitly Iran has begun to enrich uranium to 90%, and some reports unsubstantiated about an underground experiment, but this is unsubstantiated at this point, and at the same time, in the Iranian context, it's continuing on with its very strong and close relations with Russia in terms of military. Russia is giving it its technology, and it's giving Russia the weapons. The attack of smiles towards the Arab world continues with full force as well. It's also continuing to challenge Israel and is feeling very confident vis-à-vis what is happening with how Israel is grappling with its domestic affairs. In terms of the Palestinian Authority, what's happening there? Well, first of all, the Palestinian Authority, factually speaking, continues to weaken over the years, with special emphasis on the last few months. It is losing its grip and control. The security apparatuses, Palestinian ones, of course, are already weakened, but they're going to weaken even further. Their motivation to take action is declining, although they continue to collaborate with the ISA in Israel. The head of the PA, Abu Mazen, towards the end of his historical role, if he ever played one, continues to lead and even makes more extreme his strategy of a political conflict with Israel vis-à-vis the global institutions such as the UN, and Israel itself within it is grappling with huge changes because of the change of regime in the last elections, and there are internal disputes and conflicts between two ministers in the Ministry of Defense, one of whom is really in charge of Israeli defense, and the other is in charge of creating provocations of all kinds. This has significant implications, for instance, on COGAT, the coordinator of government actions in the territories, and what it can do vis-à-vis the Palestinians in terms of construction, enforcing in construction, giving permits. It has an impact on Israel, the PA, and of course the internal frustration. The matter of the security prisoners in Israel is heating up because of steps initiated by the Minister of National Security in Israel. that have not led to any outcomes, but certainly make things simmer and more explosive. And the Israeli policy in general, which is being led vis-à-vis the PA, which is very tough, very strict, includes riots against Palestinians being not being dealt with. Ben Gvir and Smotrich talking about destroying villages. The speech in France showing a map of Israel that also includes the West Bank, and the concern that there will be loss of status quo in the holy sites on Temple Mount, also due to increasing provocations by certain ministers in Israel, and also the growing impact of Hamas, which, while working from Gaza, continually trying to maintain quiet in Gaza while making its proxies in Judea and Samaria and the West Bank be active on all levels, including an attempt to take over control of the PA leadership in the West Bank. Okay, so if we were to touch upon the Arab world very briefly, I think that what really represents this is a picture of MBS sitting by President Assad in the Arab League conference, which is just a picture which is better than 1,000 words. Just if we don't even go into all the different considerations, this will of course come up soon, and this of course also corresponds with what we talked about, this smiles attack vis-a-vis the Arab world, the Sunni world, its tightening connections with the Gulf. Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia continues with its attempts to find new sources of support, but of course cannot do without the United States altogether. And yet we saw the agreement being signed with Iran that to some extent was done under Iranian auspices, and of course what we see with Russia, we see over the last 12 months around oil. They have security ties with Israel, but on a state level there are some cracks. The Prime Minister is not being welcomed or asked to visit the UAE, and if I had to take a bet, I think the direction is clear. And may I remind you that Turkey has also changed its policy with vis-a-vis other countries. It has made a change in terms of with Israel, but also has gotten closer to the UAE. So we see a shift in recent months, a significant shift of the Gulf states, the Sunni states, when it comes to Iran and when it comes to Syria, etc. As for Israel itself, of course, I mentioned this earlier in the context of the Palestinian Authority, but a strategic shift in the vision of the government as led by the more extreme parties to the government, religious extremism and messianic worldviews, an aspiration to completely annihilate or cancel rather the PA and have the vision of those political elements be implemented. We see the implications of the judiciary reform or the government coup, depending on what you call it, whose side you're on, that supports the strengthening of certain totalitarian principles. We see the rifts and polarization increasing in society, and the international implications of this step on Israel's relations with the EU, on Israel's relations with the US administration, and this was discussed greatly with the US ambassador who was here and also in other panels. We see how various security forces are being subordinated to different specific ministers. We saw how Minister Smotrich is claiming control and hold of certain organizations, which creates a rift, which makes it difficult for the IDF to work and do its work. And also in terms of the border police and other forces that are currently in the occupied territories, and within that we also have the National Guard, this organization that has yet to be established but is supposed to be established, and whether it will be established, whether it will be under the minister or not. Socially, polarization is increasing, as we've said. This wave of protests is growing, hasn't stopped. It's 20 weeks of protest, and we just finished a session on the protest. The impact on investments in Israel, investments leaving Israel dramatically, and an economic situation that we see which impacts the rising interest rate, rising inflation, growing deficit, and of course also decisions with regard to 14 billion shekels worth of coalition funds. So chaos is growing. On the other hand, the state of Israel is also showing very impressive military and intelligence capabilities, including in the last operation, Shield and Arrow. So perhaps we haven't changed the reality enough vis-à-vis these organizations, but we have changed the equation that the organizations in Gaza have gotten used to, which is good. And the last topic is Israeli-Arab society, which over the years has been excluded from the state, among other reasons, because its leadership embraces this approach, but also because, of course, the Israeli government doesn't want it to be part of it. And today we saw the results of the survey conducted among the Israeli Arab public about whether they feel like they're part of society, whether they want to be part of the society, and the outcomes and the results were very, very surprising, because they want to play a part in society, but the state of Israel, they feel, will not allow them. A little bit about the international arena. The United States and Europe, of course, we want to continue collaborating with them. It is very deep collaboration, especially when it comes to security, but both with EU and the United States, the matter of shared values. And we all remember the statement of President Biden, will the Prime Minister be invited? And he explicitly said no. Of course, that clouds our relations. Russia and China, 2 points very briefly, because we want to go into the actual discussion. Russia, we talked about its ties with Iran, the axis being built with Iran, but there are two things that we're currently noticing too. First of all, there is no change to Russian policy in Syria, and the second thing is that at least we're not seeing any change in terms of the Russian policy vis-à-vis Iran when it comes to nuclear. In that respect, things have remained the same, but their cooperation continues on the technological front, the military front, but not on the nuclear front. China, of course, is trying to expand its impact, its clout. We talked about the Gulf, we talked about Saudi Arabia, we talked about its ties with the UAE. So this was maybe a bit too long, but we tried to provide you a kind of snapshot so that we're all on the same page. Of course, we can go into each and every one of these points endlessly, but this is just a point of departure. So our point of departure is that Iran has started to enrich its uranium to 90%, and also that there are going to be underground experiments. So these are unsubstantiated reports. Okay, so this just in, Iran has built an underground facility that cannot be bombed. So we're already there. This is news from today. We're already there. The intention is to have such a facility in place. So what we're going to try to do now is we're going to go around. We're going to have each of the players react to this, and we just want to say that this is a practical round. We're not going to talk about theories, we're not going to talk about what these countries should do or what we think, but we, as the players representing these various countries, we're going to say what each country is going to do right now under this scenario, just to understand where we're going. I'm going to begin very briefly about Israel, and then we'll go around and we'll talk about this. Israel, in the current state of affairs, in its crisis of relations, or in the absence of support politically, internationally, from the EU and the US administration, and of course the security collaboration continues, focuses on the attempt to garner support from the EU and the US through a step against Iran, something that's effective. And of course, because even though Israel has military capabilities, it is hard to see Israel doing anything militarily versus Iran unilaterally without support, certainly not without the support of the US. There are deliberations within Israel, attempts to try and get closer to the US administration, against the backdrop of Europe not really embracing Prime Minister Netanyahu. The US, at least until now, is not really embracing Prime Minister Netanyahu, is conveying very clear messages against the internal processes spearheaded by the government, the Israeli government, as ones that oppose the shared values of the United States and Israel. And in the background, there are also reports of Iranian capabilities being exposed because Iran is not waiting for anyone. And that includes strengthening its ties with surrounding countries, Saudi Arabia and other countries that they're signing agreements with, so that the ability to attack or the option of attacking is on the table. We are threatening, it appears in all sorts of speeches, including in this conference, but practically speaking, we can't see an opportunity to implement this in the absence of support. So what we're now asking to hear from Iran, where's Iran? Where are you? What are you going to do? What is your next step? Okay, so I will say as Iran that Iran's aim at this point is to calm things down, not to encourage people to panic even further, because Iran ultimately aims to prevent such an attack. So what Iran is doing is, first of all, explaining why they have now started to enrich to 90%. They explain that Israel continually threatens it, the US supports it, and therefore Iran must take steps that will deter the other side. And the aim, again, is to calm things down, to prevent any interest on the US part and EU part, but definitely the US, to prevent any thought of military action. Iran, at the same time, is also saying that they have done that by notifying the IAEA. This is not being done in a hidden way. They are willing to have the Director General come in and talk to them, and they want to kind of put things on the back burner in terms of quieting things, and they are denying any intention of going to nuclear weapon, as has been Iran's policy for a long time. And its underlying aim is to prevent US-Israeli collaboration that will lead to an attack against it. I will stop here. Which is being done how? How is Iran striving to stop this US-Israeli collaboration aside from the Israeli contribution itself? I will say that no one around the world, I don't even think Israel, but no one wants to attack. Let's start with that. And the Iranians know that. And so what they need to do always, and in this scenario that you have presented, I think the first thing they'll do is to sort of lower the threshold of concern that they are going to a nuclear weapon. They're always denying that they're going to a nuclear weapon. Of course, we don't believe them, but Iran continues with this view that says, technologically, scientifically speaking, it is our right to progress, but we have no intention of creating a nuclear weapon. We have the fatwa, we have signed the NPT. So here, too, the main aim is to provide enough doubt for Washington to cling to so that it will not attack, so that it will not take action and will not encourage Israel to do so. This is Iran's aim at this point of the scenario that you have presented. Michal. We all remember MBS saying a few years ago that if Iran will obtain nuclear weapons, Saudi Arabia will do the same. Whatever Iran will have, we'll have too. So what's Saudi Arabia doing now? First of all, we have to draw a very clear line between a threshold nuclear Iran and a nuclear Iran. When we're talking about threshold nuclear, Saudi Arabia is saying very clearly, I want to rage on ahead when it comes to a civil nuclear project. It demands of the United States the ability to do so. The United States is preventing that from happening because the scenario of this civic nuclear project becoming military certainly is clouding this discourse. And also, US limitations means that South Korea cannot help Saudi Arabia build its nuclear facilities because South Korea needs to obtain US approval for that. When it comes to the UAE, this collaboration is possible because the UAE promised that it will not enrich uranium on its soil, which Saudi Arabia is not willing to do. Saudi Arabia is saying, I have the ability to enrich uranium. I can do that to develop my own economy. Why not do that? They want to develop nuclear reactors for civic causes. And if the US won't allow me, I will go to someone else. So the United States understands that Saudi Arabia is very, very serious with what is happening. And a month ago, they had a visit of senior officials, among them Amos Hochstein, who went to Saudi Arabia, and they looked at the possibility of civic nuclear reactors. And Saudi Arabia is also looking into the possibility of developing nuclear scientifically, meaning investing in academic, scientific infrastructure, technological infrastructure. And here too, of course, they need the help of other countries that have these abilities. And of course, Pakistan here emerges very prominently, perhaps the collaboration between Pakistani nuclear researchers and scientists and Saudi scholars. And of course, this is not an official statement. This is just an option. And the third thing, which has been said publicly, is linkage between peace with Israel and alleviations of US against nuclear. So it means that perhaps the United States will have to be more flexible in terms of its demands from Saudi Arabia in exchange for peace with Israel, because it attributes importance to this development. And of course, the Saudi demands of the United States are, if you want there to be a peace agreement, we want there to be a NATO agreement or a NATO-like agreement, and from there to continue. So the bottom line is there's a very big difference between Saudi Arabia operating versus Iran as a nuclear threshold state or a nuclear state. So what you've said basically that if Iran is only a threshold, nuclear threshold state, so it's only 90%, it's just an experiment, they're not there yet, that's one thing. Saudis will continue with their policy of creating affiliations and saying, if you want normalization with Israel, if you want improved relations with the United States, okay, give us something in return. We want civil nuclear reactors. Yes, and you have to remember that deepening ties with countries like Russia and China is something the United States are not happy with. And of course, I'm not a US expert, but perhaps they will go back on their demands from Saudi Arabia on that front. And you think there could be some unilateral steps by Saudi Arabia to promote these aims, even if the superpowers do not agree? Saudi Arabia will not allow a situation where Iran has a capability that it does not have, for all intents and purposes. And I don't think that the United States will want to stand on the sidelines and see Saudi Arabia go to nuclear. This is a very clear response. Thank you very much. I believe at least it's not Saudi Arabia alone, because if Saudi Arabia will be there, I'm not sure Egypt will wait. And if Egypt won't wait, Turkey won't wait. And we haven't even talked about South Korea and Japan, but slowly but surely. I think Egypt and Turkey are far closer than Korea. Okay. And by the way, this is something we have to say. Iran is very close to the ability to decide. It doesn't mean it's going to decide, but it's very close to being able to decide. So if the Saudis want to be close to anything, they still have a long way to go. After Iran will already have a bomb, what the Saudis will do, okay, but not good enough. It'll take some time, yes. Definitely. Okay, so before we move on to the United States, I would like to hear from the EU, because on the one hand, they are interested in, of course, having clout in the Middle East while preserving its relations with the Arab states, with Israel, with Iran to a certain extent. But on the other hand, the EU is impacted by the war between Russia and Ukraine and the collaboration of Iran with Russia and the help it provides with weapons. So where is the EU and what's its position? What is it doing in this scenario?
Thank you very much indeed. Also giving me the chance to probably give also some surprising answers. I'm really delighted to be inserted here as a European German. First of all, there is a strong desire inside the European Union to achieve this nuclear deal, to revitalize the JCPOA, yes. Also for the sake, for the price of neglecting the majority of the Iranian society, the women under pressure. So there is no female diplomacy as announced in Brussels. It is not vivid. And there is a strange link between Ukraine the fate of Ukraine and the link to Iran. And it's a vicious link. Why? Since 2014, and especially since the 24th of February, it's quite clear for Ukraine that it was a mistake to hand over the nuclear weapons in '94 to the designated owner, to Russia, as a successor of the Soviet Union. There were a lot of reasons to abolish them, costs and also influence and no doctrine and so on. But it would have been a reassurance. And therefore, we have to be very sober as Europeans. If Iran achieves the nuclear capability, there is deterrence. And there will be no military opportunity for the Europeans to react. We are then, I believe, we are under Iranian influence much more due to the triangle Iran, North Korea, China, or not North Korea, China, and Russia. So this leads me to the deliberation that the Europeans must have an interest to delay the capacity of Iran. How can we achieve this? We need to support Israel in either a preemptive or a preventive operation. The surgical application of military force combined with a diplomatic endeavor is really needed. And I'm in fear a little bit, very carefully listening to the development in your country, that this government is not exploiting the situation to create a sense of artificial cohesion here by shifting to a military action against Iran. So this should not be the reason to create societal cohesion again. The reason should be to stop Iran at any legal costs. Because Iran will not share, not at all, the fate of Ukraine. So they will go nuclear. This is the assessment of the security of the politicians in Europe who are addicted to security policy.
What do you mean by saying a legal cause, exactly?
Well, by using the right of self-defense and by preemptive war, which is, I believe, a targeted operation against the installations, could be with an early warning that they withdraw their personnel, but that the installations are completely destroyed to gain time, because Iran will again pursue the way to become a nuclear power unless they change their system, then the population changes the system in Tehran. However, there will be no alternative for this government in Tehran. They will go nuclear. And therefore, we should stop, as I heard yesterday, to the train before it's going into the tunnel, when I got the translation correctly yesterday evening. So I believe the European position, as at least of the security politicians in security affairs, not of these who are addicted to economic exchange, is really to support Israel and to prevent them going nuclear, because it would create an arms race, not only regarding Saudi Arabia. We don't know the development in Turkey, in the Emirates, also in Egypt. So it needs a dual approach, diplomatic to comfort the neighbors in the region, including Turkey, and it deserves a military engagement, very surgical and preemptive, not to destroy the government, but to destroy timely their capacities, and then, when they got this hit, to start negotiations, and probably at the end, there is an acknowledgement of the existence of the right of existence of Israel. I say this because in 2011 we have had Ehud Barak in Germany asking for backing for a one-sided step, but Israel at that time was not able to do this alone. And I had the chance to accompany Carl Bildt some years ago, and I asked the foreign minister of Iran, sir, what must happen that you acknowledge the right of existence of Israel? I was targeted the whole day in every conference, and in this year I was banned. I must not use my accounts in Iran. I never knew that I had some, but I'm banned now. But we need clear language. This is, I believe, the lesson learned for Europe, for those countries who think aligned with Israel.
If I may, I certainly agree that the Iranians have certainly learned their lesson. Okay, if I may agree, I think the Iranians certainly learned their lessons, or at least have understood the agreement in Budapest in which the Ukraine gave up nuclear the option and gave it back to Russia. But I think that the Russian use of nuclear narrative in the last few months, are they going to use tactical nuclear warheads, yes or no? I am at least one of those people who doesn't think that it's off the table. Everybody is learning this and understanding this.
Nuclear question led to self-deterrence. So red lines, no fighter jets, no artillery, all was delayed. So there is, I believe, nobody believes that Russia will employ these weapons now due to the pressure from China and from the United States. But it was, we lost time, several months, due to the self-deterrence. And therefore, nuclear weapons are effective also when they not exist or are not employed.
So we are going, thank you very much. So Richard, if I remember correctly, it's בדיוק 5 שנים, אני כל הזמן...
It's been, sorry, I'm switching language. It's been 5 years since Trump sort of got rid of the agreements. There are some who would say, yeah, we're in this situation because he did so, maybe not, maybe we'll hear from you. What is the U.S. going to do? We see the developments, we see Iran rushing ahead, and we can see that you guys are holding your cards close to your chest. So how do we move forward? When do we move forward?
Contradictions. You have your own contradictions in Israel. We have many in the United States at the moment, and this scenario will be filled with contradictions. On the one hand, you have a president who came into office pledging to rejoin the JCPOA and trying for 2 years to do just that, despite escalation after escalation after escalation that has reached this point in the scenario, with no response really except tactical responses here and there of sanctions enforcement, B-52 flyover, something to try to get the Iranians' attention every time, with the goal continuing to be the objective of bringing them back to a negotiation. This obviously has failed in the scenario. And so there will be a tension between still longing for that JCPOA, still hoping to have a diplomatic solution, but also recognizing the failure of military deterrence. And we are having a president who obviously has shown instinct upon instinct against escalation in other theaters. In fact, de-escalation or withdrawal, especially in the Middle East. But you have also seen that president stung politically and inside his administration by the consequences of those withdrawals, by those de-escalations, with many in the United States and in the administration, different camps, feeling that the withdrawal from Afghanistan, how it was handled, how it played out, the messages signaled to Putin before the invasion contributed to Putin's mindset, to his strategy, to his decision to invade, and continues to send very difficult messages that are unhelpful to the United States vis-a-vis China and what they might do vis-a-vis Taiwan. And so there will still be an inclination to respond in some sort of forceful way, potentially just short of military action. There will also be an inclination for multilateralism instead of unilateralism. That is a key theme of the administration, and it is something that they will be very, very serious about going forward, making sure that nothing is decided upon, nothing is said, nothing is done without full coordination and agreement with at least the E3 allies, the UK, France, and Germany. Perhaps the European Union on a consultative basis, but it would, statements being made, decisions being taken will be from the E3 plus the United States, and the EU welcome to sign on or not. The snapback of UN Security Council Resolution 2231 will immediately be on the table. Up until now, many believed for years that 90% enrichment was a military red line for the United States. I think that was a perception of many. But once you got 20% done, and then you got 60% done, and then you got 84% in the news, and there was zero indication that a military response would be coming for 90%. In fact, you started seeing the messaging from the United States that 90% would meet snapback as a consequence, and that we could not snap back today because we might provoke 90%, meaning that once they go to 90%, there would have to be a snapback, because after all, what else do you have left of any shred of a JCPOA once you're at weapons-grade uranium? This will be the immediate discussion with the E3 allies of whether or not there will be a convening of the Security Council, not just for condemnation, but for the snapback of the Security Council resolution. And there's no guarantee the Europeans would agree to that, or how that conversation will go, but it's going to have to be on the table for the United States. A private message sent to the Iranians would probably be delivered. That seems to be the tact of this administration. Some sort of ambiguous statement. They will not threaten military action. They will not actually be ready to trigger military action, but they will want to prepare some sort of statement to give the appearance that military action is being contemplated and could be taken upon verification of further activities if certain activities aren't reversed. They will
Excuse me, does the U.S. really believe that diplomatic, announcements will change the trend in which Iran is going? And if so, will there be willingness by the U.S. to act, in order to stop this progress?
I think that would be either a last resort or a no resort from the United States. I think that's the reality we are in. I do think you will see a military component leading up to the decision whether or not to use military force ultimately. And that will come in a variety of stages. You will have an immediate, remember the lessons learned from how they handled Russia and Ukraine. They will meet with the allies, they will sync with the Israelis, they will make sure that the intelligence is accurate, they will see if there's any other intelligence that would be helpful for narrative building, for political support for action, and they will declassify that intelligence and make that public. That would be a step one. You may, in sort of parallel to the message being sent to the regime, deploy some assets in different ways. You may have another B-52 flyover. Maybe there's a report of a B-2 landing in Qatar. Maybe there's a satellite photo and a leak of a submarine surfacing in the Indian Ocean on its way. There's a carrier strike group being ordered toward the Gulf, but not into the Gulf, to stay out of range of the IRGC. These will all be things that will be contemplated. There are other ways to signal as well the readiness for force, the potential for force. You could order all of our bases in the region, which would be in range of an Iranian retaliatory strike, to force protection condition 1, which is to say, batten down the hatches, get ready for anything. Not that we actually are going to strike, but to give Iran the impression that we are preparing for the contingency and to have the president have the contingency for the strike.
Thank you.
Basically, Iran should have spoken last, because that just strengthens the Irani stance that nobody really wants to do anything military, that if Iran is cautious enough and is deliberate enough, and if Iran addresses all sorts of people that are willing to talk to them, the other side is willing to talk. Because at the end of the day, well, what do we hear? Let's say what's happening right now. Right now, no one is willing to, let's say, go back to the Security Council. Snapback was mentioned here. It was an article in the Council that allows, sanctions to be returned to Iran if they agree. It's not the United States who can do this because Trump left the agreement, and so the Europeans can. It doesn't say that the Europeans won't do so at some stage, but they certainly don't want to do it before Iran reduces to 90%. So at the moment, this is not even on the table, even though there are many factors in Israel who would support this and push for that, because Israel wants to break the tie in some way. What's happening right now is very, very worrying. Iran is rushing ahead, reinforcing its capabilities, getting aid from the Russians, maybe get aerial defense systems very soon. Everything that Iran is doing, and to protect. So it's not a concern. It is for a concern to me. It certainly is of concern to me. Everybody is concerned about it, but nobody wants to act. Apart from Israel is trying to push everybody to go in the direction of a snapback in order to maybe shake things up. So we have to say the international community is involved with Ukraine, with China, with the American government. Very soon is an election year. The Iranis get that. I mean, as representative of the Iranis, so to speak, here, Iranis understand that no one is available, nobody is listening to them, that the American president is busy with other matters. For the Iranis, if they are wise, cautious, they can only continue to move ahead. But wait a second. Wait. Let me interrupt. Does the Irani leadership now, are they very confident that, hey, I can do whatever I want, I'm playing according to my rules? Or are the Iranis maybe concerned that they do need to take care or they'll face retaliation? The Iranis at the moment feel very much more confident than they did 2-3 years ago. First of all, their relationship with Russia, the reliance, what's happening with the Middle East, and also what's happening within Israel. The Iranis know all this, and the Iranis are aware of the, let's call it, I don't know if there's a rift between Israel and the U.S., but certainly not the greatest situation we've had with the U.S. Iranis know all of this, but still, this leader, who's been over 3 decades in his position, is a careful man. He understands that Iran is in a very precarious situation. They have societal problems. The majority of their populace hates the leadership. They know that there are protests all the time, maybe not as much as they were a few months ago, but still. So there are lots of things happening in Iran that are stopping the Irani leadership from leaping ahead. And the Russians and the Chinese don't want Iran to be nuclear. They don't. I mean, it's probably not going to be used against China or Russia. But then they think about Iran. They certainly, and they think about potential war scenarios. They don't want particularly to Iran to be. Wait, you're taking my remarks. I'm supposed to be representing this view. But not incidentally, the Chinese stepped in with the Saudis because they buy oil from Iran and from the Saudis, more from the Saudis. They invest in their relationship with the Saudis. The Chinese want stability. They want oil. They have no interest of inciting things. And if they could, they'll maybe restrain the Iranis. But the Iranis are more confident than they were. It doesn't say that they won't be reckless, that may... Okay, 2 more people. Wait. 2 things about Russia and China, and then if anybody else wants to address that, and then we'll move on again, and we'll try to complicate even more the situation. So, Russia and China, I agree with what Sima said. They'll try to calm things down. They have no particular interest for Iran to be nuclear, a nuclear power, of course, as you say, but they just want things stable. They blame the Americans. It's your fault, the Americans. You're the JCPOA. That's what happened years ago. Look what you did, and now let's go back to the negotiation table. Maybe you'll have a visit here or there. This is their attempts to create, let's say, a dialogue, let's call it. Discussions that at the end of the day are there to settle things down. That's what's good for them. They don't want anything big and any attack happening. Now, the second thing that we have to talk about as well, how much the Russians are playing a role, because the international arena has changed completely. I want to remind you now that all of the nuclear talks between Russia and the U.S. have been frozen. So we're in an international state of affairs which is completely different. It's odd. It's weird. Since February, things are different. Since February 2022, last year, I apologize. So if anybody has anything else to add, go ahead. Okay.
Goes into the contradictions as well. The United States would be contemplating opening a second front of confrontation in the world, separate from a possible confrontation with China, which is the most important potential confrontation in our national security interest. And so if we are going to remain dedicated to the fight for Ukraine and all the resources we are providing there and any other platforms in the region that we are positioning there, and at the same time needing to move resources and platforms towards the Gulf to at least deter, if not actually take military action at some point, we are leaving ourselves potentially vulnerable in the East, and that will be a factor that plays into all defense strategy and the options being presented to the President.
Michal, what do you think? Or Richard, sorry.
If you want to say only a question, what's the aim of Israel? Can Israel live with an ambitious but ambiguous Iran for decades?
I'm Russia and China. He's Israel.
I'll address that. It's a good question, a very good question, but it's now in the second part of the session, so we're actually going to get to that. Okay, so we're moving to the second part. Let's say another development in our scenario. First of all, initially we said that there are unconfirmed reports that Iran is building a facility for nuclear experiments, and of course, as these reports have now been confirmed, and now we know that there is a facility being built in Iran, and now the HAM 2231, and what's going to be transferred to the long-range missiles, which will now be used, given over to. Yes, sorry, I said wrong. Yes, of course, ground-to-ground missiles that were now being given to the Russians, 300 kilometers and over 500-kilo warhead until October. Let's say it's going to be happening until October, and the Iranis are going to be doing this, giving this to Russia. It's going to be used against Ukraine. I don't know. It's certainly a force multiplier for the Russians in Ukraine. So we have two developments: a direct nuclear threat in the facility in Iran. That's now been confirmed, and now what's happening between the Iranis and Russians and other factors. So let's leave Iran till the end, and let's begin with you, Richard. What do the Americans do?
I'll take the second one first because it's easier. On its own, the transfer of missiles after the sunset, if that happens, doesn't trigger much at all. The 90% question and what is happening at the site drives a lot more decision-making, because today we already have the possibility that after the October sunset kicks in, those missiles will be transferred, and there is zero appetite today to snap back to stop that from happening and to take any other action to prevent that from happening. All we are doing is sanctioning entities that have been sanctioned before. It's very nice, it's wonderful, it makes everybody feel good in Washington, but we're not actually doing anything else to hold Iran accountable. On the site issue, we are going to have to go back to the intelligence community. We'll go to our allies to talk to their intelligence communities and understand what exactly is happening in this site. Is it still construction? Is it just centrifuge manufacturing? Are they testing centrifuges? Is there weaponization? What kind of weaponization activity? Can we prove it? Do we know? High confidence. Can we declassify it? That will drive a lot of decision makings. I'm not saying that's going to drive a United States decision to take military action, but we'll strongly look favorable on the Israelis doing so.
In your summary, you're going to have to explain what was the trigger that would even provide the military option for you, the American side. Not for implementation, but, you know, for thinking, for real serious thinking. Maybe we should be at that point, but you keep that for the summary if it's okay. Okay.
Confirmed intelligence, if this missile was directed to European soil from Iran or promulgated to not Ukraine but to Russia, makes a difference. Nevertheless, the European Union could request from NATO activation of their two installations in Romania and Poland. These are missile defense installations filled by American missiles, conventional missiles, and European Union could ask, or the E3 could do this together, to request from NATO an activation of these missile defense installations and to promulgate this publicly, also as a sign of awareness. This could be one way, and the other is, as usual in the European Union, a diplomatic effort and a request in the Security Council to debate this of the United Nations. And a third could be revision of the sanctions and to find further smarter sanctions in this context where Iran is really not very effectable. The Iran is not targeted, could not be targeted more effective than in the past in the context of sanctions. So this will not help, but it would activate also the population that there is an increasing threat.
Michal, you sort of drew a red line before. Is it starting to crack? We're beyond the red line. We've crossed it. Okay. First of all, the great concern, what's going to happen with additional countries, with Arab countries? Will this pull in Egypt, the United Emirates? I don't know, you talked about Egypt before, so I'm just mentioning that. No doubt Egypt, not because it wants to, but because this will be demanded of it, it will it'll be pulled into a nuclear arms race. It's not good for them security, it's not in terms of economy, but okay. The next is the Saudis. There's a complete collapse among the Saudis. The language is new, what's happening, and if it's a new language, also the means, the policy is new. The United States in this position, and I'd be glad to hear if they remove the the limitations and the conditions in the Saudis, I don't know. But if there is a real, this situation happens, they'll turn to Pakistan, and maybe Pakistan will feel less threatened in the past to help the Saudis. Saudi Arabia will not stay without a nuclear power of its own. And the worst scenario, there's always going to be somebody who sells them nuclear powers, and that's North Korea probably. It's not a realistic option right now, but it's a scenario. And finally, one needs to say, we hear quite a bit among Israelis particularly, the fact, so to speak, that if Saudi and Iran renew relations, this means that the Saudis are not afraid of Iran and their nuclear power. Exactly the opposite. It means that there is a weakening between the Saudis and the Americans, the fact that the Saudis are even trying to assure their security in other ways, and they are particularly concerned with the Iranians, which is why they are trying to get closer. There's also a war in Yemen. Everybody's trying to reduce the conflict in Yemen in that regard. So if we summarize, Saudis won't be required in any way that they weren't in the past. The moment that Iran is nuclear, I will do everything to have nuclear power as well. Second, we're going to wait for the Americans to act. If that happens, I hope that Americans will help with this complicated situation. And three, there will be countries that help that they wouldn't have helped otherwise, but I'm talking particularly Pakistan, and of course North Korea. So Richard, with all of these messages, what do the Americans say? What do the Americans think, do?
I think that we have certainly a credible concern that there would be outreach to the Pakistanis. That seems to be the most likely scenario in a crash moment of wanting to field nuclear weapons on the fly.
Will the United States have sanctions against Pakistan if Pakistan helps the Saudis deal with this nuclear threat?
This will be a major crisis in U.S.-Saudi relations and U.S.-Pakistani relations, obviously, as well, though we've had plenty of those. The idea of having to impose sanctions on Saudi Arabia will impact a lot in the Gulf region. What will we do with U.S. forces? What will we do with U.S. missile defense present? What are our commitments at that point to the Saudis? What are the repercussions? That's an administration that's probably going to search for diplomatic options, et cetera, while Congress is running the ball much quicker than the administration will respond. The one thing to always keep in mind in all of this is we're not just a monolith of the government. There's the Congress that can rush legislation. And with Saudi Arabia and Pakistan being the headlines for a bill, I could see that rushing through both chambers very quickly based on intelligence reports that they are acquiring nuclear weapons. What the penalties would be, I can't predict that, but some range of sanctions, most likely, downgrade in diplomatic relations for the time being.
One last line about Russia and China. I think to a great degree, as we said earlier, first of all, they're going to deny the reports, and it's not real, it's not true. We have other information that tells us differently. That's the first thing that would happen, the first response. Okay, publicly. Second, they will constantly try to push you to be calm. How do we, stop the escalation? How do we calm things down? Because for them, this is a scenario that may lead, at least for the Chinese at least, to prices in energy going up, and the Russians even wouldn't want this as well, certainly in the current climate. But I think Israel, wait, we should say about, okay, you want to be last first? What? Okay. It's not surprising. We hear everybody addressing this point. The situation is escalating, worsening, and still the Western countries, the EU, were left when diplomatic efforts and diplomatic pressure, the dogs bark and yet the parade goes by. That's a Hebrew saying, at least. But even among the Israeli government, they understand this. They maybe, provide harsher tones in their reaction, and we hear this from the Americans and the Europeans as well, this call to take more severe measures now against the Iranis, including support in the case of attack, including direct threats of a potential military action. But again, it's just declarations, it's just words so far. And we can see that there's increasing pressure on the governments in Western Europe, Europe, in the US, and so forth, to support any an actual attack one day to stop nuclear Iran. Even within Israel, there are more and more people pushing on the government to do something and be effective in order to stop the Irani threat that is only getting worse. But as they say, at the end of the day, we're in a situation of more discussions and more announcements and more requests and whatever, but we still are not doing anything actively against the Iranis. I want to say, first of all, you presented a scenario. Iran at the moment does not have nuclear armaments. You're talking about a situation that, according to Intel, they're building a facility, yes, for experiments, for experimentation. Yeah, all right, that's the scenario. So at least at the moment, it's not surprising everybody's reactions. And the Iranis understand this as well. This will be the reaction because they have yet to do something that incriminates them completely. Maybe I'll talk about the others. I want to say something in regard specifically to Iran right now, purely Iran, not anybody else. You have to understand, if Iran wants to create nuclear warheads, they have to do two things: either to get rid of the supervisors, nuclear power supervisors, which they had to keep, and they have to, of course, deny the fact that they have this facility for experimentation and so forth. Something has to happen. They have to act directly. In your scenario, wait, let me make it easier. Let me just conclude my thought for a moment. In regards to the Iranis also understand, this is my assessment, but I project it on the Iranis, okay? The Iranis understand that no one in the region is going to do anything dramatic against Iran. The Saudis are not going to do nothing. I don't think they're going to immediately rush to their own nuclear armament program. Nobody's, selling nuclear armaments, at the countertop. This is not something realistic right now. No. Of course, the Saudis are trying to build their own infrastructure that will provide them with the stability and the ability to one day enrich uranium in a similar fashion that the Iranis did. But I don't think that anybody believes that it will be sold the only thing that I may imagine in this scenario, because in Iran maybe has already does nuclear experimentation, is a diplomatic nuclear umbrella, if you would, something that could be extended, and there could be a unit within the Saudis, among the Saudis, and say, if there's a threat, react in this way. But again, nobody believes that Iran is going to attack Mecca. Mecca is important for the entire Muslim world. Iranis know this, and Saudis know this. And with all of the contact that we've had with the research institutes in the Gulf states, they don't care about this. We think about this all day long. They think about drones and missiles, because that's something that's effective. That's something that takes out their facilities and harms their airport in Abu Dhabi. That's what they're concerned about. But on the other hand, officially, there were announcements and things that were said officially. Of course there were. They don't want Iran to have nuclear power. Of course, when you're nuclear, you are also more free with your conventional use of firepower on the battlefield. That's the thing that they're most concerned about. So it's not incidental that now the Saudis and the Iranis are becoming, good friends because their security needs require. But it's not surprising. And the Iranis also understand that everything that they're doing with the data that we have today, everybody's going to look for more intel, more reports, but no one is going to attack them tomorrow morning. They get that. The question is, are they going to take this further and push the envelope? Okay. I'm going to show you one step ahead. We're going to push this scenario, okay? We have three elements yet so far in the scenario. So on the one hand, there are reports now confirmed about an underground experiment in the nuclear facility by Iran. They did their experiment in their facility, apparently, but this is the report. On the one hand. On the other hand, concurrently, Iran reports that they are willing to go back to the nuclear talks, and they're willing to come to an agreement. They have yet to you know, have an entire array, an installed array of nuclear armaments, but this is an option. And now there are more and more reports about the transfer of ground-to-ground missiles from Iran to Russia at the end of the year. So, okay, all of these things are happening at once. Does it change reality for you? First of all, a nuclear explosion, an experiment changed everything, and the moment that there is one, everybody will know about it. It's not something you can hide. If you do experiments in the basement, people hear about it with this kind of experiment. It changes everything. Because a country does a nuclear experiments, not when it has one warhead, but when it has several, when they're sure, there could not. So everything, that changes everything. And then the possibility of attack goes down practically to zero. And the whole situation strategically in the Middle East is, I mean, Israel versus nuclear Iran is a completely different story, completely different. Will there be talks with Iran? Maybe. Maybe everybody will try to calm things down and come to agreements and non-use, non-proliferation, stuff like that. But strategically and in terms of security for Israel, everything has changed. The possibility of Iran threatening Israel, if, for example, if there's as a scenario, maybe we're fighting the Hezbollah at the moment. Maybe Israel is involved with, maybe even takes out 80% of the Hezbollah. But the ability of Iran, when it's nuclear, to threaten Israel, even with conventional warfare, is much greater. So we're talking about, but there's a difference between an experiment in an underground facility and nuclear power. But you only do the experiment when you have more than one, and you can also put the warhead on a plane and fly towards Israel. You don't have to think about nuclear power in Western standards. So even before the experiment and following the experiment, we're still with diplomacy and left with diplomatic ties. I'm just mentioning this, by the way. I agree with Sima that the Saudis don't want to develop their own nuclear power. It's bad for them diplomatically, it's bad for them economically, it's even bad for them strategically. And yet, I take their statements very seriously. Mohammed bin Salman, so far, everything he said has pretty much checked out. Will they run ahead to do this the moment that there is an experiment in Iran? I don't know. The same question has to be asked of Egypt. Will Egypt try to have a nuclear program when it's not impacted directly by Iran? Why would the Iranis, try to attack Egypt? No, but it still will have a vested interest, maybe. I don't know if the Saudis will act as if Iran has a nuclear capability. I think the Saudis will try to stop the activities as much as they can, but the moment it's facts on the ground, they're going to have no recourse. Okay, we're getting towards the end. We have 15 minutes left. And, okay, so a question, not exactly the same question to everybody. What, at the end of the day, for the Americans, for the Europeans, what will lead the change that we need? Maybe we need to do something more concrete, because if we keep going with the discussions and position papers, well, in a year or two, 10 years, whatever, Iran is going to complete this program eventually. What do we do to stop that Iran eventually is not a nuclear power? When will a trigger arrive that someone in America, somebody in Europe says, we have to do something. We will no more discussions, no more words, no more talking. We must act militarily.
First, just coming from the last scenario increase and then to your question, there is one element of multilateral diplomacy that the administration will want to exhaust, and that is the IAEA in Vienna and then the Security Council. We haven't talked about the IAEA in the scenario, especially with a new site being uncovered. It applies to the Saudi-Pakistani relationship as well. There will be an emergency board meeting of the IAEA. There will be a push on Rafael Grossi, the Director General, to have a snap inspection. I imagine he would do that on his own anyways, and request access to the facility. Whether or not he is granted access will be a matter of international press attention. If he is allowed to go to Iran, if the inspectors, Max Aparo and others, the Deputy Director General for Safeguards, are allowed in. What are they declaring about the facility, if anything, et cetera? Will there be a board resolution and referral for noncompliance with the Nuclear Nonproliferation Treaty back to the Security Council? And at that point, we will also want, with our European allies, to test the Russians and the Chinese sincerity that they want to find a diplomatic solution. and we will likely table a resolution and put them to the test of supporting that resolution to show Iran that they are isolated even from Russia and China, or to force them to veto that resolution to confirm to our own domestic audiences that we need to move forward in a transatlantic partnership together with Israel and other partners. What do we do to stop all this? You know, you asked me at the beginning in summary, what are the red lines? The United States is not going to define a red line. The red lines are behind us. And so every red line...
Remember Syria, of course.
Yeah,
they became pink.
There's a lot of... Well, what happens is they go yellow, then they go green for the Iranians. And so the real problem is defining this very opaque space of weaponization, or fielding a nuclear weapon, developing a nuclear weapon. Where in the process, how far can that go until you say, oh boy, they're pretty close now. Where are they developing it? Where are they testing it? Have they dispersed the program by then? These are a lot of risks that we have. And so you're sort of asking a prescription at this point, not what we will do, but what we should do. And I think at this point you would have to say that there needs to be a strong multilateral coalition that enforces tough sanctions, completes the snapback, has political isolation on the regime, offers them the off-ramp of negotiations. That's likely what would come out of a transatlantic deal to increase the pressure to escalate by still maintaining a de-escalation path in front of you, at the very least for your domestic audiences, if not for the Iranians as well, and surround the Iranians with a true military deterrent. And whether or not they will ever believe that the West is willing to use it, it will fall on the Israelis to have to make it serious in some way. They obviously are scared of us more. We can do a lot more damage. We'll probably move pieces around to try to scare them as best we can, but I don't think anybody should count on that being the solution.
Rodrich, please.
I'm really grateful for this very realistic scenario. The Europeans need to see Iran more comprehensively, not only the proxies or the role of Israel in their foreign policy or the question of going nuclear. We have to see this in common, comprehensively, completely. And therefore, your proposals, I share, also extending probably a nuclear umbrella over Saudi Arabia or something like that, but these measures are mitigation measures. They are too late. So they will never change Iran to a conventional force unless Iran is doing it by itself. So I come back to the proposal not to exclude preemptive measures at all.
Michal, in view of all that's been said, should MBS or will MBS still be determined in the case to run on ahead, or will he say, oh, he said what he said, to create verbal deterrence, and ultimately he will realize that he can't do this vis-a-vis the United States, and will create containment, even if the scenario will be that the Iranians run on ahead. What's very clear about Mohammed bin Salman is that nothing is clear about him. I have no idea. He can decide one way or another. His relations with the United States is very important to him, but the possibility of Iran obtaining nuclear weapons is not something he's comfortable with. The question is, at what point will he say, I cannot look at Iranian nuclear weapon from the sidelines and do nothing about it? I have no idea. He's so unpredictable, it's hard for me to answer. And Sima, over to you. What will lead to that point? Because there is this notion that the ball is in the Iranian court. So what's going to lead the Iranians to say it's now time to break through, to break out to nuclear? I'm going to answer your question, but I want to say something that has to do with the conversation that went on before, because you know I'm both. I'm multi. I think that there is a situation, theoretically it's possible, not completely off the wall, that the United States will take action. I'm not saying it's completely inconceivable. And I want to mention, I'm not sure Obama has ever intended to take action, and yet he told the Pentagon to prepare a plan. And the GBU, or what the bomb is called, there's a model in place. They showed that it penetrates. I don't think he meant to use it. He wanted an agreement. We know that. But I think that the United States we must realize we cannot underestimate the possibility that under a certain scenario, it depends on international developments, it depends on what's happening inside the United States, and of course it depends. But what I'm saying is the next step. So I think personally that even though it's not very likely, it's highly unlikely, the United States may still decide to attack. And as Richard said, rightfully so, in a coalition together with the EU, with NATO. I don't know if the Europeans will be there, but Europe too has kind of woken up from its comfort zone of the good life after the war in Ukraine, the concern that Russia will attack a country that's a member of NATO, the talk of nuclear weapons, use of nuclear weapons. I think Europe too has shifted a little, and if the United States will be willing to lead as far as the United States is concerned, it doesn't need British jets to attack. It needs the coalition that gives it legitimacy and legitimization. And I think that such a scenario is possible, and we need to hone it and see how it will happen. And in terms of Israel, what I care about, obviously, mostly is Israel. I mean, I research Iran. Oh, good, we thought you were in favor of Iran. No, what I care about is Iran, but only the Israeli context. I think that the one thing that is really of greatest concern, of gravest concern, there are many, but one of the many concerns is that what's happening with the crisis being formed with the U.S. administration is exactly this point. We cannot allow ourselves. If anyone asks me what is Israel's national security, it's the IDF and the relations with the United States. We cannot allow ourselves to reach a crisis with the United States. And not only can we not allow that to happen, we must do everything in our power not to get there. Because with all due respect to who's going to be the president of the Supreme Court in Israel, the relations with Israel, with the United States and Israel's national security is far more important. And if anyone doesn't realize that and is willing to let a minister say that maybe we don't need the Americans at all, does not understand just how dependent Israel is on the United States. And if there's anything that I'm really worried about, it's not that the Iranians will have an experiment done in 6 months' time. It's this deepening rift between Israel and the United States because of my concern in the Iranian context. Well, you couldn't have said it better. And before we conclude, there's only one question we have time for, so please ask it to a microphone, though, otherwise I cannot interpret.
Michael Hayden was the head of the CIA. After he left office, we had a meeting with him, and he said, the assessment in the CIA that Israel has a serious probability of attack, cause some damage, and force the United States to finish the job. They were sure that Israel will trigger the process, and once a damage is done for 2 years, they'll have to finish it so that it'll be 10 years. What's the probability of that happening?
I'm not sure that I share that assessment based on everything that I've seen in my career, but I would say that the threat of Israeli military action certainly played a role in scaring the Europeans and the Obama administration into hastening into the JCPOA. That is not to in any way negate the necessity of Israel's sovereign right for military deterrence and military action at the time of their own choosing. That is simply a reality of the politics of Europe and the United States. And I imagine that that is something that is in play today in Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor's mind. I think that he likes it. I said this yesterday in the panel. I think he likes it when we have Juniper Oak. He likes it when Netanyahu says we won't allow anything to happen. He likes the speeches you heard at Herzliya. He wants more coverage of it because they view that as tactically helpful to get the Iranians still back to some dream of some sort of deal, even if it's a much worse deal. And my fear here is listening to the scenario, you know, one piece of your last step we didn't really address, which was, and the Iranians have offered de-escalation, and they want to go to talks now. That is going to just totally mess up the system in Washington and Europe. There's no way we're going to avoid that. And we are going to walk ourselves into something much worse than JCPOA. And that will be potentially just keeping them right on that nuclear threshold in a part where they've reached that zone of immunity. So, you know, not to scare the people who gave really good speeches last night, but, you know, maybe they need to hasten their planning.
Without a doubt, we can continue this discussion for many hours still, and I'm not even sure we'll reach an agreement at the end of it. But before we wrap up, we have reached some agreement. Yes, but it's very problematic that a war and attack will not be on the cards, but the other developments will be. Does anyone have anything last they want to say before Leo and I conclude from our perspective? Actually, I don't think we actually have time. We're really on the very edge. Okay, so very briefly, let me just say that I view the last few months from the Israeli perspective as very problematic. I see two trends that are clashing. The Iranians, on the one hand, on the strategic level, are growing stronger. Yes, they have weaknesses, they have economic problems and domestic problems, but at the end of the day, when you see their relations with Russia, and when you see their analysis too, and I think, Sima, you touched upon that very well, how they view the international community, how they view their proximity to the Arab states, and it looks like Iran, strategically speaking, are growing stronger. On the other hand, Israel, and we've touched upon that very clearly, at least the image is that Israel's strategic strength is being impeded, and because it's economic strength and military strength, but also strategic strength. And when the Prime Minister is not welcome at the White House, no matter how you look at it, there's damage being done. Because if you want to coordinate all sorts of efforts and moves, and if you want to face one another and speak, and you can't, it's a problem. So these are two trends that seem to be clashing. It's very problematic in terms of Israel. And I think in terms of nuclear, the situation created is that the ball is mostly in Iran's court, and Iran is taking it step by step, slowly making progress. Suddenly we're hearing 3.7, so they explain, but it's there already. 90 is around the corner. And what's the difference technologically between 60 and 90? Not much. So as it's been said, and what's come up here very, very clearly is that there must be something catastrophic in order to lead the international community to say we want to take military action. And that is a very grave concern, because understanding that in Iran too, perhaps they're doing these war simulations, and they also understand this, and therefore I am led to the conclusion that if I were Iranian, I would continue as I were, slowly, incrementally, taking steps towards making progress with one target in mind, so that when I want to break out in nuclear, the breakout will be very rapid, and once I'll be there, you won't be able to attack, and then it'll be a new ball game. But that'll be for the 21st conference. Maybe there'll be other things. So I'd like to thank you all very much for your time, for your patience. And we still have a lot more to do later on. So thank you very much. Thank you all very much. We are done here with the Arazi Assembly. You can go over to Chase for the rest of the day. Thank you.